everybody. Get you over there. Cute, wonderful, good. Hello, let's go. Yeah, sorry I'm a little late today, gamers. Things happen. I'm a chaotic entity who's always a little late. What's up, everybody? I can't see you very well. Where are my glasses? Hang on. There they are. Hello, hello. Today we are going to be doing lore. This surprises nobody because it's a LOREATHON. The camera moves only side to side. Yeah, it's on a tripod, but basically what I do when I end stream, I unplug it to save, well, not to save the battery, I just unplug it, right? So my routine is I hit the stop streaming button, close OBS, and then I unplug it from the battery pack, right? So it's on a tripod and I can basically make you go that way, or I can make you go that way, and that's it. That your hair was shook? I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting used to it now. It's too far that way. I'm still a little shook when I see it. Saw Discord before it turned cam on? No. Back to 1080p. Yeah, no, okay, so I just want to mention, thank you, Rod, for looking into this. Basically, last time people were saying that I was only at 720p, and they were like, what's going on? That's not my internet, that's Twitch. Twitch basically reserves the right to, at any point in time, push you down to 720p. So even though I was streaming at like a higher output, you know, I don't know these things, but the point is that that's why. It wasn't anything on my end. The internet drops, that was on my end. That happens sometimes. My internet hiccups a little, but it was fine. It just was a couple minutes, we were a little out of it. But yeah, no, we should be back to normal today, hopefully. But yes, hello, happy weekend, gamers. Utana, thank you for 33 months. Imagine being the MV Pizza in PvP and lore. Oh, thank you. Well, I am confirmed the MV Pizza. The truth is that the MV Pizza is like the equivalent of like a viewer's choice. Like they voted during Twitch Rivals, meaning that effectively I could also be the MV Pizza of lore. Canada Net, yeah, that does happen sometimes, but we should be fine. Democracy says that I'm the best. I mean, it was, you know, who's the MV Pizza of the day? I was democratically elected to power, it's true, yeah. Hurry up and close work sooner? Yes, you do. So, like I said, okay, I feel like I like to have the camera in a slightly different place because I feel like that like puddle of light that occurs in the bottom corner is too much. Did my lights move? I don't know. I think we're fine. We'll deal with it later. So, I finally set up the sliders for our character, Mesmer's GF. So she's cute now. I used the sliders that I posted last time. I'll probably just post them on Discord so folks can see it too. It's from a YouTube video. I think it's just called like Prisoner or something. Someone did this really nice fan art. I really should find out who. But there was this really nice fan art someone did months ago on Twitter. I remember seeing it of like a really beautiful prisoner. And this person in the YouTuber literally turned it into a slider, like made the sliders for it, which I do not know how people do this. Seriously, people are incredible. People make themselves, famous people, anime characters, all this stuff. I don't understand how you can look at a face and figure out how to make the slide. It's like wizardry to me. It's witchcraft. So I didn't do that. So I just benefit from their work with this. Pyromancy build, I don't know yet because I never actually use spells. Every single time I say I'm going to, I don't. So we're going to see how it turns out, but I'm leaning toward faith strength so I could use the blasphemous blade, which I've never used before, and therefore that would go really well with using some pyromancies or fire incantations. Sorry, I gotta use the right term. I'm trying to do lore. I have to remember the right terms. Me using the wrong terms gaslights me sometimes. In the Elden Ring first playthrough, I started calling the large enemies that we now call trolls, and we know are trolls, I called them ogres. It was just my own little term for them, right? Because I didn't know what they were, and I was like, all right, this is a big guy. They're kind of like ogres, so I started calling them ogres. And then later, I forgot if I made that up or that was in the lore. I made that up. So I sort of like goofed up, right? So I'm going to try to use the right terms. Also, editing the first playthrough, turns out, is very beneficial to my understanding of the lore. It turns out I completely forgot, but there is, in fact, a mention of Godfrey. And I want to talk about Godfrey. We all have our issues with Godfrey. And I think part of the issues with Godfrey is the fact that he is literally a recolor of a main boss. I honestly, at this point, with routing, I actually am still unsure if Godric is even required. That's how wild Elden Ring is. I know you need 2 great runes by the time you get to Lanedale, I believe. I think you need that much to enter, something along those lines. But I don't know if he's not. Yeah, exactly, he's not. But that's why I said main boss. But it border, like an important boss, a demigod. And then we have this random guy in an Everjail who has his exact appearance, his exact voice. It damages. It just feels a little lazy, a touch lazy. Now, it reminds me a little bit of the DLC of Bloodborne when Lawrence dropped, and it was like, by the way, he's just a recolored cleric beast, but his moveset is very, very distinct and different and advanced, and I now love Lawrence. But on first impression, I was like, he's a recolor. And that was kind of a bummer. But in the end, it makes sense. Cleric beasts are all vicars, right? So that's kind of the issue. You're a recolor cleric beast? I wish. Hope I'm well. I am well. Thank you. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're all having a great weekend. Tell me you're watching too much Raph without telling me you watch too much Raph. I'll go first. Please do. I am watching way too much of myself right now. It's true. I can even understand there being 2 Estelles because that makes sense, but God of Voyage is brought. Exactly. Estelle, like you said, does make sense. It is a little bit of a pity, but there's also lore to be derived from it. Estelle is not unique. Estelle is a species. We know that based on the Falling Star Beast, the larval form, all this stuff going on. We thought Estelle was a name, but Estelle is a thing. It could be both. Okay, maybe not it's a thing, but like a falling star beast turns into like a little cocoon and then becomes a full-grown malformed star. Deep elemental cleric beast in the procedural dungeons of Bloodborne, just like a totally soaked vicar. I would love that, actually. Red Dancer in DLC looked like a mix of Grave Warden DS3 and Red Bell. Oh my god, that's what it was. Thank you. Lycan Knight. Yes, okay. I knew I recognized the movement of the Red Dancer, but I could not parse from where. Yes, there are the Grave Wardens from DS3. They dropped my favorite weapon, the Warden Twin Blades. Wait, is it twin? Sorry, it might be twin. It might not be twin blades. I forget what they're called, but I know that they dropped them, and they're so fun. I love dual wielding, so it's like a thing. Red hair dual sword wielding DLC trailer reminded of a character of the anime Fairy Tail 2. Could be wrong. I don't know if it's that, but definitely also the Blue Dancer, the movement, the what do you call it? Rhythmic, dance-like movements. Also remind me a little bit of Dancer of the Boreal Valley, but different because the Grave Wardens have a more humanoid standard movement, right? Falling Star Beast to Malformed Star to Estelle. So is that what the mid form is called? Because actually, now that I think about it, I don't know what the mid form is called. So the Falling Star Beast is the first stage of life of the Estelle creatures, and then the mid form, it's like those ones that are hanging from the ceiling. Do we have a confirmed name for those in any way? I don't remember if those have a particular name. Dual twin blades? Not dual twin blades. I don't mind dual twin blades. I've never used them though. Why time be? Time do be. How to Desert, thank you for 19 months. Welcome back. I really appreciate that. Thanks so much for the support. I really, really appreciate it. It's good to have you. Raphathon, it do be. 35 stream streak. Holy, not bad. Very, very poggers. I think they're known as a race of creatures as Estelle, but they all have various surnames. That could be it. But I really genuinely wonder about their level of intelligence. I call them space bugs, and it isn't an idle phrase. I truly believe that they are, unlike sort of the very powerful beings in Bloodborne, the great ones, I actually believe they're quite different. And I wonder if they are named that by others. Estelle, too. Now, keep in mind, I'm not like a super Latin expert by any means, but I know that Estelle, okay, we have, how do you call it? Hang on, Stella. I think Stella is star. Hang on. And I wonder if it's supposed to evoke that, because the word itself, Estelle, does not mean anything, I think, significant. Anyone reach any insight as to why Estelle is a bastard? Yeah, I really wonder about that too. I don't know. New hairstyle suits you? Thank you. Vicar Amelia is also recolor bell ringer too. Yeah, okay, so the thing about the Vicar Amelia, I don't want to get too far into it. Because that's Bloodborne, and I don't want to nerd out too hard. But basically, we know this because of Lance McDonald's taking apart of Bloodborne and stuff. But he managed to like create the cutscene so you could view it. They basically just reused the asset. She's a bell ringing maiden, but she has different eyes, which is really interesting. Not malformed star? No, he is a malformed star, but his weapon is the bastard stars. That's his weapon name. So it's interesting, like what part, like why does his signature weapon that comes from him directly from his remembrance, why is it called bastard stars or bastard star? I have to look at it. It's interesting, right? But yeah, Stella, Estelle, all of these are names that, like Estelle, Estelle, all names that come from the word for star in Latin. Astral, yep, that's a word that comes from that. Stellar, yeah, all this stuff. But it's interesting because I just looked it up out of curiosity. It turns out Estelle, spelled Astelle, means piece of wood in Middle English. From the Old French Astele, Astel, splinter shaving. Compare Latin astula, diminutive of assus, board. So literally, like, if you look at in Middle English, the name means wood. Who gave you the Wing of Estelle in your playthrough, though? So the first one I got myself. The second one, Lyco gave me. I don't think Lyco's here yet, but he's obviously, like, he's a mod, he's a regular, he's been around for a long time, and he offered to drop me a second one, and I was like, perf. Zedelia, thank you for the follow. To a butterfly chrysalis, they hang from the ceiling and don't do much after all. I think so, but compare with the antlion. That's generally the community agrees that the Estelle and the malformed beasts, the star beasts are based on an antlion life cycle because they look really similar to antlions. So the baby is the falling star, then you get the cocoon, chrysalis, I forget the term and which one you use depending on what. I'm not an entomologist. And then you get the full grown with the wings. So that's really neat. Estelle also leveled the eternal city we find Fia in. We know that a falling star beast did that, or I should say, like, that creature, but I really do wonder if it's the exact same, what do you call it? If it's the same one. I don't know if it's the same one. It's definitely suggested, but we don't know. How long till we get to Estelle and his lure through? I don't know. Can we see the cute hairpin? You'll probably see a little bit more when I'm playing because I'll be turning my head, but it's a little black butterfly I got years ago. What do the falling star beasts do? So a full-grown falling star beast or malformed star, like Estelle, is the being that destroyed the eternal city that we now call Deep-Root Depths. It doesn't have a sky like all the others, but we see the ruins everywhere. That particular city was destroyed. And it was probably Estelle because it does say, I think he took their sky or something along those lines. What's your build for DLC? I don't know yet. I haven't decided. I have so much time. But yeah, so that's why that particular place no longer has a name. It's not Nokron, it's not Nokstella, it's not Nok anything, but it's a ruin now. New Butterfly, are you also a child of Marika? I hope so. Estelle natural born versus bastard is interesting. Yeah. Starry Sky in his boss arena. It's like, yeah, it's like he took it for his own. Yeah. It's pretty interesting. What does it mean to steal a sky? Yo, I'm really glad you're enjoying the uploads, Addis. Love Bastard Stars, my index build. I wish I loved the Bastard Stars. I love that you love it. I was never able to get that weapon to work for me. So, knock her on this, knock her on that. You better knock it off. Hang on, knock her on this, knock Stella that, but you better knock it off. I think that would work better. I can't use Bastard Stars because it jingles when you walk. Honestly, the baby rattle sound does drive me a little crazy as well. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. Share the dank, welcome. George R. R. Martin uses the word natural born about 1 million times to mean bastard, and there are some Middle English roots to it. Yeah, one thing about George R. R. Martin, he's not like Tolkien level, but he does know his history. You know what I mean? Like to quite an extreme degree. So I totally buy that. The other thing too is, once again, the main question is, what does it mean to be a bastard star? Like, what exactly does that mean? Okay, my watch is telling me to relax. You're lowering too hard. Relax. It's like, do you want to do a breathing exercise with me? And I'm like, no, I'm streaming. I'm perfectly calm. What the heck? Oh, thank you so much, Master. There's a Fluffy. I apologize. Thank you so much for the 270. What the heck, Arino? I really appreciate that. That is so kind. Thank you for the dono. And Jimmy Conderson also, before I forgot over here, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome in. That's not going to help you calm down. My watch is about to be like, thank you so much. It's a massive dono. 270 freaking dollarinos. Thank you. TTS turned off blasphemy? The TTS was... It was turned off. I'm so sorry. I forgot to unmute. Sorry, I've just been jamming out to the Elden Ring main menu music for so long. I didn't realize you guys... I'm so sorry. That's my fault. I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna do my lore voice for it. I have to make up for this. Collector's edition unbox. I want it. I want a collector's edition. You get Marl like so many toys. You want to know his favorite toys? These things. I definitely recommend them to anybody. I'm not sponsored or anything, but they're really great. They're Team Eco wool balls. I have a couple here, so they're like hidden, but they're literally just these small balls made of real wool, dyed with plant-friendly, animal-friendly products or whatever. And my cat goes freaking buck wild for them. The bag? Yeah, this is the toy. Nah, it's these little cute little balls. Thought the Loreathon was about gameplay, Kappa? No, you didn't. We will get to it. Hang on. I gotta unscam Master NPS over here. Enjoying all the content. Can't wait for the DS1 part of the Loreathon. Thank you, streamer. Thank you, Master NPS. Custom voice line. We don't play the game while loring. I actually feel like, okay, other than the last couple streams, which I have barely taken any steps, I generally do move while I talk about lore. I actually am rather proud of my ability to at least have 50% of a conversation while playing games. I'm actually quite proud of that. It's not exactly like advanced, you know? Like, it's not like I'm not like doing challenge runs while having in-depth discussions. But to be fair, most of my brain is occupied by lore, so. Bastard of the Void, who's been doing premarital bonking in the void. Yeah, you know what? Natural born of the void, malformed star. He stole a sky. There's a lot to it, and I really wonder. I'm once again gonna get into that butterfly spell that also uses nebula magic. Like, something is going on here. I'm not over it. That spell that we see in the trailer, the butterfly spell, you know which one I'm talking about, the beautiful pink one. I am telling you, it's 1-to-1. Like, I think everyone notices, but I use Nebula a lot. It's my favorite Ash of War. I've used it in PvE. I've used it in PvP. I know its timing. I know its sounds. I know its effect. It is literally the exact same animation with the same sound. What the heck does that have to do with butterflies? None of the figures that we know of in the lore who are associated with butterflies have anything to do with space or cosmic magic, as far as we know. So why does the combination of 2 butterflies equal space magic? I have been like, people have just been sort of like, yeah, it's just like, you know, gonna be like the two people with butterflies or whatever. And I'm like, but why is it space? Third Estelle creature is somewhere in Shofra. Just Skullhead throwing spells at you from the top of the temple. Yes. So there's also eggs there. And those might be ant eggs, because there's also ants everywhere, but it's also possible they're like Estelle eggs, right? So there's like a lot going on specifically with, there's quite a few, because there's many of them. And it looks like they spawned potentially from maybe even just one. Elden Ring, there's a lot going on, yes. The thing is, like, I'm not saying that Estelle is the only one allowed to use space magic. It's just Estelle and associated beings are the only ones that we see using this exact form of space magic, and specifically both items that have Nebula as an Ash of War. There's 2 special items in the entire game that have Nebula with that exact effect, and that is the Wing of Estelle, which is from Estelle, and the Bastard Stars, which comes from Estelle's remembrance. They're both intrinsically linked to him. So they're space magic, but here's the thing too. No one else uses that particular level of space magic. The Alabaster Lords, they don't use Nebula though. They use gravity magic. It's different than Nebula. The only one that we see using Nebula is a full-grown Estelle. The midpoint, the larval, I think he just shoots gravity at you. And the little one, the Falling Star Beast, also just uses gravity, no Nebula. It almost like it comes from the wings, because it's the wing of Estelle, and like literally its body, when it's fully grown, and its wing are the only one that uses that magic. Gravity magic, yeah, other things use it, other beings use it, Radon uses it, but even then, none of the beings who use it are associated with a butterfly either. The full-grown Falling Star Beast has a laser, yes, but not a Nebula. Specifically, the Nebula attack is it only comes from the Estelles that we fight, the fully grown ones. Nebula thing, Elden Beast sprays. The Elden Beast does have a very, very similar thing too. Yes, it's a different color, but so is the butterfly one. So basically only fully grown Estelles and the Elden Beast, who is apparently a star? So only stars can use it. What does that do with butterflies? I'm not really asking because I don't know, and I don't think we can know yet, but I think there's a little bit more to that spell than people are giving it credit for. Also, I did notice, we talked about it on Discord a little bit, so hang on. I don't have the pictures saved. I don't have them saved on my computer. I saved them on my phone. But I watched the trailer again and again and again, and I think it's definitely space magic, but I still just don't know what it has to do with butterflies. I guess we'll have to find out. Butterflies mimic the life cycle of a falling star. Yeah, they do have a transfer. They're insects. They're both bugs. So definitely I see that. But the butterflies, unless we're talking about a completely separate being, are very, very much linked to 3 figures that we know of. 3.5 figures that we know of. Melania, Mikola, and Mesmer/Melina. One or the other, or both. So definitely, the life cycle, the antlion, they both are bugs with a life cycle that evolves. Larval stage, cocoon stage, transformative stage, and then adult, full grown. And massive transformations. Yes. I don't know how to bridge that link unless they're just doing, it's a bug spell, don't worry about it, you know? Hope we're getting 6 sorceries too. I bet there's a definite Karian presence in the trailer already. There's at least one pretty important individual. Now she's got gold streaks? I'm a natural blonde. My hair just got dark as I got older. Also, dyeing it for many years probably changed its color. So I'm just back. This is back to me being in my true form. Bugs in space is very much a thing in Bloodborne too. Definitely. FromSoft reuses its concepts and animations and stuff. I think they do a great job with it. It's always fresh despite also being inspired by the same concept. Like, you could reduce every single FromSoft game from Demon's Souls to Elden Ring into hubris, and it's a cycle. Boom, I just defined every single game. Demon's Souls, Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, Bloodborne, Sekiro, and Elden Ring. Congratulations, that's them. Hubris, and it's a cycle. Oh, and stagnation bad. Boom. Rob, thanks so much for the gifted membership. I really appreciate that. Justin, enjoy your membership. Hello, how are you? I'm doing great. How you doing? Thanks for the spoiler. And swamps? Yeah. The people in power suck too. You know what? Yeah. I'm just trying to I'm being as general as possible. So like hubris is kind of how I'm putting that, but hubris is like, and we can take it like one step lower and it's like, yeah, the people in power do be sucking. Maybe how like moths are attracted to light magic, butterflies are attracted to space magic. It could have nothing to do with the demigods, but I think it has something to do with our demigods. That's the thing. I tweeted about it. Real hairstyle is samurai bald. No one's real hairstyle is samurai bald. You have to create that. Ostrava seemed like a Chad. Oh, I love that you think that, like, genuinely, because I think the whole time I spent calling him like a little baby. Like, I love him, I love Ostrava, but I really do think he's a little baby, and I mean that with absolute love. You need a little bit of help. Shout out to, or not shout out, but throwback to when I played Demon's Souls and I called Ostrava Strawberry the whole time. My boy Strawberry. You probably shouldn't subvert the natural order. FromSoft villain, I'm gonna subvert the natural order even harder. You know what's the best? Is sometimes they're not even technically the villain. Well, they are, but they also aren't. Like Gwyn. He's the villain of the story, but he's also kind of not. Ronnie is also a witch who turned her half-brother into an undead fish. There's a rhyme in there. Ronnie the witch who turned her half-brother into a fish. It's an internal rhyme between wish and fish and witch. I'm vibing. I'm vibing it. That butterfly nebula spell is seriously perplexing me. Thank you, because seriously, there's links to Mikola and Trina in it, for sure. And I'm not arguing that. It's just I'm sitting there and I'm like, why is no one talking about the fact that it's space magic? Like, we don't know whose spell it is. We just know it's Faith. Most likely because you have it. You see a seal in the hand, and seals are always incants. And then we see butterflies. Okay, and then we see pink, which we don't have anywhere. We don't see that shade of pink anywhere. And then we see space magic, nebula, and not just space magic, but space magic associated exclusively with Estelle, a full-grown Estelle. Like, what is even happening here? Whom's is the caster of this spell? So it looks a lot like Roderica with a blue hood. I think it's supposed to be a player stand-in, right? Like we see in the opening, we see Vargrim, or a character wearing Vargrim's armor, who is kind of like our Tarnished stand-in, as well as the warrior starting class. And those, I don't know if they're supposed to subtly be Vargrim himself and the warrior in blue himself, or if it's just supposed to be, here's your starting class. You know, like it's supposed to be like a nod to us, the player, the Tarnished. Because they tend to use Vargrim's outfit for that, and the warrior outfit was also shown off in one of the very, very early trailers. I think the reveal trailer of Elden Ring. So that's kind of like a callback there. And then we see a figure dressed exactly like Roderica, but in a blue hood. I think it's supposed to be a reference to our Tarnished, not a specific character. Yeah. But it could be. It could be a bit of both, right? We see pink butterflies in the Hillock tree. We do. We do. They are translucent pink butterflies right above the right above Melene's arena in an area of rot. They are not, you can't interact with them, you can't pick them up, and they look very different from the ones we see in the spell, but absolutely, those are the only pink butterflies we see, and they are very interesting because we otherwise don't see them. We don't have a name for them, we can't interact with them. They're not Aeonian butterflies, they're not nascent butterflies, they are a translucent pink. The Red Dancer, however, appears to be an actual enemy. Yeah, exactly. Pics of the pink butterflies, we'll have to get there in the game. Elden Beast use pink galaxy magic? I think it's gold. I think it's... Okay, listen, it's been a very long time since I fought the Elden Beast. Elden Beast uses an attack very similar to Nebula, though, for sure. That's actually one thing I forgot. So whoever mentioned that in the first place, thank you. Because I did notice when I fought Elden Beast that Elden Beast also used a recolor of the Nebula spell. I believe it's gold, though. So basically, the only ones who use it are full-grown star beings. Because Elden Beast is a star being. Do you ever see From's NPCs not in phantom form attacking enemies with you on their own volition besides Estrava? Technically, Eileen. We do a quest with her. She joins us in our world. Dark Souls 3, Onion Bro, Siegward, I believe? Or Siegfried, not Siegfried, I forget which Sieg it is. But Dark Souls 3, yeah. It's goldish and kind of purple. Huh, okay, so it's definitely the same thing. We'll have to take a look at it. Cheese Master.
Who was into archery want to date the guy she bought her archery supplies from because he made her quiver.
Stupid. Hang on, I gotta get my stream manager open because I forgot. Okay, yes. Okay, I don't think I forgot anything. Cheese Master, thank you for the 100 bits. The explosions are gold, but the gas looks the same as Estelle's. Really? Is it 1-to-1? We gotta, well, I guess I gotta fight freaking Elden Beast again. Def gonna try DS3? You should. It's definitely worth playing. Especially since if it's an older, if you're like... It is one of their newer games, so I think definitely more approachable. They're all worth playing, all of them. But Dark Souls 3 is very approachable if you're playing backwards. It's a good sort of bridge, I think, personally. For whatever reason, Roderica left the round table to follow us. Start throwing hands with mobs. That would be unprecedented in the lore of Elden Ring itself. Yeah, I don't think it's actually Roderica, but I think we are supposed to look at her and think Roderica. I will also point out that one of our starting classes, in fact, one second, let me show you the game because I wanna talk about something. Try getting to DS2 and DS3. I just can't. That's a real pity. Okay, so I'm gonna show you something real quick because it's related. Sorry, I'm gonna skip. I'm so sorry. Okay. We're not actually making a character, but I just want to show you this because I was thinking about this and I was like, huh. Origin. How does it? Base template. Here we go. The warrior, you can kind of mostly see her face, has the same green eyes of Roderica. I don't know if they're the exact same hue, but this is literally very similar to Roderica. I'll turn off my cam for just a sec here. Similar face, different hair color, but the same hairstyle and also green eyes. And Roderica is a tarnished. You know what I mean? Like, I think there might be... I don't know. Anime morph coated. I seriously don't think Mesmer's twink coated though. Like he looks terrifying. Oh, here we go. Okay, I'm not sure about the hair, but I set the sliders up, so let's take a look. I set it up today. I remembered. So here's my new girl. Can Roundtable Hold go away? Thank you. The sliders are from the internet. I'm not sure about the hair. Can twinks not be terrifying? I think it's the fact that he's too monstrous for me. Yo, Polly Wally, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Welcome in. Thank you also because your name is very fun to say. She looks mean? Yeah, she's Mesmer's girlfriend. Think he's gonna be nice to you when he's impaling you? We're gonna be a power couple. He's like Slenderman? Yeah, but I've never wanted to date Slenderman before. I mean, yeah, it's true though. Okay, so the sliders created that, like, chose this hair because it's supposed to be like the prisoner. I don't mind this hair, but I feel like there's probably better hair. But really, we just need a better hat. She's pretty though, huh? Even with the bowl cut, she could rock the bowl cut, I'm telling you. I was thinking this hair, honestly. Hairstyle 11. It's actually kind of a happy medium, no? Mesmer has my build. Finally, I feel represented. Are you 7 feet tall? Love using the headpieces that can be altered to just be a headband. Very fashion. That's the one I'm rocking right now. I just think it's lost in her hair a little bit, but we can experiment. Serpentine crystalline eyes. Yeah, I'm not sure about her eye color or even her hair color. I wasn't like sold on blonde. It's just I think that like with the Mesmer red and the you know, the girlfriend blonde, it's just like just cute, you know. Close unironically, yo, sick. I'm happy for you. Seriously. I think this hair could work. We can try it out. I've never used this hairstyle before. I was also thinking pink, but like I have a pink problem. Do you know what I mean? Like I always make my characters pink haired, so I'm trying to stop. Also, I feel like it's like eerily close to Melina, potentially his sister. So it's like, you know. I'm built like Fire Giant. I'm concerned that you mean the face in your stomach. Not the body shame, but if you have a face in your stomach, like maybe go to a medical professional. Bum leg and everything. Oh, that's the worst part. No, I was hoping it would be perhaps the face in the stomach. Goofy height and slender arms. Mesmer and I are bros. Let's go. I'm built like Estelle. Is it the tail? Like what part? I can fix Mesmer, trust me? Why do you think I want to? I like him dark and evil. It's true. I have a problem. Bonus points if they're corrupted by evil, like Artorias, Yas Queen. Built like a pile of gold tinge excrement. My torso is made up of a series of interconnected balls. Balls. Sorry, listen, we're gonna get to the lore. Just I gotta get it out of my system a little. Alright, we'll leave her for now. We'll leave her for now. This is good. This is good. We can always... Oops. These are my other faces. I don't love this hair. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't love it. It's very similar to what we have, but I just don't love it. You said balls. Yeah. LOREATHON balls. I love this hair for boys. Like for girls too, it's just like I'm a long hair enjoyer. I am an enjoyer of the long hair, which is why I love this hair so much. And also this hair. No. I miss my Dark Souls 2 hairstyle. Like, legitimately is goated. You know which one I'm talking about. This is like Radigan hair. Like, it's literally just Radigan's hairstyle. Well, if that's Mesmer's dad, then this is gonna get weird. It's really the... Here we go. Look at the braid. I love the movement of the braid. Like, honestly, it's so glorious. This is the hair I started with, I believe. Oh my god, we haven't talked to anybody here. We showed up, talked to Roderica a little bit, but we haven't done everything else. So, okay, we can now begin commencing the LOREATHON day 3. So we left off last time. We just made it to the Roundtable Hold. Didn't talk to anybody except for Gideon and Roderica. Progress your quest line just a touch. I love this statue. It's very foreshadowy. Also, Marika's interesting because she's got this weird, like, double braid thing going on. Do you know what I mean? Like, she's got, like, the shorter braid on this side and then the really long braid here. Still need to finish Cyberpunk? Oh, I gotta try that. Or, play that. Astrid from How to Train Your Dragon? Oh, no. Yeah, she does, actually. Two personalities, two styles. I really wonder, because it's sort of like this weird asymmetrical like double braid, but here this depiction of her has her hair completely free. This appears to be a depict, although I guess it could go into a braid, but it doesn't look like it. It's very ambiguous, because even there, like, I think you can maybe see a braid there, but it's really hard to see. Because if I bring out the torch... Oh wait, no, that do be looking... no, I can see a braid. I don't see one on that side. If I take out my torch and then I do this, the torch goes out. Because this game is just... It'd be like that. That came with the Colosseum patch? Yeah, yeah. This statue was not there. Initially. Use law of regression? I can't use the law of regression yet. I just started a video game. Yeah, it's really hard to tell. Let's compare here. Because see here, like her hair is immediately braided. So that's a different hairstyle. No matter what, this is a different hairstyle than we see her in the statues. Looks like Fia, in my opinion, the painting. Okay, so I want to talk about that painting, actually. I don't know if... Oops, that's not the right button. I don't know if Zeph is here right now, but Zeph pointed out and made a little image of the lady in the portrait, in the trailer, and pointed out something that I don't know how we missed. And I'm not saying everybody on the planet missed it, but I haven't seen anyone talking about it. She's got dark hair. The part over here that looks... In fact, I'm going to pop on the trailer. Give me a second. This is important. Oh, no. Gotta open Chrome. Ah! I'm just gonna open it. It's right around a minute. I remember because I always listen to the music. Here we go. So once again, it wasn't me who noticed this. It was Zeph. I don't think they have Twitter. I know they're on here. Just potentially not here right now. But... Oh, it's already saved from last time. Perfect. Right here, you can see my cursor. This part I always assume was the hair because of the hair-like texture of it. This is hair. This is hair. This is hair. She's got black hair. Like, literally, do you see it? It's one of those, like, I don't know how we didn't notice. But literally, this individual has black hair. It's concealed by the veil. It looks shaded here, yes. And this I always assumed was hair, the blonde looking thing, which attaches to these like other bits, and it's potentially attached to the veil / headdress. But no, she's got black hair. It's very subtle, the bangs. Once, like this right here is definitely hair. She's got long hair that goes all the way down to her stomach. This is incredibly long hair. But it's pure black, like pitch black. So she is not blonde hair, this individual. I don't know what this headdress / veil could be. We were thinking maybe it could be animal hair, some sort of like perhaps like curled horsehair or something. This is not, it cannot be a wig though. Because if she was supposed to be wearing a wig, there's no way her real hair would be free underneath it. That would be so amateurish. No shot, it's a wig. Any culture that wears wigs makes sure that the hair is fully covered. In other words, this is a part of the veil. But it is not her hair. It doesn't mean it isn't hair, but it isn't supposed to be concealing her hair. And it is definitely not her natural hair. Ceremonial headwear? Definitely ceremonial headwear. But the thing I want to point out is this individual that I assumed was blonde is not. She's black hair. I don't know who this is. Yes, hair dyeing is a thing. Hello. I just did. Yes, it's possible this is an individual that we know of with a different haircut. But the thing is that in these games, hair color is hugely important. Massively important. So we would be remiss not to point out that this is a very long dark-haired individual, potentially related to the other figure that we've seen with black hair, Melena's awakened form. People are purporting this to be the Gloamite Queen. It's possible, but I will also point out that this hair is quite wavy / curly. You can see the curls evident right around here, versus Melena's awakened form is pin straight black hair. Maybe Tanith? It's been a while since I've seen Zuli's video. I don't remember Tanith's natural hair color. Can someone remind me?
What's a priest's favorite video game? Mass Effect.
Stupid. Doesn't even make sense. Might be a new character. Definitely. I honestly, I think it's a new character, but I definitely think there's a chance they're related to somebody we know. I think this is Marika. It's possible. It's possible. The mother depiction. She's pregnant. She's doing the holding the Ute representative of I have Babby in here. This is the eternal gesture of I have Babby in here. Other significant things: ceremonial headdress, the bracelets, very thick, heavy, stone-looking bracelets, veil. Also, I will note, maybe an eagle-eyed individual can spot. Can I zoom in onto this trailer? I've never done this before. Well, that's not how I did that. Hang on, one moment, please. Well, I can make the thing bigger, but not that I can't zoom into the image. That would make sense. Okay, it's a real bummer. Because I was hoping we could zoom in. I don't see a ring on her finger. The not on her left either, but all the Empyreans and Elden Lords, they have a right hand. I do see something, but it could be a ring. It's a really difficult to gaze at image, no? Tanith has a very dark brown hair color. This hair is aggressively black, like pitch, to the point that it almost absorbs the light around it, really notably. Sure, those are bracelets and not end of cloth stitched bands. Oh my god, yeah, it could also be end of cloth stitched bands. Yeah, related sort of like over here we see and this we see. Yeah, it could be cloth. It could be end of cloth stitch bands, absolutely. She could be that old guy's deathbed companion. Possible. Likely based on the headdress. But I will note, this headdress is different from Fia's. Very reminiscent. But Fia, hers is all black. And it's got tassels without any decoration on them. Versus this one, these decorations look a lot more golden. There's a golden, there's gold trim. And it also extends further. So I'm not saying she isn't a deathbed companion, but she's definitely dressed in a more advanced way. And I don't think... The rest of the outfit looks a little different. But this part, it's definitely reminiscent. You do be looking almost dead? Yeah. Painting is kind of eroded, so it's hard to define her hair color. This is so blatant hair. Honestly, at this point, I think it's like, yes, it's eroded, but there's so much obvious black hair back here. I don't think we can dismiss the black hair. I think it's pretty, like, down here, huge. Like, I have it on my computer. I don't know how you're viewing this, but you can look at the trailer yourself. It's a minute and 4 seconds in. The portrait is everywhere. Called it. Mesmer is not the final boss. This lady is. I'm not going to say this lady is. We don't even know who this is yet. Guy is literally Ishin. Pfft, he wishes he were Ishin. Bruh. Ishin is full of life. How could I forget Renala? She is black hair. Renala does have black hair. Her hair, do we ever see it fully down? Not really. Renala's interesting. She does have black hair. I don't know if it's curly because it's pulled behind her hat. Could be. She was born at the base of a tree. It could be a different tree, but she does want to return to the Erd tree to get her purpose, which does suggest that is potentially her origin. Oh, if it doesn't look Karian at all? No, no, but we're talking about hair color. We're just throwing things out there. Yeah, no, Renala is a black-haired individual. I don't think it's Renala. Looks too old and rickety for that to be his wife. Yeah. But we can't be sure, can we? It could, yeah, it might also not be a marriage. It could be old king with daughter behind. Anna Nicole Smith type marriage. Yeah. We have to remember too, you know, a lot of the time older individuals were married off to very young people, right? Very young women specifically. Or deathbed companion. It's a little odd to depict, because for a portrait, you had to sit for a portrait for a very long time. And what's interesting here, so he's seated, she's standing, but note that the portrait itself, what's over here? I can't believe I never noticed this. What's over here? Nothing. It could be damaged. It could be intentional, but look at this portrait. The angle makes it a little tougher to see, but here, from frame to individual, from frame to individual is a very small gap, right? Like really small. This character is in the center. Look at the gap from individual to other side of frame. This is a huge, massive space, enough to fit another person. Someone else was removed from this painting. Potentially burnt out? Definitely, this is absolutely... Yeah, I think it's burnt, but whether it's burnt or tarnished or stained... Tarnished? Or stained, whatever. There was another person depicted in this portrait who is no longer visible. Enhance. Again, enhance it! Also, hi Saint, how's it going? What deathbed companion? The guy is nowhere near dead by Elden Ring standards. But potentially he was, and he's been brought back. You know? Did you get a worm emote too? Yes, I love it. I need a worm emote. I'm gonna redo all my emotes, by the way. That's already planned, so like, I guess I might make some new stuff. We'll see. Try to look for images of Renala with no headpiece, but nothing. Unfortunately, you won't be able to find it unless it's like... Because that's just her hat. We don't really have an image without it, right? But her hair is very dark. Why does Alamir the Briar have a giant Melania painting in his room? So that's actually not his room. It's the room of the House of Murray, or Murai. I think it might be Murai. I've been saying Murray, but it'd be Murai. The House of Murai fell because the ruler of the time, when it was the Castellan, or ruler, or whatever the term was, fell in love with Melania. Kind of from a distance, as far as we know. We don't actually know that they encountered one another, but he fell in love with her and collected things associated with her, including prosthetics. There's a couple of clean rot knights in his castle. He's supposed to have witnessed her at Caleb, become obsessed with it. Yeah, he was obsessed is a better term, absolutely. So he started collecting things associated with her, and it's the phantoms in the castle blame him for the house falling, but effectively he was so obsessed that there was trouble and he wasn't able to deal with it, and they had a guilty individual who is imprisoned or supposed to be executed, and he broke free and instead took over. So when we see him, oh, my alerts aren't on this panel. I'm so sorry. Snow Hunter, welcome back. Thank you for 2 months. I really appreciate that. I think it'll play when I switch. She stopped by on her world tour of whipping ass. Her knights hang out there and things are starting to rot. Is there rot there? I thought it's because he built a castle on a poison swamp like an absolute idiot. Oh, there it goes. Thank you. So when we see our boy Elimer there, he just kind of took over the place and stole the sword and altered it and made it his sword. Giant Scarlet Rot Miranda Bloom. I wonder if he put that there. Creepy Stalker sounds bad. How about aggressively in love? I think Creepy Stalker is a little bit more accurate to what occurred. But what's funny is when we walk into the arena, Elmer the Briar is staring at the portrait too. So he's like, So it looks like everyone just loves her. Pretending to not know how to pronounce French words. No, I'm really bad at pronouncing French words. I completely forgot the spelling. I was convinced that Lanciax was pronounced Lanceau because I misread it as the E-A-U-X, which is like a suffix in French. But the U wasn't there. It's not Lanceau. But it took me a long time to break the habit of calling her Lanceau versus Lanciax. yeah, I just misread it. Like I see a lot of French everywhere being Canadian, but it doesn't mean I have any background in French, right? Like I'm not an expert or anything. It's just sometimes you just straight up make mistakes. It's whatever. Also, I still think Lanceau is a better pronunciation than Lanciax, but whatever. Plasudaso. Plasudaso is a banger of a name, though. 40 so. Even better when you realize that fort is the French word for strong. Je suis très fort. Must have been some good relationship with Melania if Clean Rot Knights were sent to guard the place. They are definitely nearby, but I really wonder what's going on there. It's weird there's a couple Clean Rot Knights there. Malay also has a spur from an ant, which may mean he has been to Ainsel chasing the rot breadcrumbs. But what's interesting is that the ants in the game don't give you scarlet rot, but that weapon does. It's a little odd. There's a couple oddities with him, but I think basically with him is we're supposed to think Melania, and I think the main purpose of the Shaded Castle generally is to give us some early Melania lore and introduce us to. We're supposed to think of Millicent. Because she's like, I'm following Melania, and then in an area in Altus we encounter. We get an arm that we can give her. I think it's just supposed to be like, hello, please give this to Millicent, right? I don't know. I think it's like a multifold thing. That guy with Rot Rapier is Tannis' brother. Both noble Castellans in love with demigods. Ah, I wonder. The thing about Tanith though is that she was a dancer, and it doesn't mean that she was a fighter. It sounds like she was literally like a dancer of entertainment with her little, what do you call it, castanets. But what's interesting, we find patches there, and that's where he gives us the castanets. So there is a link between them. Do you think he found the castanets in the Shaded Castle then? That's actually really interesting. Now that you mention it, I never realized. But yeah, we have an individual who's in love with a demigod. And then later, we find patches there randomly with the castanets, which he tells us to take to Tanith. Reason we never find bodies for Moog or Melania? Oh, like their bodies just vanish? They're demigods. They're very mysterious. Morgott leaves a body. Godric leaves a body. But both of them are very different than they appeared in the fight. She seduced Rykard. Rykard seduced her, but Rykard was entranced by her. So I think it was like a mutual seduction. But yeah, effectively. Radon just poofs, yeah, but it's interesting to think of the figures that leave bodies and the ones that don't. It's a good question. Melania, though, does leave the bloom, but you wonder if that's really her. I would think so, because you also get the needle from there. She leaves a giant flower, but she also bloomed before she died, so I wonder if that's like the scar, so to speak, right? When the word for is used in English, it's the French version meaning strength, not the Italian version meaning loud, which has 2 syllables. Common mistake in English language. Oh, like forte, like forte. Yeah, I mean, that's like a straight from French borrowing. Yeah. I thought Alexander ate Radon's remains, or it hints toward it in dialogue. At least some of it. Yes, I agree with that interpretation. Millicent leaves a flower too. She does. She definitely does. Depending on which route you take with her. Hi, Marlo. The baby has come to visit. Hi. Hi, Angel. What are you doing? Being cute? Asking for attention? You heard the meow? Isn't he sweet? Isn't he have the loveliest voice? Baby, come here. So I have very important information for those of you who, if you have a pet or a cat specifically, I think you'll understand why this is such a big deal for me. So my cat finally, after like 8 months, was using his bed, and I've been very happy. I posted a picture because I got it for him, and he had no interest in it because, of course, I bought it for him, so he would not like it. But he finally started sleeping in his bed after like 8 months of possessing this bed that I got specifically for him. And then one day I come here and it turns out that he had thrown up, and he threw up on the bed. And I'm like, oh, here we go. It happens. He's a cute, sweet little baby. He had a hairball. It's okay. It happens. We clean up the hairball. We clean up the bed. But I had to throw it in the laundry. I knew it would happen. The moment I put it in the laundry, it would lose the smell that he liked, and he would think it's some weird. It would be a reset. I managed to coax him back into his bed yesterday after like a week, and I was just like, "Come here, it's my little baby," and then he was like pawing it, and he's like, "Whoa, this bed's kind of sick, actually. I think I'll sleep here." And then he did. It worked. It worked. Duskin, also, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome in. Appreciate the support. Enjoy your butterfly and your emotes. Love the fashion. Thank you. I wonder if Alexander contains some Radon's personality after the festival. What's interesting about Alexander is he seems to maintain his personality, but well, actually, he does change a little, because at first he's like the warrior on the journey. He's ready to begin. He's excited. He's enthusiastic. In fact, thank you for mentioning this, because we're going to do some of Alexander's quest line today. But then post Radon, I think he's gotten the wind knocked out of him a little bit. He's realized he's not as strong as he could be, and he gets really, really messed up. And I wonder if some of it and his following questline comes from the fact that he realizes that he's just not going to make it. And I wonder if it's perhaps because of the beings that he's consumed, beings who have lost. Because we have to wonder, like, he's eating the bodies and turning them into mush and sort of, you know, watering them together and mixing them together. He takes on more than just their abilities, I'm sure. Seems pretty ambitious about Volcano chilling, but then the next, I think after the Volcano, unless I'm missing a spawn, he's sort of in Faramazula, you know? Legit think he's weak because he keeps falling in holes and we have to beat his ass to get him out. Say, have you ever punched his face when he asks you for help? It's really funny. I got to show it off the other day. It's so good. He's like, no, that's my face, not that end. It's so, please, if you start a new file ever, go run over And when he's like, do you mind giving me a good hard smack on the bottom with something big? Which is what he says. I'm not adding anything to it. Just stand in front of him and punch him, and he'll be like, oh, good golly, no, that's my face. It's so funny. It's the funniest thing I've ever heard. I love him so much. Does get kind of depressed after Radon. I think it's because he is always comparing himself to other warriors. Yeah. And the other thing too, by the way, I'm not going to get to show it off in this playthrough, but Alexander has unique dialogue in Radon's arena if you never talk to him beforehand. If you only talk, if your first introduction to Alexander is talking to him after Radon, he has unique dialogue. And it's great, but also so frustrating because you can't do it in one playthrough. Oh, it's really cool though. Alexander consuming the body is kind of like a Venus flytrap, slowly digest them until they turn to goo. They're kind of already a little gooey, but no, definitely. But he doesn't just consume the bodies, he gets strength from them. What does he say? Effectively the same thing, but there is one line that he has that's like really, I don't remember exactly what he says, but it's very disturbing. He said, oh man, I need to do it again. It's been too long. Largely, he just says, oh man, that was quite a fight. I took more damage. I cracked immediately, unlike you, strong warrior. But then he says this like really creepy line about how he's gonna take all these bodies and strengthen himself or something. It's creepy. It's actually real creepy. I love it. We're all in this together now. Yeah. Oh, I think that's part of it too. What if the depression came from him consuming that piece of Radon? He takes on some of the rotted aspects of him from his body parts. I don't know. I don't think it's that, because I think it takes a bit of time. We see him in the midst of a fresh defeat, a really bad defeat. His body is completely cracked. You'll be able to notice the difference. We'll get into it, but he's absolutely shattered. And it's a hit to his confidence. And then he tries to strengthen himself and, you know, pretty much what we're doing with runes, but he does with flesh. Exactly! Exactly! It's so cool. Would he get as big as the Great Jar in Caelid? The thing about the jars is it appears that they are, like, their outsides don't change. They don't grow, but they can stuff themselves with more things. So that Great Jar outside the Caelid Colosseum seems to be rather unique. It was probably built that large. Alexander is a warrior jar, but then we also encounter Jar Bairn. Bairn, for those who don't know, literally means child. His name is Jar Child. It's a little upsetting, but you know how smaller coffins are used to hold smaller bodies, right? Like, that's kind of what we're dealing with here. Like, literally, Jar Bairn is likely like all the other jars, but his contents are different. His contents are children. It's, you know, that's the nature of what we're dealing with here. Alexander is a warrior jar because he's filled with warriors. Marlo, stop. Stop. You're being weird. Sorry. Come here. Come here, cat. My moment. Come here. Come here. Come here. No, you come here. He's here. Jars are tombs? They're not quite tombs, but they're used to carry bodies for Erd Tree burial. Come here. Oh, come here. Go on the shoulder, little shoulder baby. It's the boy. Ah, there we go. Marlo, why do you look like a traumatized Victorian child? Can you tell me? I'm telling you, the other day he heard something and he went all stretchy and long, and I swear to God he looked like a traumatized Victorian child. He had the stance, the face, everything. What's going on with you? Why are you like melting? Why are you being so weird, champ, huh? so grumpy today. Oh, yeah. Oh, my little sweet boy. There he is. Yes. Oh. Yes. Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah. I know you love the chin scritches. I know. Oh, yes. Oh, he's a sweet baby boy. Oh, I love you. I know you want to play, but I can't play right now. I can't. Time to go? Look, traumatized Victorian child. Let's go. Go, child. Good boy. Oh, I'm literally freeing you. Why are you acting like I'm your prisoner holder? That's not the word. Like, your warden. Okay. Anyway, we're gonna play the game now. I swear. Content Kitty, I love him. They always want to play. He actually wanted pets earlier, but now he would like to play. And it's like, yeah, I just started my stream, cat child. She only feeds me 4 times a day, he says. You know what's interesting with him and food? He will have a full bowl all day and he'll be fine. Play, time to play. He does want to play. He's running over to his play spot. He has a spot that he plays. Play the game, you mean it's not a background for just chatting stream? To be fair, we have been talking about the game this time. Okay. Are you ready for some gaming? Well, I just debated you because I'm actually going to use the restroom real quick before we get to this. Okay, so then we'll do some gaming. What's his favorite game? Chase the wool ball. Okay, I'll be right back. All right, gamers. Are you prepared? Okay, so we got our girl. She's mostly designed. I might tweak her. We don't know. I like alternating and playing with things, but she's no longer default.jpg. So, okay. First off, we're going to talk to everybody in the Roundtable Hold. We talked to Hugh. We talked to Roderick. We'll progress her quest line. She's still all crestfallen. You don't know. She's doing the, like, shy girl stance. Dude, I love her gloves and matching boots, like, sincerely. I think she is different colored eyes than our default. It could also be the light, but they are very, very, very like a blue-green. Really pretty. She does. Yeah, I was going to say, I think her eyes, there's significance to her eye color for sure. Blue hood in the capital. I don't know if that's her sister. It could be her sister. They wear the same garb, but it's generally supposed to denote noble's traveling garb. Hugh mentions her eyes. Yes, her eye hue is very significant because Hugh says that someone with the exact same eye color had a talent for spirit tuning. So apparently something to do with the eye color denotes a talented spirit tuner. This is day 2. Oh, sorry. Thank you. I think, let me double check here. Ugh, yeah, it's day 3. Stupid ass Discord. Not Discord. There we go. OBS didn't update. I clicked it. We're good, right? Yeah, okay, we're good. Wasn't it a family member? You know what? We'll just have to find it. I did not get inherent family member mentions because she talks about her men, her people, some background, but like I don't know. We'll have to read it. They are wearing the same thing. They were killed by the Diminula folk, and their bodies burnt. So they didn't have a good conclusion here, but yeah. All right. We met D, so we're going to continue with him. We have not met Godric yet, so we'll see what he has to say.
Hello again. You haven't gone to see Godric yet, have you? Well, no rush. You do as you please. Just as long as he doesn't starve to death, eh? Go to Godric only if you feel the time is right. Killing those who live in death and weeding their death root is a path not to be trod without ample resolve. Go to Godric only. Killing those is a path not...
He's interesting. He's a fanatic, but he's not pushing what he does on anyone else. Very interesting figure, D. And then, of course, we have Corin. Now, this isn't really anything too crazy here, but something I always like to point out, because it's interesting. Initially, in the network test, there were several starting classes you could pick with. One of them was Vargrim set, the wolf set. One of them was the prophet set, which looks identical, but instead of having the sort of board that we get as a starting set, it was the wheel. This used to be a starting set. The wheel is unique to Corin. He's the only one that has it, as far as we know. And to get it, we have to either kill him or complete his quest, and he deceases himself. So it's just interesting. Also, Carian Knight with Carian Retaliation was one of the starting classes in the network test. It's pretty interesting. Do we think D knows who Godric is? I personally believe that D... Okay, so what do we know about D? He is a set of twins, two bodies, one soul. They share, but they have different names, and they seem to be working together and want the same thing, but we can't be certain. But they've never met, which is another weird thing. They know of each other, but they also seem to exist entirely separate from each other. He was raised by the Golden Order, and specifically people who live who hunt those who live in death, or at the very least he was trained to be a hunter of those who live in death. It's all he knows, and I genuinely do not think he knows very much, and I don't mean that disparagingly. I think he does what he was told, and he's grateful to those who raised him, and otherwise doesn't question. I genuinely don't think he knows anything deeper than what he does, which is specifically weeding Deathroot. He is a weapon that is pointed at those who live in death, and that is it. Presumably, when he traveled with Roger, who I don't think will be here yet now I think about it because I haven't done Stormveil. When he traveled with Roger, I think Roger was trying to figure out something about those who live in death, and then eventually they split their paths because Roger wanted to cure them and Dee simply wanted to kill them. I don't think he questions anything, and I don't think he knows the truth about Godric. They simply want the same thing. He uses Godric like a disposal service. You know, he's like, I have Deathroot, you get rid of Deathroot. Works for me. So honestly, he just seems to me like an ignorant fanatic. He doesn't know, and he doesn't have any information on the actual truth. He just does what he's told. He was rejected by all the other organizations. Yeah, right. That's the other thing too. Because of his unique nature, he wasn't welcomed anywhere else. So he also has this sense of like the only ones who would take him, and he's very loyal to them. So, gold pattern on the blue hood is different though. Oh, really? I never looked too closely at it. Okay, we're going to have to take a look at the blue hood. Personally, the vibe I got with the blue hood is that they're not related. They just are both nobles who were sent on a similar journey, effectively. But we'll look into that when we get it. That's all the way in Altus, though. All right, so that's everything with D. We'll go talk to Garank. We'll figure out Garank's lore, talk to D some more. But then we got Corrin. Hello, Corrin.
Oh, I see you've just arrived. Welcome to the Roundtable Hold. I'm Corrin, a man of the cloth. I teach incantations, the strength granted us by the two fingers, and explore the secrets of the Golden Order, so that one day, if a tarnished of the Roundtable Hold should become Elden Lord, I might counsel them, ensuring order regains its proper form, righting rule over men. By the way, do you still see it? The guidance of grace.
I see it.
You do? Wonderful news. Most tarnished are blind to it these days. You are something of a rare breed. Well, what do you say? Care to learn an incantation of the two fingers?
So, Corrin is very loyal to the Golden Order. He wants to study it. He wants to learn more. Eventually, we learn that he's seeking gold masks so that he can find out the deepest truths in all these things, right? But the thing about Corrin, when you study his incantations, is he has 2 flame-based incantations that he sells. The flame of ruin is anathema to the Erd Tree, but prophets sometimes glimpse it within the faith all the same. Sadly, when this occurs, their sole reward is banishment. Why do you think he sells this? He was one of those prophets. He literally had this exact situation. He saw the flame. He maintains his faith, but he saw the flame and was therefore kicked out and banished. Our starting class prophet, same thing happened. Within whatever your personal lore for your character, if you pick the prophet starting class, you start with, I believe, Catch Flame. The same thing happened to you. That's why you wear the thing around your neck, is that you were a banished prophet by canon. So it's pretty interesting. I think he's such a fanatic because he's running from what he saw. The seeing the flame is sort of it's not really a choice. They just sometimes glimpse it within the faith. So I think he just ignores it, but he does sell the incantations, which is interesting. Stuff was muled for her. Yes, I got the set muled for me just for fashion, and some runes. That's it. Everything else we're gonna get fresh. Ironic, the most holy damage spells are int faith and not faith alone. That's actually a great point. Let's look at this. So, very notably, because a lot of the spells that are faith int are associated with Radigan, I believe. I will say many things about that man, but he was not stupid. Every single spell, incantation, I had to use the right word. Every single incantation that Corrin teaches you is faith-based exclusively, including the fire ones. And what's really interesting is the flame ones are also really low requirement. Now, once again, gameplay over lore. FromSoft is a game studio. First and foremost, they would prioritize the gameplay experience first. So having spells that are good for damage that are also cheap, you need those. But it's also interesting considering that even those who are just starting in their faith can still glimpse this flame, but are banished nonetheless. Anyway, let's read some lore. Corrin also tells you he's not intelligent when trying to figure out the riddle of the statue. Yeah, he wants to be, and what he becomes is a scribe. So he basically follows around someone more intelligent than him so that he can write down what he says. And there's no shame in that. Corrin knows what he's capable of. He comes across to me that he's on the cusp of understanding, but he can't handle it destroying his whole worldview. Definitely. And what's interesting is he will, whatever incantations you give him, he will say, but this is heresy. Well, I'll teach it to you anyway. Shove int faith in your face early game? Yes, but also I think it's significant that the only ones that Corrin has right now at the start by default are faith-based exclusively. No intelligence involved. In tarot, the wheel card denotes karma and the idea that what goes around comes around. So it's interesting he wears a wheel around his neck like an albatross. Yeah, I forget the exact lore of why it's a wheel, because you get a set so late game I rarely pick it up anymore. Yeah. Okay. So the two flame incantations, the lore is the same. The flame of ruin is anathema, but then also it's an incantation originating from a sinister prophecy. In other words, a sinister prophecy that the Erdtree will burn. To keep it very simple. Urgent heal, incantation of the Two Fingers Faithful. The Two Fingers has high hopes for the Tarnished, that even if they should be wounded, even should they fall, they will continue to fight for their duty. Same thing. Same thing. Magic fortification. All three of the, or two of the fortifications. Follow the path that has been set for you, and you will make enemies of all others, the monks, the sorcerers, the ancient dragon knights, and the scions of gold. Heed me. The lands between offers no welcome to the tarnished. And then we have rejection. Hark, tarnished, if you truly walk in faith, you must be prepared to reject all else. This is the two finger stuff, right? This is like the most basic faith that remains. It's the easiest stuff to access, the easiest stuff to find. The Two Fingers are effectively vassals of the Elden Beast and the Greater Will. They're able to answer very simple questions. But if you give them something they don't know how to deal with, they basically just shut down and have to ask for more information, which is what we see later in the game. They do not know everything. They are basically, I like to describe them as like television sets. You broadcast something to them and they'll show it to you and they'll tell it to you. It's like a TV set you can ask questions to, but they're pretty simple. So it's interesting that the Two Fingers faith is entirely related to like the simplest, most basic stuff. Thank you, Corin. Bye-bye. Wait, do you have any more?
Further study of incantations, is it? I can happily spare the time and applaud your enthusiasm. May the Golden Order shine through you.
TV set you can ask questions to looks at Raph. Hello. Highly biased magic 8-ball. It's more like if you go to I don't know how to, but you know what I'm saying, like they don't think for themselves necessarily, they simply parrot what has been told to them. Only faith are in, but they draw power from the stars. Yeah, that's actually one thing we're going to look at is like what type of incantations draw power from what. Ooh, a talisman pouch, right. Glintstone pebble. I bought this from Selin, but never read it. Wait, I bought this from Roger, not Selin. The most basic glintstone sorcery of the Academy of Ray Lucaria. The glintstone serves as a conduit, launching magical projectiles at foes. This is a universal first step on the journey to true knowledge of sorcery. It's the ultimate basic spell requiring only Tenant. The glintstone is a conduit. Interesting. Hello.
Ah, hello. You must be new here.
And you must be a rich boy.
Well, just call me Dialos. The honor of one's house holds little import in these lands. By the way, have you met a young woman named Lanya on your travels? She's my servant, but fickle as the wind. Take your eyes off her for but a moment and she's good as gone. If you find her, please be sure to tell me. Be sure to tell me if you meet a young woman named Lanya. She's a servant to my house. She's been my companion since childhood. I've lost count of the number of times I've had to find her like this. Honestly, she's such a little tomboy. Be sure to tell me if you meet a young... She's a servant to my... She's been my companion. I've lost count of them. Honestly.
That's it. Dialos, bit of a dingus. Never found this Lanya? Yeah, I'm still shocked I found that. We never find her directly. Okay, that's that with these folks. We got Roderica. What's going on with you right now?
If I do have a talent for spirit tuning, And goodness knows that would be a surprise.
Still calls her a
I
servant.
suppose I should try to hone it, shouldn't I? I'll ask Master Hugh to teach me.
It kind of sounds to me like Lanya was his emotional support animal. Like, you know how cheetahs, they get stressy, so you give him a Labrador? Like in captivity, they raise cheetahs with a Labrador friend as a companion. So she is a servant whose entire purpose was to be his companion as well. Dialos is interesting, but one main thing about Lanya is she was likely a Tarnished too because she was targeted by the Volcano Manor assassins. It's kind of odd that she was targeted because they generally tend to kill the most ancient of the Tarnished, but also very, very helpful individuals. Like literally, they target people that you can summon to help you as phantoms, like Old Knight Istvan, and Tragoth. Both of them are known for helping Tarnished along their journey. Kind of dumb for them to kill a harmless servant. I also wonder if perhaps Lanya wasn't his maiden as well, or at least took on that role. And that might be something that the Volcano Manor folk might target, because a maiden is important to strengthen a Tarnish, and keeping the other Tarnish weak is good for them in a way. However, I also wonder where he decided that the Volcano Manor did it, because, okay, I don't have this part of the map yet, unfortunately, but we find her in Liurnia, which is right around here. Very, like, not too far away from the Rose Church, which is over here. Dialos, I love him. I really do. I call him a dingus. He is a dingus. But generally, his story is about him being a softie. And then eventually, he kind of just leans into being a softie. And his whole story is about him wanting to protect others effectively, like the jars. He's very sweet. And I don't think that he's very smart. I think there's a chance that Vare told him. There's a chance that Vare, known for killing maidens, by the way, and getting you to kill maidens, killed Lanya, and then lurked around there and was like, "Oh, what a pity. It's so sad that your maiden has been killed. It's so unfortunate, but I was here and can at least tell you that, you see, it was the Volcano Manor." And then we show up, and Vare's gone. And then there's Diallo saying, "It's the Volcano Manor, bro." I'm not saying that it's for sure. I'm just saying there's a chance that he just has no idea what he's talking about. He's got a sweet nature, he's too pure for the world he lives in, and also his family demands violence from him. Right? Adam, thank you for the resub as well. Thank you for 8 months. I really appreciate that. Murder this fool in the house quest line? No, we murder his older brother, Juno. Or younger. I think actually Juno's the younger brother. Which is another thing why about Dialos is like his younger brother like outdid him in every way. But only by his family standards. Do you know what I mean? House Hazel, the tale of House Hazel was told in blood. It's not exactly a family that likes softness and cuddling and stuff. Isn't Juno older? I always forget which one's older, and I still am salty that they named him Juno because that is a traditionally feminine name. Anyway, whatever. I think he was the older. Yeah, it was his brother. Either way, it was his brother. I don't remember younger or older. But Diallo's never measured up to Juno. It was largely the disappointment of his family. He's weak-willed. He is definitely weak-willed, but I think it's also the fact that he doesn't know who he is yet. Like, he has his problems. But in the end, he finds a town of jars and dies to protect them. He ends up finding his courage and his resolve. And he's a pretty sweet fellow in the end. It's a tough journey. Yeah, so I'm not saying that Vare has anything to do with this, but I'm just saying that it doesn't sound like something the Volcano Manor would do. But until once we meet them, once we learn about them, and Vare is eerily nearby. So every Nubble's family tale is told in blood. Yeah, but tale told in blood is something that like a bunch of murderers would say. Do you know what I mean? I think Juno was doing the violent stuff, so Dialos wouldn't have to. Yeah, no. The thing is too is Juno seems to have been a pretty good brother. It's interesting though. You know what? I will say one thing though. It's possible that the Hoslow family is being specifically targeted because one of the quests is to defeat the older brother Juno. So Lanya could have been a victim because she's associated with the House of Hoslow. I don't know. But I guess we'll find out. Or at least we'll be able to guess. I'm just saying that it's also possible that Lanya was just blamed on them. Hello.
Be sure to tell me if you meet a young
All right, we're done with you. Goodbye. Yep. Yep.
Honestly.
Such a little tomboy. Wasn't the last quest? Mm-hmm.
Well, where have you been hiding? I took you for dead. No matter.
I literally have been running past here
Lay out your arms then.
for a long time. About Roderica.
The girl. What about her?
Would you watch over Roderica?
Are you out of your mind? Who'd stay with an ugly brute who only knows how to smith?
Aww.
Absurd. Besides, she'd never agree to it.
It's what she wants.
I refuse to believe it. I don't doubt you, but I know when something's too good to be true.
Aww. He doesn't believe that anyone would want to hang out with him. Probably because Juno declined the manor's offer? That's possible. Because not everyone who we kill is helpful. Tragoth and Istvan are helpful, and that's why they're targeted. But the one guy, Riley, is a Roundtable Hold assassin, or he was. So it's possible he was targeted because he was a rival in another way. So the main thing that the Volcano Manor is trying to do is screw with Tarnished in general. Like in their entirety. Whether that's killing powerful old ones that are helpful to other Tarnished to help them with their journey, or killing other rival Tarnished who aren't affiliated with them. What's his purpose there? It's a dead maiden in the shack where you evade him. That's probably his maiden, yeah. His purpose, considering it was against the Volcano Manor, he might have literally been trying to do the correct Tarnish thing and become Elden Lord. We don't know, though, but he makes it further than others, that's for sure. Seem weird since presumably they don't have any great runes. Yeah, it is weird he ends up in the forbidden area. And the thing is, I don't think Dialos would know is the problem. It's really weird, though, because technically they shouldn't be able to go there because we have the... It's the Grand Lift of Rold, and we get the key for that Grand Lift of Rold from Melina, so technically the others shouldn't have it, so how do they end up there? You know, there's always these questions, like how exactly did they get there if we have the only key? Are there other medallions? Maybe there are other medallions, but where do they get it? Because we got it from Melina. What about Bernal? I heard he burned his maiden too. Yes, so that's Bernal's story, yeah. He definitely burned his maiden, and then upon getting further than almost any other Tarnish, realized it wasn't what he wanted, and he didn't want to kill his maiden in the first place, and instead becomes a recusant. Shiburi beats us to the mountaintops, and Okina is up there. So Okina, by the point that we meet him, has become, or perhaps he already was, because he does help us with Radon, has become a Moog servant. And you have to wonder, and he actually, now I think about it, he invades us. Juno use his whips to climb the walls. They are very OP. Shabriri is literally a demon riding a corpse. Do you know what I mean? Kina already has Rivers of Blood at Radon. So that was his weapon already. But the becoming a demon thing was because of Moog. Like, he already had the bloody sword. And the madness upon him, apparently. He didn't get Rivers from Moog. That was his thing. That's like his sword. Apparently, Okina was Madness Touch. We figured that out last time we picked up his sword and tested it. Rivers of Blood does fire damage. And when Moog fought Okina, it says that he tasted the madness upon his flesh. He was literally frenzy flame infected. Because there's no other reason. And he somehow managed to condense it into his blade, which is similar to what Morgoth does. He takes the cess blood and seals it in his blade. It's pretty interesting. Korn and Goldmask also get up there. At least he's smart. Goldmask, I would believe. I would see Goldmask anywhere, and I would be like, that makes sense. Oh, one other thing. I'm not sure if this is necessarily relevant, but I will point it out because it's not outright stated in this game. Mr. H, thanks for the subscription. Welcome in. One thing about this game that we might, I don't know. In Dark Souls 1, there is precedent for when we get somewhere as the player, we allow others to follow in our footsteps. So, for example, Sen's Fortress is the big one. The whole plot of Sen's Fortress is that no one has ever passed it, because Sen's Fortress is the test before you can enter Anor Londo. If you can't get past Sen's Fortress, you don't get to Anor Londo. No one has apparently been able to do that before, and therefore everyone is like, ugh, yikes, I'm not gonna do that. They've all kind of given up. But once we beat the boss of Sen's Fortress and we get into Anor Londo, suddenly all the other undead are able to access places past Sen's Fortress, as if us getting there allows others to do the same thing. Now, of course, this isn't a perfect thing because there's also Black Iron Tarkus, who gets there before us, and we can summon him for the boss, but time is convoluted. The point is that once we unlock an area, others are able to follow in our footsteps. That is a thing that we have precedent for in previous games, even if it's fairly subtle and it's not perfect. So I wonder if the reason that we're able to access these places, or others are able to, is because we have. But that's not perfect either, because Juno is there before us. If you do Juno's questline, or the Volcano Manor questline, you will get the mark representing Juno in the Mountaintop of the Giants way before you are able to access it, which means he beats you there. So, like I said, it's not perfect, but it's just something I wanted to present because it does explain a few things. Okay, Roderica, hi.
If I do have a talent,
Skip.
I suppose
Skip.
I'll ask Master Hugh.
Skip, we've seen this. Oh wait, that was new. I'm so sorry.
If I do have a, I suppose I'll ask Master.
Hello. And she takes off her hood.
Good to see you again. Thank you very much. I have you to thank, don't I? For persuading Master Hugh. I can happily announce that he has taught me the noble toil of spirit tuning. I'm as yet unsure of what I might be able to accomplish, but if I might be able to help you all, I'd certainly like to try. And if there's any chance to ease the suffering of my dear men who were grafted, well, I certainly must try. Roderica, the Spirit Tune Apprentice. Pleased to make your acquaintance.
She's so earnest. I love her so much. She's so sweet. So, of course, functionally, she allows us to strengthen ashes. It's really interesting too. She says that she may be able to ease the suffering of her men, which suggests that spirit tuning doesn't just strengthen, it can also alter spirits. We definitely get that precedent presented to us already. Hello. So, once again, definitely similar to the character that we see in the portrait in terms of the hood. Not one-to-one. And the hood in the portrait in the DLC trailer is way more intricate with gold trim. But probably the closest we see, except for the weird wavy bits at the side, which I still can't parse because I looked up pictures of similar headdresses and couldn't find anything even reminiscent. Fia is blonde? Fia is blonde. Yeah, we definitely did know that. In fact, I think she has the same hairstyle that I have right now. Or the other one. Look at the shoes. I don't think she has shoes. I think she just has bare feet, if I'm correct about freaking everything to do with this. Fia's dress looks like a mushroom if you look at it as a whole. I see mushrooms in a lot of things. I've never thought mushroom with her, but I mean, it's possible. She is mushroomy. Oh my god. I'm so sorry, Fia. She's wearing the deathbed dress under there. Yeah, no, I do see the mushroom with the flowy top bit. Let's look at the trim here. Same trim. Okay, hello. Color of the stoner necklace? I always thought black or gray. You know what's interesting about it is it looks almost like stainless steel. Like it looks like a caster reflection. Like very much so. Fia's dress resembles a bed veil. Oh, probably. I always associate it with like a nun outfit, but not. You know, quite different also. Not the mushroom lore, it's too deep. Honestly, there's not it's not even like that deep. It's just like mushrooms are plants, bro. They're also rotted, bro.
Greetings,
Hello.
great champion called by grace. I am Fia. Circumstances have compelled
She
my
reads!
stay at the round table.
Bro, she's
Hold.
literally reading. She's so smart.
Great champion, would you allow me to hold you? But briefly, perhaps you might share with me some of your lively vigor and your stout-heartedness. Doing so will grant me the warmth of a champion, and you, I am sure, will bear a Baldakin's blessing. Do you think it vulgar, perhaps? Where I come from, it is a sacred act.
And where is that exactly, Fia? This is a really long-winded way of saying I get cold in the winter. Will you hold me? But okay.
Ah, my thanks, great champion.
Technically, fungi are neither plants nor animals. It's true, but they also have really interesting interconnected systems that can represent, can mimic like the complexity of a neural network.
You are very warm.
So, I looked back. Remember we talked about how every single phantom in this game, like little mini phantom that appeared, like the little ghosts that seem to be almost like trapped in time, like mini remembrances, all have ghostly mushrooms at their feet. There's one that doesn't, and that is the one at Volcano Manor. The one that tells you about Rykard and begs you to kill him. He seems a little bit more related perhaps to a traditional spirit like Loretta or like a spirit ash of some kind, but he does not have mushrooms at his feet. We'll have to double check because I was editing and I looked and I'm like, I don't see any mushrooms, but I'll do a better check when we get to the Volcano Manor. But no, mushrooms are really interesting. I'm not saying they're not significant, and I'm not saying that this isn't like a mushroom. It's just I really think the mushroom lore, while deep, is also kind of simple. Do you know what I mean? It's like, it represents a connection that may or may not be associated with the Erd tree. Also, fungi, of course, are often grow underground. They can consume things. They're like a form of rot, kind of. Like they grow, they consume things, and then they create new life because of it. They're part of the cycle of decay and rebirth. And of course, yes, there are hallucinogenic mushrooms out there. Also, a lot of them are very poisonous. More like the Clean Raw and Radon Night Ghost or the Deathblight Knights. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But it's just interesting to know which ghosts. But he's a ghost that doesn't move. That's why he's a little bit more like the ones with mushrooms at his feet. You know? He's the only one who actually interacts with you. The others... Yeah, the others are just kind of speaking as if it's their last, like the last thing they were thinking about or something that they fixated on before death. But that one, like, directly says, please, you, take up the spear, please. And I think he'll do it for anybody.
What you felt light up inside you was a Baldakin's blessing. Though it is but a fleeting thing, I am afraid. Come back to me, should you require another.
Fleeting?
I
It'll
will
sit in your
take you
inventory
in my
forever.
arms, as often as you need.
Fia's so weird. Thanks, Fia. I just forget what the blessing is. It's a consumable. Here it is. Favor bestowed by a deathbed companion, protection of a hidden temple in the guise of a bedchamber. The favor allows one to forget any aches and pains. In death, there is only peace, for in death there can be no sensation. Cool. Also, hidden temple in the guise of a bedchamber. It's really interesting because once again we have the link between a bedchamber and protection, which is basically like my whole thesis about the trailer, the veil covering the land of shadow. Yes, we have the aspect of it, you know, being hidden by a veil, for sure. But I also think that it's supposed to be protective. The Baldachin's blessing, even though it does take health from you, is supposed to be protective. And then we have the concealing veil, which once again conceals things but also protects them as a rule. So it's pretty interesting. Thanks.
I am pleased to see you again. Would you like me to hold you once more?
Yeah.
Now, come closer.
Mycorrhiza are root fungus that link roots of plants together into a symbiotic network. Neat. Saying the DLC is a crazy high poise value? Yeah.
You are so very warm.
Okay. I don't... Oh, here we go. Talk in secret.
I was known as a deathbed companion. Where I come from, after I received the warmth and lively vigor from a number of champions, I lay with the remains of an exalted noble. To grant him another chance at life, to do so is the purpose of my being. But before I could bear the noble into new life, I was awakened by the guidance of grace and chased from my birthplace. Pray, be kind. Despite all that, I still wish to be a deathbed companion. So please, let me hold you like this, as often as it takes. Then good day to you, my dear.
So we got a lot of interesting messaging from Fia because she wants to be a deathbed companion, and it's a sacred act. But also in the description for the Radiant Baldachin's blessing, we get the message that this is the only once in her life as a deathbed companion will a deathbed companion create this blessing, and is the one that she creates of her own volition. So it's interesting because she wants to do this, and she truly chooses to be with Godwyn, and it's not someone chosen for her. But there's also the implication that the other Baldachin's blessings are not given of her will. It's just something she has to do. I don't know. She's an interesting one because at this point she is choosing her fate. But I get the feeling that beforehand her fate was not necessarily chosen for her, also symbolized by her being chased from her homeland. Just like the undead in Dark Souls, the Tarnished are not well regarded in other places, and generally are forced away. This happened with Roderica, based on some description we get from her noble set that she wears, and her hood, although we get the blue one, and from Fia. Of course, they're from different places. So, you know, Fia's from a distant land, ambiguous. Roderica from a different land. But generally, based on two different lands, really not liking Tarnished to the point that they are chased out and forced away and sent on this journey where they are basically intended to die. You definitely get the sense that no matter who you are, your life changes when you awaken to becoming a Tarnished. But what's interesting with Fia is she is important enough to be mentioned in the opening cutscene, which implies that she is a very ancient Tarnished indeed, and potentially has been here for a really long time. The other figures who are mentioned, Goldmask, Gideon, Horalu, literally the first Tarnished. So she is quite an ancient Tarnished, interestingly enough. Only Gideon seemed to have a peaceful death, or at least he was buried with honor. Yeah. Fia is the only one in the opening cutscene who isn't obviously dead in the image she's shown in. Goldmask looks like he's taking a weird nap, but he's definitely looking a bit rough. Yeah, she's Dung Eater, yeah. Dung Eater too. But we do see her laying with a noble. Fia's entire writing gives me the ick. I definitely have some mixed feelings with Fia. I'm definitely, like, I know she's self-disparaging, you know? Like, she's like, I am a witch and evil and dark, and I don't know. I have really mixed feelings on Fia. It's tough. I talked about her already a little bit, but I mentioned the previous day in the LOREATHON, I mean, about how there are characters who are very similar to her in Bloodborne, but they do not have this icky feeling related to them. It's just Fia, and I can point to lots of things about the writing. It's just generally a little disappointing, but, you know, she's still a very interesting character in her own right. Goldmask looked like he drank some poison and died. He's very curled up, yeah. I wonder if Dung Eater was just killed before being resurrected, like he got killed and resurrected on the spot. Yeah, I really wonder about him. Right, I don't have a bell bearing. Twin Maiden Husks. Unique maidens. Oh, they become like spectral. Really wonder about them. Wow. I'm trying to see if they're like conjoined or something. I don't think so. But it is interesting. They are very unique. They're the only husks who are... Well, they have a function, and they are twins, and also they sell things. The other finger-related people don't seem to do this. All the Mending Rune ending NPCs save Ronnie and Frenzy. So she could be important because she's capable of creating a rune. Like that could be why she's mentioned in the opening. Because otherwise but Fia's been here long enough to discover Godwin, so she's not new. Okay. Pretty sure that's everybody here. Let's go handle Alberich real quick. Twins who all people just look alike? I mean, they're called twins, so I'm leaning toward them being twins. Hi. I'm gonna look past the bow because you're pretty hot otherwise. Oh, Misty boy. Get out of the freaking cold. That looks sick though, eh? Goodbye. Thanks for the tongue. Dodger's tongue. Lures in invaders. This allows your world to be invaded without any furled finger cooperators present, and it also shortens the interval between windows of opportunity for invasion. And the other thing that isn't mentioned here, it makes you priority for invasions even over co-op partners. Thanks, From. Additionally, enables the arrival of a second invader to join when a cooperator is present. With 2 invaders, the maximum number of cooperators becomes 1. Ah, we don't get Alberich's set here. We get him in the real Roundtable Hold. But Alberich, he was a little crazy. And he always thought people were making fun of him, whether it was true or not. So eventually, he cut off one of their tongues. Which is why it's called the Taunter's Tongue. The Cipher Pada. Held reverentially to the chest of a still smoldering corpse. I wonder if it has anything to do with the prophecy. Perhaps someone self-immolated, but nothing else here is burnt. That's the finger seal. Oh, which I still should read, actually. I bought this from the Finger Maiden last time. A sacred seal bestowed by a Finger Maiden which serves as a catalyst for casting sacred incantations. Incantations must be memorized first at a site of grace, and a sacred seal must be equipped to cast them. So this, of course, is what a seal looks like. There's different types of seals. They all have a slightly different look to them, but You can see the two fingers poking out of this one. But this looks very much like what was in the trailer. Honestly, I'm not the best at identifying seals because I'm not a spell or incant user. So I can't tell them apart. But this is how we know that it was likely a faith incantation that was being used with the butterfly spell in the trailer. And then we got, of course, the Cypherpoda, a really interesting weapon. And one that got a fat buff, let me tell you. One of the weapons originating from the two fingers, a formless sequence of ciphers comprise its blade, and as such, no shield can repel it, deals holy damage. The furtive inscription appears to hang in the air, the language of light spoken by the two fingers. It literally does pure holy damage. It literally looks like the Dark Speech from Lord of the Rings, though. Doesn't it? Also weighs nothing. Yeah, it is literally like light taken form. It's pretty good even before the buff. The buff helped. For sure. Frost and Melania didn't know you could sleep the fire giant? I gotta mess with sleep at some point. Snow Witch and Blithe Swordsman are pre-Shattering era, I believe. I agree. Yeah, based on timeline. Ice Crack and Freezing Mist are both sorceries specifically said to have been used by the Snow Witch. Yeah, I was talking about this. Okay, so I mentioned this on Discord, and I just wanted to put this forward because I literally talked about this in my first playthrough, and I was like, bro, actually, that was a pretty good idea, and I wonder if that's not right. I think the Snow Witch that Ronnie learned from was probably a Zamor. So the Zamor were enemies of the giants. There's probably a little bit more lore with them, but the main thing we know is that they use frost, they use very interesting spinning movesets, and they lived in the giants, in the mountaintop of the giants, but warred constantly with the giants. So they were enemies of the giants, and then eventually Ronnie was born of the union between the Golden Order and Karia, representing opposite things that were always at war that were then conjoined and combined in peace. And I think it would be really interesting if she learned from an enemy of her people as well. I think that would be kind of telling, because at that point, when Ronnie was growing up, at the very least... Oh, shit, sorry. When Ronnie was growing up, there was something related to peace. It was peace at the time. Albrecht have a connection to the Snow Witch or Ronnie? You want to know the real thing I thought? I always thought that he just used frost because I was like, oh yeah, that's just convenience because it's meta. Person thought Melania could have been Zamor as well. I wonder about that because we don't know enough about the Zamor. Give me 1 second though, gamers. I gotta check something, okay? 1 second. Okay. I just felt panic hearing that alarm. Yeah, sorry, I sent an alarm so I would be able to check something at this time. Also suggested that Renala used to live up in the mountains since astrology started there. Yeah, she was a stargazer at first. She's just someone who gazed at the stars and then eventually became the Carian queen. The Snow Witch was one of those weird four-arm revenants, hence the doll being modeled after them and having 4 arms. Yeah, so the thing is, too, I just want to point out one other thing. The Snow Witch is described as a crone. Ronnie does not look like an old woman. Personally, I believe it is, frankly, illegal to be a young crone. Like, I know that, for example, I have grandma energy because I don't understand technology, and I get confused by it, and I try to do things in a weird way. But I'm not a crone. You have to look old to be a crone. I'm sorry, Ronnie may be modeled after the Snow Witch, but I don't believe the Snow Witch looked exactly like Ronnie did because that would be illegal to look that young and be a crone. You're not allowed. Maiden Mother Crone is a thing. It sure is. But it represents, like, I understand, but like, I just don't think you could look like a teenage doll and be a crone. Witches can look however they want. It's illegal, dude. I know they wanted to make a hot baby girl so that everyone could fall in love with her in the form of Ronnie. I know. But come on, man. If they show off the Snow Witch at any given point in time and she looks a one-to-one like Ronnie, I'm going to be deeply disappointed. Probably not a one-to-one copy of the Snow Witch. It could also represent like a dual nature with Ronnie, because she's got one closed eye, she's got the sort of spirit half sticking out, right? Like, it's like she's two bodies combined into one. I don't know. The forearm thing is... It's also a lot like the Demon Souls False Idol boss. Remember, like, the old DS2 ladies? Yeah. They got old. Doll is just a representation of her body shape, not exactly the age. Yeah, but I've seen some people argue that the doll will look, that the Snow Witch looks exactly like that, and I'm like, I just don't think that you can legally be a crone and be like that. Or if Celavis made the doll body, he could have made it to his liking. That's true, actually. I mean, Celavis had to have a role. Farm things specifically a tradition of the Carians. Can you know, expand upon this? Because I don't remember anything exclusively about them. Having 4 arms or being related? Yeah, I think Celavis made the doll body. But what's interesting is the doll body has some problems with it. We can't look at Ronnie right now. It's also possible Ronnie, who is not a crone, didn't want to look like one. Because Ronnie is supposed to be a different figure in the Maiden Mother Crone depiction. So she learned... Crones are... Okay, so the Maiden Mother Crone concept, also represented by phases of the moon, generally relates to... There's so many different things. First of all, the 3 women of fate in Norse and Greek myth are potentially like made to be related to that. But the Maiden is someone who's starting off on a journey, kind of like the Fool tarot card, to put it very simply. Young, full of potential is the main thing about the Maiden. The Mother doesn't necessarily need to be a literal mother, but is someone also that is protective, caring, like takes on the maternal traits, raising something, teaching something. The teaching is more the crone concept, but the Maiden, full of potential, will eventually take on the mother role, and then will eventually take on the role of the crone, who is an intelligent guide and teacher. So Ronnie has Renala, but also has Rena. And their names are effectively exactly the same. She says the doll's body has its hindrances, so she takes a lot of naps. Wraith collar dudes also have 4 arms and blue skin. Yeah, they're creepy though. They're like... Those are the ones that ring the bell nonstop and ride weird demon horses, huh? Ever got the Dung Eater puppet from Celavis? I sure have. But yeah, so effectively, the crone is a guide and teacher who passes on her knowledge that she has gained on her journey. So it's like, you know, it's really interesting and cool. And Ronnie and the three sisters, the statues, they seem to... There's always 3s with these sort of things. They're more connected to death. The Wraith callers? Yeah, they literally call upon Wraiths. They're cursed, so it could be when they weren't cursed, they were a race of people. Possible. They're pretty near those deathbirds, too. We'll take a look at them when we get closer. Kind of felt the outfit was what Ronnie was based on, maybe even the coloration, but the face structure itself is probably close to Ronnie's original face since the spirit face matches. Really different colors, though. You have to wonder why she chose blue skin and blue hair if she had another choice. Draws a comparison to the spirit calling bell Ronnie gives you? Yeah, but she gives it to you because someone else gave it to her. and asked them to give it. Like, it's not hers, right? It was given to her by someone else. Unless we're talking about perhaps Rena is the previous owner of Torrent. I agree the Snowy Crone didn't look exactly like the Ronnie person we meet in the game. Yeah, and I'm not saying that like she can't look similar. It's just to be a crone, you have to be old. I'm sorry. We have the same thing in DS2. We have it was kind of cut is the problem. But the old ladies who laugh at you at the start of the game, those are crones. And they used to be firekeeper maidens. Do you know what I mean? Like literally the fact that they are old is key to their interpretation. They have to be old. Visibly too, because in real life people age. In this game, I know everyone's just either eternally young or a doll or turns into a bat or something. That's it. Miniature Ronnie was head to toe, every detail is perfect. They meant the details perfect to Ronnie, the Ronnie that we see. That's the whole point is this doll doesn't just look like Ronnie, it's literally Ronnie, right? That was supposed to be sort of the hint there. Torrent's former master Mikola? Not everyone assumes is Mikola. I personally don't believe Torrent's former master was Mikola. DS2, there was a younger woman with them. Yeah, okay, so the thing about okay, real quick about DS2, this relates to cut content. And was probably something they didn't have the chance to realize because of the nature of DS2's development. But, in fact, let me show you. Because this is pretty interesting when we're discussing Maiden Mother Crone concepts. Give me a second. It's an art book. Nope, never mind. Sorry, I used to have a DS2 art book here. But I put it away on my bookshelf, so it's not here. My bad, I was going to grab it. In the DS2 art book, there is a depiction of Shanalot, or the Emerald Herald, as a child. The game was going to be centered around time travel. There was basically going to be sort of information that you find out. In the opening cutscene DS2, we meet an old woman who tells us about Drangleic and tells us about being undead. And it's something along the lines of, you will forget who you were. You will lose everything that you were. You must go to this land. Something like that. You go. And then when you start playing the game, there's 3 more ladies, making a total of 4, all wearing the same garb. The basic twist, I guess, was going to be that it turns out that that woman that guided you to the land, not the lands between, to the things betwixt, and to Drangleic in the first place was Shanalot in the future. Because we time travel, we meet her as a maiden, we meet her as a child, and we meet her as an adult, as like an old lady. So there is very much this concept of not only time travel, but roles changing as you age. It was like fated to be or something along those lines. Keep in mind, this is totally by someone else and basically by the art book where I looked at it and I'm like, why is there a little kid Shanalot in here? But that's why I think that Ren has got to be an old lady. Like, guaranteed. Okay, let's go to play the game. We're in Stormveil right now. I think we can just continue with Stormveil for now. Bunch of revenants on Ronnie's Plateau by the Manus Celis Church. Yeah, there sure are. They all are around Liurnia. Oh, no. I forgot. Costa! Hey, just real quick.
Oh, hello, only it turns out I can't use one of them. Perhaps you'd like to take them off my hands.
You become a merchant already? Oh my god, I'm sorry I skipped that. I did not realize he would have new dialogue. This is patched in. I forgot about this. I thought he only became a merchant after Godric, but it looks like he can become a merchant a lot sooner now. Bandit garb. Leather garb worn by bandits, light for ease of movement and supple for masking sound. In trade, they offer little damage negation. Bandit manchettes. Worn by bandits. They're light. They don't make a lot of noise. That's basically the lore. I believe this is starting garb. I forget which starting garb this is. And the Cestus. A weapon built for striking with the fists, made of tough leather inlaid with iron rivets. Fist weapons come in pairs, and two-handing this weapon will equip it to both hands. Also get the Stormhawk feathers. A feather from a hawk that lived as one with the storms. These feathers, enveloped in swirling winds, are often used for arrow fletching. Festering bloody fingers, rune fragments. Basically everything else we've read. Okay. The bandit class. It's that easy. I've never started as bandit before. Bandit doesn't start with the cestus, but the dagger and bow and parry buckler. Not the entire... the stuff's divided. We buy the bandit mask from somebody else. So it's not necessarily everything that you get from the starting set. But yeah, no. It's not, like, perfect. Can I throw ideas to a lore theory came up with today for consideration? Sure! Of course! Feel free. Also begs the question of what happened to the crone if Ronnie has her clothes locked away in a tower. You know, it does make me... Like, I'm not saying it's this, but it does... make me think of the doll in Bloodborne having 2 sets. Like, you can get her set. I think personally it might be a little bit of like lore is you want her outfit, so gameplay over lore, because the other option is we don't get her set at all, right? Nope, not this. I want to use the main gate.
Of course, I understand. When you approach the gates, I'll signal them to open. It's only your neck on the line after all.
Thinking earlier about the elevator connecting Earthen Peak to the Iron Keep. But how nonsensical it is, well, I think I understand it now. Please share. Armor set using? This is the Rotten Gravekeeper Altered Cloak. Rotten Duelist Greaves. I believe these are a set piece together. They're like the same. Despite the name being different. Gold bracelets from Gold Mask and the Commoner's Headband altered. Takes off the outfit to go mini. She's not wearing it in the church. She doesn't until... Okay, to be fair, when you're doing extreme violence, you take off your nice white clothes. Because she is indeed not wearing her outfit. Has her hand out, kind of frozen. And then you put the... And her... Keep in mind, her soul is also not there. You don't see her little soul sticking out. And then you put the ring on her finger, and then she appears wearing her outfit again. So it's one of those weird things there. Because it does seem like she took off her garb so that she could become the little mini doll and then teleport. But she does wear it again later. Ironkeep rests upon the surface of the earth, whereas the Earthen Peak resides below the great branches of the ash trees. Oh. That'd be a fun way. I wonder, I always thought it was one of those weird, like... I mean, the place is very madly connected.
The gates! Open the gates!
Listen, I don't want to scroll... Oh, they're going to shoot me. 1 second, please. I don't want to scroll too far up. I can't read the full theory. Ugh! Freaking goofed it. Easy game. Hey. That was because some weird dream thing. If, like, honestly, playing Dark Souls 2 does feel like a dream. Like, honestly, the way the world is connected, I feel is supposed to be... Like, listen, I know the game had some issues with development. I'm not trying to be like, oh, everything can be explained by lore. And, you know, but I really think it does make sense in the end, but it's supposed to maintain this dreamlike value. Right, we don't need to open that. Okay, and now we rest here. Allfather Lloyd to consider? Oh, man. Takes place underground at the elevation of Ash Lake, with the accession of Iron Keep takes place upon the surface of the earth. Like, I like it. I personally think it's supposed to be something that kind of defies logic, but I still really like that. I like that theory. That's fun. Feels like a fever dream. Yeah, it's... Okay. I know someone was complaining very specifically, and I get this. I'm not trying to like be like you're wrong, but no, it's a good point. You basically go through some weird foggy woods, take a couple turns, walk through a tunnel, and then end up at a castle. It's not raining in the forest, but you walk through the tunnel and then it's raining on the other side of it at the castle. And it feels like a dream. That's something that would happen in a dream. And then you wake up and you're like, that made no sense. But it made perfect sense to you there because it's a transition. And the castle is so Alice in Wonderland that I can't even express to you. The knight there, the boss, Mirror Knight. Or sorry, not Mirror Knight, Looking Glass Knight. His arena is framed by knights that literally look like chess pieces. Lewis Carroll's Alice Through the Looking Glass, the sequel to Alice in Wonderland, started off with Alice falling into a mirror onto a chessboard. The entire castle looks like a chessboard. It is stark black and white. It's not a coincidence. I think the inspiration was so hard Alice in Wonderland that I can't even express to you. I love Drink Lake. I'm not saying I disagree. It's just personally, I don't really need an explanation for this stuff because logic doesn't really matter. It's about vibes. Yes. Oh, God, I love Looking Glass Knight. I love that arena. I love the statues that turn to life. Oh, God, I love that game. Ugh. Take one step forward and it's sunny. Yeah, true. Nice of him to leave 70% for you. Right, yeah, we're talking about Gostock, that rude-ass dingus who steals your runes here. Uh-huh. Also super into alchemy lore? Yeah, definitely. Hey, leave me alone. One problem with this weapon is it's so slow. I'm getting ganked! Help. Ow. The main gate is not easy. It's a Ghost Vortex in the beginning cutscene in Dark Souls 2. It's literally us basically falling into the things betwixt. Hello, lion that totally looks like it was stolen from Radon. That is supposed to be like Godfrey's lion. Sirash. Aren't we handing it? Oh, I'm not? Oh, that explains that. I always forget. We grab this. Okay, this is just for convenience of traversing the land. Streaming on Twitch and we're just talking with each other? No, I see both of you. What game are you talking about? We're talking about DS2. Dark Souls 3 is a little too logical. It bums me out a little, I'm not gonna lie to you. Lions are weird, they're always in old castles. Always in old castles? Specifically those of people who were associated with Godfrey, or at least loved Godfrey, and then Castle Sol. So look, it's chained up. The blade on its arm, which it uses, is attached via chains. And its other claw, its other front paw is a manacled. And you can see the flesh is torn from the skin by the chains. And it's covered in scars. Like, this looks more like torture, to be honest. What happened to this poor being. Presumably to help Godwin? Yeah, it's just Godwin is not necessarily... Godwin nor Miquella are not associated with the lions at all. Or Godfrey, for that matter. Castle Souls is a bit of an exception to the rule, but like Radon having weird lions in his related forts makes sense. Godric, same thing. Related to the Colosseum that Godfrey built, like arena beasts. Yeah, lions are very often in the arena. Yep. Connected to the Crucible? Everything generally is connected with the Crucible, but I think it's more just they are straight up just animals. Right? Like, they're not the leonine misbegotten who take on particularly lion-like traits. Okay, so the reason that I was talking about its body as much as I could while it was attacking is because its body vanishes, so we can't study it when it's gone, but yeah. Those are omen horns? No, on its body, I didn't see them. Do they? It's hard to see because the dang thing moves so much. Oh, I'm dead. I just realized. No, 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 no. Leave me alone. Where? On its head? Under its mane? I thought those were just chains. This is the struggle with having to look at models when they're alive. Maybe Sarash's farmer subjects, him being the Lord of Beasts. I wonder, because there's also the fact that they have been tortured and appear to be pretty wild, and it almost seems as if they've lost themselves to the torture. Their bodies are riddled with scars. Their back legs and sides, you can see healed over scars where the fur won't grow anymore. So these were not well-treated creatures. Potentially a symbol of the armor in his mane. Yeah, for sure. No, I'm not... Radon loved... Lions love God because of Godfrey. So that's easy. Godric also loved lions and Godfrey. Easy. Why are they in Castle Sol? That's the part that doesn't fit. Because that's a location that is currently associated with Mikola. And he's doing stuff there. The manacles are literally nailed in. Yeah, like these creatures were tortured. Omen horns would explain why they're treated so poorly, but they are still lions, right? Castle and Caelid? Oh, no. But yeah, no, absolutely. Welcome to the conversation. Welcome. We're loring. More input is always good. A lot of the combo comes from there. Yeah, I'm afraid I do look more at Twitch. I'm sorry, it's hard. I'm still adapting to having two different chats. But I do look at both, yeah. Also, frankly, I'm not used to YouTube chat being so active because normally YouTube chat's a lot slower because I'm newer on YouTube, you know? Twitch is a favorite child? It's not a favorite child. Anyway, sorry, just talk about the lions. It could be that they're omen, because I never noticed the omen horns. I've never gotten that. I really thought those were chains back there. But now that I'm looking, it does look omeny. So that could explain the mistreatment. But it's just, if they're kept here because Radon and Godric were like, hee, I love Godfrey, I love lions. It's weird to me that they would be mistreated that way. Good picture of the horns. Can you post that on the Elden Ring? Are you on the Discord, Nathan? Can you please post that on Discord? Because I'll forget by the time stream's over, but if you post it on the Discord, I'll see it. Meals Deals, thanks for the sub. Welcome. What could they have to do with Soul? I don't know. I mean, Godwyn is a child of Godfrey, and if the plan there is to help Godwyn, you know, but it's just, they don't look like they're well treated. And, okay, Godwyn, oh my god, all the god names. Godfrey did not seem to have this hatred for the Crucible, misbegotten, omen, like this modern treatment of them. It's easy to think it started from the very get-go, but generally it looks like Omen and the Crucible were totally fine and well regarded in Godfrey's army. He fought with everybody. All of them were used. Crucible Knights were Godfrey's army. Ugh. Sorry, just gonna try to get through here real quick. Just squeezing. Excuse me. Pardon me. Excuse me. Thank you. No, don't cook me. Don't cook me. All right, we're good. Crucible Knights don't use actual Crucible incantations, but they use the Crucible transformation stuff. Jesus Christmas. Fuck that item, I guess. Ugh. What a crazy Stormveil it could be. Casting symbols aren't Crucible symbols. Wait, are we saying that the Crucible Knights are not associated with a Crucible? Because this is a spicy take. Done and posted. Thank you, Nathan. I really want to see that later because that's really insightful. Godfrey accepted everyone might have been a necessity. Yeah, for sure. But oh, friendly fire. Oh my god. Because once again, prisoners were used in his army. So they needed bodies. I totally feel you. Oh. Whoa, I live, bitch! Yay. Omen curse begin during Marika's reign, or was it always a thing? So, horns being having animal parts and are associated with the crucible. The curse of the omen, I think, always existed, but I don't think it was always a curse. We talked about this a little bit, so I don't want to get too far into it. Chat, feel free to discuss. Crucible abilities, inherently, they don't use seals like we have to. Yeah, the Crucible Knights are just of the Crucible. They are the closest beings to the Crucible. Description of the Old Fang say? Good question. Let's read this. These multiple overlapping fangs grow from a single root. Perhaps they're a vestige of the primordial crucible. Yes! The lions are associated with the crucible. That would explain their mistreatment. But I still don't know why figures like Godric and Radon would mistreat them, considering, you know, they're still lions or associated. I don't know. It's just really weird. It was considered a divine blessing back in the old days of the Erd Tree. Yet the misbegotten parts. I don't remember if there's an outright description that says the omen curse was, but we'll get to that. I just don't remember that this item. Is this your first playthrough? Far from it, no. PvP champion? Yes, queen. I was indeed the Twitch PvP champion. And the MV pizza of day 2. Not to brag or anything. Okay. So. Crucible. Animal parts, horns growing. We have to remember, when we think of horns growing, we have to remember the ancestral followers too. Their horns grew. They like had buds on horns that would sprout eternally or something like that. Stormhawks? Yes, Stormhawks. It's called Stormveil for a reason. Another veil too. Veil of the Storm. Rune of Death was potentially broken from the Elden Ring. Maybe that's why they're all mangled up and weird. The mangling of the lions begets signs of either torture or battle, but I'm leaning toward torture. You don't nail manacles and swords onto beings that you're not trying to torture in some way, shape, or form. If you want to turn a lion into a warrior, you just teach him how to use a sword like Sif. But these creatures have been mistreated. There's obvious signs of them being tortured. And perhaps driven mad in some way, shape, or form. Aren't beings of the Crucible treated badly because they represent a metaphysical order different from the Golden Order of Marika? So, I honestly think that by the time that the stuff associated with the Crucible is seen badly, I think that's Radigan's doing. And his attempt to erase the history of the Erd Tree and focus exclusively on the Erd Tree and not what came before it. And see it as like this divine source of absolutely everything, and therefore the Crucible, which represents the source of life, and also the Great Tree, which became the Erd Tree, have to be erased from existence, and therefore the things that were otherwise fine are perceived negatively now. And that, I think, is really a Radigan thing. Once again, I just would like to point out that Morgott and Mohg, especially Morgott, speak with quite a bit of intelligence. I don't get the sense that Morgott was raised in a sewer for his entire life. I think it probably happened when he was very young, and he internalized this concept of him being cursed and evil and unsightly and filthy, and it comes out in his fight. But I think that him being thrust into the sewer perhaps happened a little later in his life, and that's why he's still so eloquent. He works as the Veiled Monarch. He's a spy master. He shows clear signs of intelligence, but also in education. So I really think that that's something that Radigan started when he showed up as the second Elden Lord. But before that, when Morgott and Mohg were simply the children of the rulers, Marika and Godfrey, they weren't regarded so negatively. The Golden Order was originally said to be more malleable and able to incorporate other things into it, but when Radigan turned to fundamentalism, things went south. Yes, and also Hugh worships and prays to Marika like a god, because he would have been accepted by her at some point in time. That suggests that the misbegotten were not always treated so badly, because make no mistake, Hugh is a misbegotten. 1-to-1. Morgott talks a lot like his father. Shadow the Erd Tree trailer shows a lion-type creature somewhat related to the Lion Guardians in present-day Elden Ring. So that lion dance creature, first of all, it's a combination of lots of different crucible things. The misbegotten head, very lion-like in its portrayal. The crucible armor on it, the same brassy hue of the crucible armor. Omen horns. It's totally crucible, but it's also literally being controlled by 3 little guys in it. You know, those like dragon dance thingies that you see at like Lunar New Year celebrations and whatnot. It's literally one of those. So someone made it and they're like riding it around. So it's not, as far as we can tell, like a living being at its current form, but it was. They just turned it into like a taxidermy situation. Mistbegotten also holds Radigan's sword in the consecrated snowfield. Radigan's sword that he freaking transformed from a Karian relic. Like that, I honestly think Radigan just threw it away. Honestly, I really think he did. Radigan's kind of an asshole about that. Thought it was a sentient creature. I didn't notice the legs till someone pointed it out to me later. Yeah, but I think it's definitely supposed to be like a creation of crucible things, but it's also not alive as far as we can tell. Also, give me 1 second, just gonna use the restroom, and then we shall continue with lore. Okay, gamers? 1 sec. Hello, I'm back. All right. So, DLC is a travel to the past. It's not directly a travel to the past. It is a realm that exists, as far as we can tell, concurrent with the lands between. And okay, sorry, my mic arm is not the most. There. Okay, there we go. It's gonna tie in with the past for sure, because it relates to Marika's journey, because Mikola is following in his mother's footsteps. That is what the DLC is us following Mikola while he's following Marika's footsteps. So it is related to the past, but also the present as well. And potentially the future. It's one of those really interesting things. Not quite a dream realm, not quite the past. Definitely liminal, but we don't know yet. Hidden land that has always been there? Exactly, yeah. But it still relates to the past. And that's why it's a little complicated to explain, you know? I know I talked about it being related to the past and people were like, but it's not the past. I'm like, it isn't, because but it's about Marika's journey, the start of her journey, like the origin of everything. And Mikola's trying to find potentially the truth. Why is he following in his mother's footsteps? Is he searching for her? Is she somewhere there in spirit form? I truly believe this land is supposed to be perhaps related to the land of the dead. Like the idea of it being like a field of reeds, like Folkvanger, like one of the Norse afterlives. Like there's something to this realm that appears to be almost like an afterlife, but not quite, you know? Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Hope Mikola travels with us. The thing is, we're following Mikola. Listen, I know a lot of people are very excited about more Mikola in this. And it's possible, we already know that the DLC is us following in his footsteps, and he can't leave footsteps if he's with us. You know? Like people are like, I'm so like, I'm excited too, but the thing is people are like, oh, the guy who or the lady who talks to you, the female voice, that's Mikola telling you to follow the DLC. And it's like, but we're following Mikola's foot. How can, you know, like time is convoluted. I still don't think it's Mikola. That's like saying that this game starts with Marika talking to us and being like, hello, Tarnished, please, you must save me. You must follow the grace, the guidance of grace, and you must become the Elden Lord. But it doesn't. It doesn't start that way, does it? But yet everything we do has Marika's hand in it. She set up everything that happens in the game. And isn't that way more interesting? Somehow see more Marika. Me too. I think we will, but I don't know what form it's going to take. Chill already? The DLC isn't even out yet? No chill. No chill. We have no chill here. Weirdly wide mouth. Oh yeah, you know what? The lion in the trailer too. It also has 2 sets of jaws. It's creepy. Real creepy. Anyway. Mikola's already 2 people. He can be at the end and beginning of his journey if he wants. Yeah, but that would be so boring, dude. Like, honestly, I would not like... Listen, I love Marika very much. I think she's super intriguing. I think she's, like, genuinely one of the most interesting ruler figures we've ever had. And part of it also is the fact that we never get to speak to her directly. And the only voice of her we get is Melina. In Marika's own words, as she says. Now, I trust Melina, but I really wonder if she's... If that's real. Do you know what I mean? It's really interesting. I think I honestly feel like... I feel like a lot of people don't realize how much interest comes from mystery. And when the truth is revealed, sometimes the truth... Okay, you ever watched a horror movie? And you're like, oh my god, this horror movie is like really creepy and really disturbing. And then the moment you see what the monster looks like, you're like... I'm not scared anymore. You know? That's kind of how it is. I feel like the only reason people are so obsessed with Mikola is because we've seen almost no sign of him directly. And once we do, there's a chance. Mikola doesn't hold up, gamers. Anyway, let's play the video game. What? Oh, we got to talk to Nephili! Cast out the physical body, which is why Radigan is who we fought. Possibly, but it's also that the fact that Marika doesn't want to fight you, because by being in that arena, you are doing what she wants. So she, like... I know a lot of people are like, why don't we fight Marika? And it's like, well, because why would she fight you? You're doing what she wants. She won't fight you. You are literally there to do exactly what she wants. She has no reason to fight you. But it's also possible she's not there. It's just her body. We're clearly seeing signs of that. Don't kick me, you rude ass. So this weird implement is put on the faces of the hawks. And now they're also manacled, and you can see like blood where these manacles were placed in their flesh. And they do fight you, but I really wonder if they're truly fighting of their own will. This sort of mask, it's really weird. I feel like you see similar things put onto birds when they're supposed to rest. Like I feel like I've seen falcons with this sort of mask. I'm not like a falconer or anything. But I just personally don't feel like this right here is a sign of a well-treated bird fighting of its own will. Do you know what I mean? I feel like every animal that we encounter here is supposed to be somehow imprisoned or mistreated, fighting no longer of their own will. Pelvis the egg is on reminds me of a masquerade mask. Neat. Stop them from being stimulated. Yeah. So I think it's to help them fight, perhaps so they don't freak out by their own fire. Who knows? Hawks are the former subjects of the Stormlord who got enslaved.
Be proud.
Godfrey defeated the Stormlord.
You're a fine warrior. Your only mistake was your choice of master.
Real.
Let the winds lift you to a higher place.
Hi, Nephilim, I love you.
Well, who do we have here? Tarnished, are you? Clearly not one of Godric's lot. I am Nefeli Lu. Tarnished and warrior, like you. I'm here by decree of my father. How utterly repellent this is. This grafting of Godric's ill befits a lord. He's tainted the very winds.
She would know.
If you intend to challenge Godric, I ask you call upon me. The winds run foul with his deeds. I'm certain father would permit me aid the fight. Apologies, but I've idled long enough. As fellow Tarnished, we must each follow our own guidance. Down whatever road takes us to the throne of Elden Lord.
So she talks about guidance, but she says that she thinks that her father would let her. I don't think we ever get a for sure yes or no whether she sees the guidance of grace. I am leaning toward no, because she basically obeys her father. She trusts Gideon, her foster father, for lack of a better term, until she doesn't.
Apologies.
Okay, there we go. Thank you, bye-bye. If it's in fact Nephilim at the end of the trailer, I'm confused on how she could possibly fit in, considering she can die in her quest. It's a good point. I honestly don't know. I think it's probably a different figure. There are very, very, very few NPCs who end up in DLC of their own game. It's not a thing they do very often. There's Sif in Dark Souls 1. Alvina, technically, but she leads you to Sif. Man, I don't even need to hit them. You got this, brother. But neither of them talk to you. And are also totally optional. The one big exception is Lap, aka Patches from DS3. And he's already kind of different, considering Patches appears in every single dang game. So yeah, like I said, the only exceptions are those individuals who are already, well, it involves time travel, so Sif makes sense, but also, once again, Sif doesn't talk to you. But we already know Sif was there because Sif was with Artorias, so it's an interesting thing because we're time traveling. And there is characters that also time traveled like us, but aren't in the base game. That would be, oh god, what's his name in DS1? The Bloodborne reference? Oh, this is real in game. I'm not using any mods. This is the Rotten Gravekeeper Cloak Altered and the Rotten Duelist Greaves. Yep, this is completely unaltered. I know, it doesn't look like it's base game. It's the altered. When it's altered, it takes off the cloak, so you get all this. Chester, yes, thank you, Chester. Chester also time traveled. He's from our time, or at least not from the past, but he's not in the base game. So, in other words, most of the time it's new characters. Now you might be like, but Mikkel is in the base game. Mikkel is in the base game, is he? We never meet him. That's why he's in the DLC. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying they normally don't do it. I'm so sorry about the jars. I'm not gonna hurt them anymore. Oh god. I do deserve to get hurt for hurting the jars, it's true. Alright. Physical form is in the base game, but we never interact. Yeah, but it's like the most technically correct. You know what I mean? We don't encounter Mikkel in any way, shape, or form, but we hear all about him. That's like Artorias. We know about Artorias. We pick up his ring. So that we can progress the game. It's required. We visit his grave, but we never meet him until Artorias of the Abyss. Okay, let's... so we met Nephilim. We met Roger, but we'd like to do Roger's little mini quest in Starvale. When he attacks you if you hit Fia? Bro, I've never hit Fia before. He attacks you? Ah! It's dark. There we go. A little bit of a jump puzzle. We end up in a secret path. He does? I forgot about that. Well, clearly we need to do that. I did not know that. This is super neat. I will be honest with you. I am missing a little bit of lore revolving around hitting enemies or allies, NPCs, because I don't hit them very often. And when I went around hitting every NPC, I think I forgot about Fia, or she was already kind of donezo. Never found that room? Yeah, it's a little tough to notice. Okay, it's really funny. So in the first playthrough right now, if you're caught up, I looked for some hidden stuff because there's that door in the bonfire that you can only open from the other side. I looked everywhere. And then when I was playing my second character, I was like, wait, this looks kind of jumpable. And I found this just randomly. And I'm like, are you kidding? So then the next time I streamed, I showed it off. So that should be either up or going up this week. I forget what episode is going up each day because I'm a couple episodes ahead. But I basically show off how I found this on my other character, which remains hilarious to me because I swear I thought I was so thorough, but I missed so much. Ooh, Commoner's Shoes. New lore. Or if Fia uses Godwin to death blight you. That's the thing. I'm not sure. So I'd like to check that myself because we know Fia, by holding champions, is able to take their lively vigor and give it to a corpse. So it's possible that she has some sort of property or ability to take the powers of those that she is near. Really, jerks? And using a guide for someone just starting Elden Ring? Honestly, when it comes to first playthroughs, I like to know as little as possible. So personally, I don't like to do that. But if you think your playthrough will be more fun, or maybe you're limited on time, you know, like, I don't know your life. Manor Tower Shield. This is really significant. It's weird that it's in this random locked away place as well. So I'm like, is that you helping me, Godwin? Well, we need to do this. This is so intriguing. My God. Modest shoes made of cloth. Standard wear for commoners of the lands between. Only there are no commoners remaining, with their wits about them. The loins are truly girded. Okay. Oh, the tower shield. This is huge, and I love this. Okay, one moment, please, while I show this off. Yeah, basically, if you want to, go for it, but I would, like me, I would never in my life. Like, I try to know as little as possible, you know what I mean? So, okay. This is the Roundtable Hold. An iron great shield large enough to cover the entire body depicts the Roundtable Hold, gathering place of champions. Great shields boast high damage negation and guard capacity, making enemy attacks easy to repel. We can go there and we see exactly this. It's really, really cool, but this is the first mention that we see of the outside of the Roundtable Hold, because the first time we go there, which we will have been able to go there by this point in the game, because our first introduction is upon entering Stormvale or leaving a different area. But this is like sort of a hint that the Roundtable Hold truly existed. Never seen that shield? It's hidden under the stairs after all this like jump puzzle stuff. But yeah, and also once again, the Tarnished. It's the gathering place of the Tarnished, who were led by Horalu, aka Godfrey, which is why it has the crest of the lion on it. It's pretty neat. It's really cool, actually. And then we get this message. Surely what you seek is somewhere close by, and a picture of Roger. Roger left this message, and it's over here. Basically, so you don't miss that there's more to this area. We're following Roger here. Now, there's other ways to get to the face in the basement. But this is sort of the way that Roger took. Godwin still has a mind, but no soul. I mean, it's possible, but really wonder what he's up to. He might also just be somewhere else. You know? Like Kos. Another character that attacks when visibly dead is Kos in Bloodborne. During the final boss of Orphan of Kos, you will notice that when Orphan screams, lightning strikes. It's Kos joining in the fight. Rainbow stones. And here's how you open the other side of that door, and thus leading to a shortcut directly to the bonfire. The other way to get down there is literally just drop. You don't die, you just take a lot of damage. Did you find the Crucible Knight here? You know what? Thank you for the reminder. We have to go do that. I haven't done it this run, but I have found him before, yes. And it's pretty neat, actually. Let's go do that. Yeah, Godwin can wait. Godwin can wait. Alright, right over... I haven't done this in a while. Thank you for the reminder. I was like, we gotta do that, and then I forgot. These set kind of establishes a mind-body-soul dynamic. But the problem is that D is 2 bodies and 1 soul. But what do you do without a soul? Like, it's kind of a key part to it. And you have to wonder what exactly is attached to the soul. Is that where you get the mind, or is it not, you know? Because honestly, Godwin's behavior seems pretty mindless, as well as the fact that he grows like a cancer, like quite truly. And it seems to afflict other beings. And then we have Fortisax, who was they were very close. They were beloved friends, loyal compatriots of one another. And we have Fortisax fighting against the deathblight that has corrupted his friends until he himself falls to it as well. So it really makes me think that Godwin does not necessarily want what has happened to him, but he doesn't really have the will to fight it back anymore. War needs a soul without a body? Yeah, but that's pretty explicable, right? Yeah, so that's the thing. The soul part seems pretty important, right? Like, I agree. We're supposed to get that concept from D. We're supposed to relate D to Mikola and Trina and Radigan and Marika and the twin gargoyles and all these other twin beings and potentially even the Omen twins. Twins are so significant. But D is the only one that we have confirmed that is 2 bodies, 1 soul. Like, honestly, that makes a little bit more sense. They kind of just trade, and apparently one is inactive at a certain point. All right, how do I do this again? Is it do I literally just jump? I don't remember. It's been so long. Yep. Or maybe not. Hang on. I remember it leads from here. Something breaks. Yes. Here we go. Wonder what happened to the other soul? Apparently they were just born that way. Another marred wooden shield. I completely forgot about that. No difference, just one is leather, one is wooden. 3 parts, they each have their minds, just one soulless and the other bodiless. I honestly cannot look at a being like Godwin and think he still has a mind. It's possible. It's just like nothing about him seems intentional. Oh, there we go. That's what breaks. Storm Assault. A lot of storm-related ashes of war come from here for a reason. He's like a plant, yeah. Hey, Crucible. I don't have a parry tool right now. Like, I have the buckler, but I forgot to equip it, so you're gonna have to bear with me. I'm not the best at fighting these guys without a parry. I wonder why. Stupid asses. For fuck's sakes. Now, give me a second. Okay. Aww. That was my fault. I healed. I dared to heal. That much damage, huh? I love Crucible Knights. I do. I love them. They're great. They're phenomenal. Love Crucible Knights. They're great. So great. I love them. I do. Love Crucible Knights. They are the ultimate input readers, it's true. But honestly, I'm not able to one-hand my main weapon right now. So it's just like the whole parry him and then quickly two-hand so you do decent damage, and then, you know, it's just a bad combination of things. But we'll get him. It's okay. Oh no! Normal attack bonus two-handing it? I don't... What do you mean? Lure him to the elevator and get him to fall? There's no shame in that. Is it this? I just love that. Okay. I think we can get him down. It's just, I'm very squishy at this point. Parry, then two-hand, then crit. I mean, that's what I'm trying to do, yeah. They're very weak to fire. But I don't have any fire right now because I haven't been leveling my faith. Like, that's all well and good. Okay, let's compare the damage. It's probably gonna do nothing. Yep. So we have to two-hand it. Like, I figured. That was my fault. No, I rolled! No! Everything's going wrong. I clicked R1L, but unfortunately it read the R1 input, so everything's just going horribly awry. No! I fucking hate Crucible Knights. I love them, but I have like a complicated relationship with them, you know what I mean? Oh, that I asked not. You know what? Nah, I'll deal with you later. Oops. I just realized that I actually don't care. You know, that was his own fault. I was gonna go back and deal with him. It's not my fault he ran to the pit. What a nerd. I really was. I was excited. Yeah, it's not my fault he's a skill issue. Elevator-based content. It's not my fault that I'm the expert of elevators, you know? Uh-oh. It's the narc. Hang on, my earbud fell out. Hang on. Ultimate weakness is gravity. There is the one right by Devin, I mean, who literally just eats himself into the pit when he casts his wings. Like, it's not my fault. Can I beat Elden Ring using only elevators? Don't tempt me. I love that. Okay. Oh, these are my illegal runes. See? Look at my restraint. I haven't even used them. I'm only level 29. Like, I'm not trying to like blow through the game. I'm just trying to make sure that I don't have to rune farm. Aspect of the Crucible. Horns. One of the ancient Erdtree incantations creates a mighty horn on the caster's shoulder to gore foes from a low stance. Charging allows the caster to barrel into foes before delivering the final attack. I'd like to mess with this a little bit, actually. It seems really good because it has, like, forever hyper armor. This is a manifestation of the Erdtree's primal vital energies, an aspect of the primordial crucible where all life was once blended together. So Crucible Knights appear pretty, I mean, they're covered entirely in armor, so, you know, but otherwise they appear pretty humanoid. But once we see them use these parts, we can derive their Crucible link. Also the fact that they're called Crucible Knights. See, look, everyone be having skill issues today. Big gap closer? Exactly, yeah. I've never used it, but I think it could be fun. Crucible Knights wanted to mosh, went straight for the pit. You know what? I will actually do that sometimes to, what's his face as well? Moongrum? I will lure him into an elevator. I regret nothing. I regret a couple things. I thought a drop attack will be so cool, and then I was like, oh no, but I'm gonna get hurt. Have you tried any of the frenzy spells? Yeah, way back when I actually did, sorry, I got some eyelash in my eye or something. I made a build involving frenzy for PvP. It was my second PvP build ever. I dressed her in basically the same gear I was wearing in my first playthrough. So like the clean rot helm and then the twinned armor, the twin greaves and gauntlets, and then the bloodhound chest. I was like so proud of my fashion. I named her Raph's Twitter because she makes everyone crazy. I miss her. I mainly used Vikes because it's like literally the only weapon, but I did use the spells a little too. Unfortunately, I accidentally overleveled her and had to delete her, so rest in pieces her. I remember that build? I do too. How did I do this again? My god. Wait, this is a different place. That's why I'm so freaking confused. It's near though, it's nearby. You can also lure Moongrum under the big ball. Wow, I really don't necessarily like Moongrum, but I never thought about teabagging him. Damn, that's cold-blooded. Nerd. Ice Spell can stance break. It's pretty fun. Yeah, the amount of damage, like stagger damage Frenzy does is pretty unreal. And then we get the Narc. Yes. Yeah, the reason I don't feel bad doing it to Moongrum is he is a input reading son of a bitch. With the parry cheat on, you know? I'm sorry, are they making it over here? There's no way. There's no way. This is illegal. Get out of here. My god, they're gamers. Bro, what do I do? Are they gonna figure it out? I've never been more scared in my life, dude. What? Do they give up? Are they stupid? Okay. If this were Dark Souls 2, they would follow you to the ends of the earth. Like, for real, though. The aggro range in that game is truly egregious. Ooh, baby! Grab, 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 go! Did I get my runes? I did get my runes! Fuck off, bird! It's because you gotta click Y, you big dingus. Or triangle or whatever. Don't cook me! You're the chicken! Why did I come down here, dude? I'm so scared of these birds. They're nightmare creatures made from hell. Never mind, they're not too bad or anything. Oh, the gesture, dozing cross-legged. Alright, so I just want to point out this burb. Pretty sure is like way darker than the others, like really black feathers. It's not the only one that we see with this mask, but the feathers is like particularly dark. It's neat. Love a mod that gives us DS2 aggro. I think it legitimately might break the game though, because like how far they'd follow you. You could probably get like everyone that lands between to follow you. I think there's still like I think one of the arrow talismans or something up there, surrounded by a bunch of burbs. But there's plenty in this place to keep me entertained. We have to find the Mimic Veil. We have to find the Godskin Apostle, not cookbook. The book. Hey. The Claw Talisman. Which boosts jump attacks. I wonder if that's associated with the Ravenmount Assassins. McVale. Dude, imagine getting the job of walking around the table all fucking day. Ah! It was a joke. I actually love how that is a freaking true combo, and just go fuck yourself if you get hit by a gust of wind. Like, he fucking farts on you and it's like, oh, well, I guess you have to stand there while I do my super jump attack. Spare me. Oh, this game is kicking my ass. Starting to hurt my feelings. Dredge, thank you for the resub. Thank you for 2 months. Welcome back. What area is this? This is Stormvale Castle. The birds. Now I know why freaking Hitchcock made that movie, dude. This is terrifying. Roger, help! We are in crisis, my brother. Ever jump on the left there near the bird spawn? You mean where the Crucible Knight is? Because if so, we just did, yeah. Do the R1. I can't fight the bird because it's an aura of tranquility surrounding Rocher. But the bird doesn't seem to have this limitation. Get your ass out here. What? What? What are you looking at, bird brain? That's right, I said it. Look at him, he's debating me. He's not just, he's mocking me. Hey! Hey! Dude, this is like when a bird ends up in your house. Okay, well, you're fine then. You can just stay over there. Have fun. Whoop! He wants to cheese you? You know what that bird is? Every host I've ever invaded in PvP. A rule-breaking dingus. Yeah, Roger is just like very uncomfortable. What? Dude, what have I done to this bird? Is this the same one? Like, what is... Oh lord, he coming. How did he get through the wall? Yeah, it's Return to Drang Lake right now. I don't think we're gonna... No, it's a different bird. Bro, what are you doing to Roger? Get it, your ass in here, or the glintstone nerd gets it. Stay away from him. He's a sweet boy. He doesn't deserve this. What is happening? Are you a hacker? Do I need to? Are you truly thinking this wasn't Miyazaki's design? What if it hits him, dude? I don't know what to do. This is a vanilla Elden Ring, gamers. Dude, he's squeaking. He's just like... I didn't know they made sounds, actually. I'm delighted. I'm actually trying to go in there to talk about lore, and this man is actually bullying me. Roger is very chill about this situation. Dude, even the bird noises are echoing. Get out of there! When I was in Japan, I went to an owl cafe in Tokyo, and it was great because they let us look at owls, and we could put an owl on my arm. And I think owls are super pretty and cute and stuff, and I'm like, wow, I love owls. But let me tell you, the moment they put that owl on my arm, you're damn right I was pulling a whole Roger, because I was like, this is a very large bird, and I was just looking at its claws, and I'm just like, and that is basically like, I'm feeling Roger right now. You don't look at it. All right, I'm good. Why is Roger here? Roger is always here. This is his first appearance. Have you never met Roger here, Robbie? So even in the trailer for Elden Ring, Roger did appear here. Was it the trailer or was it the demo? Might have been both. I remember him from the demo though, because I remember we kept calling him Medium Hat Roger. Oh yeah, if I rest, it'll. Oh wait, if I reload, probably. His first appearance is at Margit, technically correct, but his first appearance in which you can talk to him as an NPC and meet him and like be like, yo, what up, baby, is there. Yeah. Right, I was going for the McPhail. Thought he's always at the Roundtable place. When you beat Godric, no matter what, he will appear there. Is that what took Roger's legs? The bird? No, I'm kidding. We're gonna get to why Roger has lost his legs and is not just that, but he's death blighted. The reason he dies is because he's death blighted, and we will show that. Tarnish your Roger? Dude, the moment I met Roger, I was like, yo, what up, baby? For real. It's my boy. Dude, this guy sucks at his job. Like, he actually has one job. And he sucks at it, like, genuinely.
Protect the mimic veil, says Godric. But no one ever even gets this close.
I'm still rocking the Baldachin's blessing. Freaking Fia. His helmet makes it way too hard to see your peripherals. How about you get cheesed? Huh? How about you true combo this freaking meat? Nerd. Your only mistake was your choice of master. Or whatever. You just going through the motions? Yeah, true. I remember that door. We'll find it. It was his last day, Sag. Sucks to suck. He's pretending he's working and you ruined his day? I'm gonna be real with you. He saw me and he chose to engage. That's his fault. He deserves this. So, interesting to note, there is meat here. It's not looking great, but besides the hanging limbs, there is what appears to be an active kitchen. Like, not the nicest kitchen you've ever seen. But he's got potatoes, apples. Still, it looks like Godric eats. Fruit are next to the grafting area? Yeah, can someone call like the Department of Health here? But whatever. Shay Godric. Bro, if Godric ever invited me for a meal, I'd be like, hell no, brother. Hey, what's up? I'm gonna cheese this nerd. You wanna know why? He doesn't deserve my honor. And also because he's scary. Hey. See what I mean? Okay, look under, I'm gonna get the light left side, like my left. Do you see the feathers? It's got like a bird wing attached to it. It's not, there, you can see them for a second. Right there, feathers, feathers. Blue and green, very peacock-like. You can see peacock iconography. Zuli has a great video on this. That's where I saw this in the first place, because like those things move way too rapidly. But they have been grafted not only with human parts, but animal parts. Beautiful, massive portrait of Godfrey, first Elden Lord, and Sarash upon his shoulder. Highland Axe. We have a few weapons we can read. Sorry, I've been falling into the habit of like just reading or just picking up things. Single-sided axe used by the warriors of the Highlands. Brave combatants begin battle by crying out their names. Roars are enhanced by this weapon. And what does our boy Horalu do? He screams out his name. Horalu! Warrior! Lord Sorn's straight sword. This one's not new. Weathered straight sword. Straight sword with a rather short but wide blade. Simple to wield, it was known as the sword of the people. Though the Erdtree styling is still visible, time has not been kind to this sword, now merely a shadow of its former self. Shadow? 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 Not gonna lie, not the best example of voice acting in the game. Horalu? I don't think he's that bad. He's a little campy. But I mean, like, he's like a fucking WWA warrior. 2 Magma Blades? Yeah, oh right, these are the other things that got dropped. Because they are a farmable weapon, and I don't want to be farming on stream. It's just not interesting. Did you get those Magma Blades? Someone dropped them for me. So I asked for the Magma Blades, this gear, and runes, and that's it. Horalu sounds like an insult you would use in Whoville. I still think truly from the bottom of my heart that man sounds like he lives in Whoville for real. More bodies. So this would have been likely a dining room attached to the kitchen, and this is what it's reduced to. Pretty unsightly. Spare parts for the Lord, it seems. Godfrey's Lion iconography. This modern art got too far.
Just curing some meats. Yummy.
He's trying to speak like a lord, but in reality he's just a barbarian. Yeah, in phase 2 he becomes kind of a camp lord. Alright, I get very lost in Stormvale to this day. But I know a couple things that we can do, so hang on. Cliffside? No. We want to get... There's one thing I don't remember how to get to. But I know where to get... I think this leads to the Godskin book. Wait, I don't... Do I have any Stormsword keys? Oh yeah, we're set. Do you think we get to see the original lord of this castle in DLC? The Stormlord, presumably? I don't know. Oh right, you can't break this. You're useless to me. Oh, the painting! Prophecy painting. Oh my god, get away. Oh my god, he's roll catching me. He's the ultimate gamer! Help. I should spend my runes before I die again and have to pay the Gostock tax. You ever done Kenneth's Quest? I sure have. In fact, we're gonna do it this playthrough, ideally. Level 82, it's a preferable HP. Ideally have 60 vigor. If you ask me. Depends on your build, though. You can rock with like 50, but like the more the better for real. Also, it depends what you're doing, but generally, no matter what, you want a lot. Cured meats and feats. I would not go to that store. Rats. Sorry, misclick. There we go. As someone who normally invades in the 70 range, 60 vigor feels like the minimum. $55, $50 maybe, but 40 feels like you're the ultimate in squish technology. Fireproof dried liver. Isn't the book here? Isn't it like not locked away? Or maybe it is locked away. More meat. That meat ain't good no more. Godslayer seal. So keep in mind, I really don't think that Godric knew about this or Godric stilled this. I truly believe that this is stuff that was here locked away. I don't know who uses the stone sword stuff or the stone sword keys, who invented it. We have really no information. Who made the imps? I don't know. But presumably anything locked away tends to be via the use of stone sword keys. And we have 2 Godslayer relics here. And Godskin relics here, really. I don't get the feeling that Godric knew shit about this, to be honest. But it's possible he did. And he was locking it away because, of course, things associated with god slaying would be pretty scary to him. Imps, though, are made of stone, often used as protectors in catacombs, probably related to the same beings who created the, Watchdogs. Nailed it. My brain wanted to say lemur, because I think they look like lemurs. Oh, I probably passed it. Here we go. The Godskin Prayer Book. Oh god, it looks really creepy. You can see the Godskin seal on the cover. There's a nose on it as well. Just straight up a nose near the bottom. An ear, I do believe. Prayer book bound in supple skin. Incantations of the god-slaying black flame are written within, can be given to a learned cleric to gain access to the following incantations: Black Flame and Black Flame Blade. We're going to give this to Muriel, but we haven't acquired him yet. We haven't gotten there yet. Looks like a god's face. Considering they do... Like, this is effectively a grimoire, which were traditionally bound in human skin. It's probably a god's skin because, you know, they were the god slayers. So the god skin, there is evidence of the god skins being related to simply the flaying of regular people, but that's only in Dominula, with a god skin apostle being there. But the ladies in Dominula skin regular people too, it looks like, and it seems to be a tradition that was taught to them, or perhaps they're similar to the worshippers of the god skin, like what the god skin worship, but like one layer down, because they obviously don't seem strong enough to worship or to kill gods, so they just have their little lady dances and stuff. You know what though? Dominula Windmill Village is very reminiscent of Hemwick Charnel Lane from Bloodborne. The goal of the Hemwick Charnel Lane, what they basically were sent bodies, and then they would take parts of body, they would carve them out, and use them for rituals related to the Chalice dungeons. And so that was the role of Hemwick Charnel Lane, was literally to take the fresh bodies and carve out eyes and whatever parts they needed. So it's interesting that then we have a village of dancing women who like to peel flesh. There's already something really similar in another game, and I wonder perhaps if it's not related, because the Hemwick Charnel Lane villagers, mainly women, worked for the School of Mensis, and that's where the School of Mensis got their body parts, was from them. So it's interesting here. 40 is fine at 70. It kind of depends. Oh wait, are we talking about PvP or PvE? I genuinely, my only character at 40 is Nurse Vigor Check, and she is So squishy. She gets 2-shot in PvP all the time. But then again, I'm level 70 and they're level 200, so what are you gonna do, right? But yeah. Oh man, I can't go any lower than 40. Even 40 hurts. Erdtree cannot be seen in Dominula too. Can it not? We have to go investigate. Med schools used to harvest cadavers for study. Yeah, I mean, at least they had like the scientific excuse, right? And then we got the Godslayer seal. Let's put that on actually, because I'd like to study what the different seals look like. Godslayer's seal. It's inlaid with onyx. Or at least something that looks like onyx, but a pure black stone with no glitter, just sheen. Sacred seal of the Godskin Apostles inlaid with obsidian. Oh my god, it's obsidian. I didn't even know they told you that. Said to represent the manipulation of black flame, this catalyst enhances Godslayer incantations. Show me. It looks pretty much exactly the same, except you see a little bit hanging out there. Interesting, no matter what kind of faith seal they are, they all seem to have the golden glow. Bestie of Erdtree's from Artist Shack. Oh. I didn't go to Artist Shack this playthrough yet. We gotta go there. Thanks for the reminder. Kind of looks like what Malekith has on his wrist. I thought his is a red jewel in it. We have to go to Garank. Dragon Seal has a red glow. Oh, I gotta go get that too. Oh man, so much to do. This playthrough is gonna take a long time. I know this game okay, but not as well as others. Especially Stormvale and some of these really circuitous places. Favorite Legacy dungeon? Volcano Manor. / prison town, church. Prison town. Oh my god, they call it Dark Souls 2 because there's too many guys. I love Stormvale though. It's just I always like beeline Stormvale for the things that I need, and therefore I haven't been through it. Like I don't remember. I think there's another fog wall that you put a Stormsword key into, but I don't remember where to go to get it, you know? Gold Slam allows the player to survive the drop to 3 fingers. Wait, really? You drop that ass and you can just fall all the way down? Stormvale main gate. Gate side. I don't think did I get the golden seed? Misericord spot. Yeah, where the Misericord is. One of the big courtyard with the Omen. Wait, where am I going? It's in the Grafted Scion room. Ah, I just took a... I have to go back to the Chrysalids. Roderica's Red Hood will be there. And I didn't get the golden seed. Silly me. Nephili is gone, question mark? No, she's still there. Can't finish Nephili quest if I kill Gostock? I never killed Gostock, but it's possible. You know, I never noticed, but the birds that use the fire, they have darker wings in general. I thought it was just the one on the rooftop. I love the hoods too. They're very pretty. Death and Death, Black Flame, Ghost Flame? I definitely think they're related. They're all associated very strongly with death. Okay, let's do the Roger thing real quick before I forgore over here. So obviously with the door open, we can go there, but I'm going to do my usual route. Ta-da! He does steal your runes. It's understandable. He's kind of a rude boy. I don't know if that messes with Nephili's quest, though. Hello, rats. Hello, big rat. And then we get this lovely sorcery. One moment, please, rat. Rancor call. Let's read some cookbooks as well. Never mind, it's coming. It's coming. I thought it wouldn't show up. No, it does. Oh dear. Oh, it's Stone Sword Key. Very poggers. I mistimed that. I done goofed it. Yeah, okay. Ah! I forgot that when it moves like that, the tail swing comes after. It's hard. It's honestly hard for me to tell sometimes what is just it wiggling around and what is an attack. Do you know what I mean? The eternal story. I should just run past him. We can fight him later. Got the puppet potion? The what? Oh, Vernavali. Bats. Puppet potion sounds adorable, and it's very far from what it actually is, huh? Stormville is top tier with all the root stuff and secrets. I agree. There's a lot. I didn't even get the claw talisman yet. Like, I want to get everything, but like, my god, we're gonna be here all freaking day. We will come back for this guy, because he's not too important. I love the vibe. I love the vibes here. I think he will try to mess with us, but here we get, I think the pustule? Yeah, the Prince of Death's pustule and a bloodstain. Here's Roger, here's him chilling, and there's him getting death blighted. Ta-da! Goodbye. What are you gonna do? Fair enough. Well, what are you gonna do now when I get even higher? That's what I thought. So, thanks to Zuli, we can tell that this Godwin, we don't see all of it, but even deeper inside the rock, this is way more of Godwin's body than we see. He's fully regrowing himself. Don't know if it's intentional. Honestly, it's really hard to understand the motives of a being that has been reduced to soullessness and seems to be doing nothing but growing. He is life-driven wild. He spreads like a disease, infecting everything around him. The earth, animals, everything. And he's also become very fish-like. Those little spiky thingies coming out of him have suckers on him, like an octopus. Yeah, he is quite literally he consumes life. It's very much like an over-the-top cancerous growth, yes. How big will he grow? We don't know. He grows forever without cease. I think this isn't this the chrysalid spot? Ah! Close, but still, I found the other thing he was looking for. Excited. It's the Misericord. Hawk crest wooden shield. Nope. Misericord. That's Iron Wetblade. This is Misericord. Misericord. Hello. Okay, I was just looking. This is the armory. See, that one's interesting, because that one seems to have been sealed away intentionally. There is a stone sword key that you get right there. It almost feels like there's the intent for us to use it right there, right? The land octopi are related to him. So the land octopi eat people, and they develop ovaries and they put human blood into the ovaries to reproduce. I honestly don't know what the hell they're related to. But they do have very similar suckers, so I do wonder. Then it also begs the question, why does Godwin look animal-like or fish-like in the first place? Like, what about death turns him fish-like? I think it could represent a couple of different things. One thing would be obviously the devolution, like he's become more aquatic, because one of the marks of evolution is, you know, starting to live on land. Not all evolution, but in terms of human evolution, one of the important marks is moving onto land from the ocean. He has returned closer to the ocean. That's one part of it. It could also be like a depiction of him becoming more liminal. He's between life and death, and thus his body has taken on aquatic properties, separating him further from humans. And water is unbelievably important in terms of representing the path to a different world. Could he be regressing in time without his soul? It also could just be without his soul, the body transforms hideously. It could be as easy as it looks horrific. Tibia mariners are on a boat. Yeah, they are on boats everywhere. Yeah. If he was gonna give him a second chance at life by birthing his child, the thing is that she clearly, like, she does describe it as giving birth to something, but what she gives birth to is the rune. That was always her intent, is to create a rune that would allow those who live in death a second chance in the form of repairing the Elden Ring with that rune. So I don't think she ever intended to truly get pregnant with a child that she gives birth to. But I mean, it's possible she intended to do both, but like she like the whole concept of the pregnancy with the rune is mimicked as well by Dung Eater, who also, yeah, a metaphorical birth, exactly. Elden Beast is in a water-like plane. Yeah, exactly. That's another thing too, right? Elden Beast obviously is kind of what I'm talking about with that liminal water thing, right? Like it literally swims underneath the ground that we fight upon. And also looks very aquatic as well. Fish motif as Niño and Yaobikuni inspiration. Basically Japanese mermaids that if you eat them, curse with immortality. That's another thing too. I totally forgot about that. I knew there was something I was forgetting. Yeah, so there are like Japanese mermaids, if you eat them, you will become immortal, but it is a curse because immortality is a curse. Yeah, Zuli also talked about the Niño, but I don't remember where I heard about the Niño, but I think I watched a game with it that involved like the mythology of that. It was like it was like an indie horror game of some kind. I was like, whoa, this is exactly, I wonder if this is why Godwin is fish-like. Oh my god, you lose so much. It's crazy how the first thought I had when I saw Godwin, at first I thought that might be a dragon's tail. And then when I realized it was attached to, it was like Fortisax literally physically embracing him. And when I realized that was his tail, I was like, oh my god, he's literally become a Niño. It's so cool. And then I forgot that because it's been so long. Okay. Claw Talisman. I think I think here's the best way. Or here. How do I best get to the rooftops? I think this is the best place. Roots are kind of like rivers and streams. Basically, Godwin, either way, like however you look at it, however you see the symbolism, has become something beyond what he was, something different. And he's able to traverse, he's also become in a way plant-like, right? He's able to traverse territory he otherwise wasn't able to. The Godwin that we knew of when he was alive had very different motivations. He appeared to be something like his father. He appreciated strong warriors. He fought Fortisax, and then by fighting him, they became friends. He had a tie-in with beasts. Dragons, in this case, just like his father had a link to lions. What's here? Oh, this. Ah, I forgot about this. Another stone key, very convenient. And then the burb. Maybe I shouldn't have dropped down. I just realized this is how I get to the burb. We don't want to get to the burb. We want to get to something different. Oh, well. But yeah, either way, the Godwin that we see is not the same Godwin that we hear about, is the thing. The motivations are different. He seems to have different allies. So it's impossible to kind of understand his motives. He actually reminds me a lot of Rom from Bloodborne as well, a being that was transformed to a Great One. So Rom, the vacuous spider, is the only character we know of that succeeded in becoming a Great One. Okay, let's not talk about the Brain of Mensis right now because they're complicated, but Rom is huge. Everyone wants to be like Rom, but the title that Rom has is the vacuous spider. Vacuous literally means mindless. And the reason to become a Great One was to develop a deeper understanding with more eyes, more like literally see more and understand more things, but she's mindless. So she got what she wanted, but then she also lost everything at the same time. It's also really interesting because in the boss fight itself, her face is the hardest part of her, and does no damage because her mind is literally empty. Ooh, hang on. Okay, I don't remember how to get to the Claw Talisman. I'm going to be real with you. I know it's on the rooftop somewhere, but it might be a different rooftop location. However, I also wanted to get to the chrysalid, so let me just take a peek over there. Can't really have much motivation anymore. Exactly. Yeah, so it's just, he's also just generally unknowable. He's a lot like Rom. A lot like Rom, actually. So this is where we got the chrysalid memo that we gave to Roderica. After meeting Roderica, next time we see her, she's at the Roundtable Hold. But the Crimson Hood is here now, too. A hooded cloak of vivid crimson worn by expatriated royalty. Such cloaks were gifted to those who departed on journeys without specific orders to faraway lands from which they would never return. In other words, the gift of a cloak made it easier for undesirables to be on their way. Roderica never once saw the guidance of grace. Once she became a Tarnished, even though she was a royalty, she was of a royal line, she was a noble, didn't matter. She had to go. She became an undesirable. Hey, Luke Loves, welcome. Thanks for the 5 stream streak. Very poggers. Wonder if Roderica is actually already dead. Every Tarnished is ye dead who yet live. We don't know what that means, really. We don't know if every single one of them needs to have died. Maybe they did. Maybe they didn't. The ones we see are depicted as dead, or in Fia's case, sleeping next to a corpse. Maybe that's how she woke up. Maybe she just, like, died and woke up and was like, yo, what the fuck happened last night? Don't you need to see Grace to revive at all? Not necessarily. We really don't know. We also have to remember that the protagonist tends to have slightly different rules. So, for example, as a phantom, when you invade somebody, you really can't permanently die. That's kind of like the general lore, right? When you invade somebody, if you die, in this game you drop your runes, but generally you're not actually like killed, right? You just come back, you just respawn. And then we have like in Dark Souls 1, if someone invades you and you kill them as in an invasion, their body appears somewhere in the world. You can pick up their drops. I know different games, but thematically, follow me here. You're not really supposed to be able to die as a phantom, but if you, as the protagonist, kill a phantom, they end up dead. You know, there's something a little special about the protagonist generally. In Bloodborne, it's explained as we are dreaming, and therefore we can't die. And there are other hunters we encounter who had dreams, but no longer do. Hugh is the Roundtable Hold. He's definitely not Tarnished. Hugh is in my opinion, the host of the Roundtable Hold. He's the reason it exists in the first place. Someone asked earlier, I go over this a lot, so just real brief. Hugh is not a real prisoner of the Roundtable Hold. He is metaphorically imprisoned by his own goals. That's why he says, don't worry about me being a prisoner. It's not a problem. It's not a big deal, because his whole goal is to create a god-slaying weapon. So that's why he's chained up. He's not really a prisoner, because when the chains vanish, he doesn't care. He doesn't want to go anywhere. He just wants to keep working on his weapon. He mentally sees himself as chained to his task, which is why he conjures up the Roundtable Hold, a safe place for the Tarnished, that they can exist even when Leyndell has become hostile territory. But he keeps on smithing no matter what, because that's what he wanted in the first place. And he is also not tarnished, and she's also in the Roundtable Hold. There's even 2 fingers there. What's going on with that? Can't even leave even after we slay a god. Yeah, the problem is post-ending, we don't actually play the game post-ending. We play before we beat the ending, right? Because then we would have to see the conclusion of our choice, which doesn't happen. So once we're chosen by Marika, we are the only one who could still see the guidance. It does appear, but in Godfrey's cutscene, we do see he sees grace that's pointing toward us. So it is possible for more than one Tarnished to have grace at a time. We're not unique. Although they must be quite exceptional. Okay, Claw Talisman. I think that's the last thing, and then we can take on our boy. Choose to hug the poor death lady? I do. We are gonna do that. How does anyone else get to the Roundtable Hold? It's an excellent question. It's an excellent question. Apparently in the net worth test, Vare could take you there, or maybe that was cut content, but either way, there was precedent for other characters being able to take you there. No, that's where I went before. I have to get there. I think? I don't remember get this freaking talisman. It's been so long since I've done this. Vara does go away after you become Elden Lord, aside from Frenzy. Roger, you could see the grace, but then lost the ability. Yeah, that's kind of what we're also going through this game for, is to find out... Oh, my cheeks. Oof. Is to find... kind of decide which characters could see it, which couldn't. I get the feeling Nephili doesn't. She follows the guidance of her father instead, Gideon. Because she relates us seeing grace with having like a goal and guidance. Also, I feel like she's sort of symbolically guided by her morals, right? Like she gets involved in fights because she thinks it's the right thing to do, which eventually gets her split from her father. Freaking goddamn bird. Okay. There! But how do I get over there? Shit, I don't remember. I legitimately don't remember. I don't think it's here. Maybe over here? Hey, those murder chickens. Honestly, the birds are terrifying. Oh, wait. Silly me, it's platforming time. Hello. Yo, take it easy, Dusk, and have a good night. Thanks so much. See you next time for more lore through. Best straight sword, I've come to respect them. We actually got that this time. Ever find Jarberg in the OG playthrough? No. It's probably the biggest... Like, I'm very happy with my first playthrough and everything I found, but unfortunately, Jarberg... I never found it. No. It did exist by the time I beat the game, but at the start... Well, Jarbairn, you know, was added later, but I never found it, no. It's probably the biggest disappointment I have. New handsome-looking young Tarnished? Yeah. I also really wonder how the guidance of grace works, because the 2 fingers tell us to follow the guidance of grace too. All right, here we go with the claw talisman. In fact, we're gonna wear that. Here we go. Sorry, I forgot to read this. The Prince of Death's pustule. We get this, of course, in Godwin's arena, or not Godwin's arena. The basement of Stormvale, where we see Godwin's face in the arena of that tree spirit. It's got Godwin's face on it. It's upside down. Those 2 weird little goldy dots are his eyes. It's upside down as usual. His nose facing, with the nostrils facing upward. It is a mini of his face. A fetid pustule taken from facial flesh raises vitality. It is said that this pustule came from the visage of the Prince of Death, he who used to be called Godwin. As first dead of the demigods, it's said he's buried deep under the capital at the Erd Tree's roots. And that's in fact where we find another version of this, but a bigger one in a bear cave. I think it's the Prince of Death. I don't remember. But there's another similar item, does a similar thing, but just more intensively. Where's my remote for my lights? There it is. Claw talisman looks like raptor talons. So not only does it look like raptor talons, it looks like the Raven Mount assassins. A talisman depicting a claw and an assassin. Enhances jump attacks. The assassins of Raven Mount are killers by trade. They assail their victims while dressed as birds of prey. We get this set in the Altus Cave, which we will get to. The cyst! Ah, thank you. Yeah, it's cyst. Okay. So, yeah, the raptor talons, the mask, and we can see the cloak, the one that also boosts jump attacks. This is that exact set. So this is what the claw talisman is depicting. Raven Mount assassins are really interesting because they seem to worship deathbirds. Sorry, the green lights, I don't like them. What if Raven Mount will be in DLC? I wouldn't be surprised if we see a little bit more about Raven Mount, but I really, really hope we get a bunch of new factions too. So, I don't know. All right. And then that, I think, is everything. I might be forgetting something. This area is pretty in depth, so, you know, apologies, but that's the important stuff, I think. The only Raven Mount assassin we meet is that bloody finger we invade with your... Yeah, exactly. Claw talisman for that jump attack boost is a very strong talisman. It's just something like the land to read somewhere not in the lands between it all. Yeah, definitely. They are from a foreign land. They are assassins who came from a different land. They worship death birds, which is why they dress as birds, and they wear this mask to remind them that they are human because it presses into their face. They are generally assassins, and they pretend to be birds to kill people. That's really it. That's the main lore that we know about them, I believe. Chest piece is just the bandit piece with a nice feather cloak, or perhaps is that related? I should have summoned that fully, but it doesn't really matter. Cutscene, cutscene, cutscene. Some of the best voice work in the game, for real.
Mighty dragon. Thou art a true born heir.
Meanwhile, it is the sickest, most infected, weak dragon you've ever seen.
Deliver me unto greater heights. Well. A lowly tarnished. Playing as a lord.
Ooh.
I command thee, kneel! I am the lord of all that is golden.
Shivers. God, I love this song. Whoa, that jump input was so delayed. Ah. Godric. Oh, I jumped into it. I thought that was a slam down. That's my bad. I honestly don't spend a lot of time fighting Godric most of the time, so... Oh. It's nice to fight him when he's actually a threat. Best part of the song right there. Oh my god, he's got big range, eh? Aw, he freaking moved! I was way too far away. You know what? I totally forgot. We can probably upgrade our weapon. Really, with the backhand? He looks like a tree. I actually, like, I know that we've talked about how the grafting makes him look like he probably was inspired by trees. But also Godfrey, probably. Okay, so I want to talk about something that I learned about, 2 golden seeds? Bummer. Something that I learned, we're gonna get into it, but Godfrey. Godfrey is this weird entity because he exists in an Everjail and is otherwise just kind of like a dude, right? He's just a recolor of a major boss and a significant remembrance. But Godfrey assailed Lane Dell, and it was during the first assault, the first defense of Lane Dell, that a warrior, a Lane Dell knight, who we get his spirit ashes in the... I think it's the Gelmir hero's grave? It's one of the heroes' graves. We beat the boss, we get an ash that was basically the guy who captured and defeated Godfrey, and then they sealed him in an Everjail. And this is during the first defense of Lane Dell, and I wonder, because we know at some point Godric snuck out of Lane Dell, stealing the Mimic Veil with him. We got the Mimic Veil. Just reminded myself. Stole it. When Godric was hounded from Lane Dell, the royal capital, this was one of a multitude of treasures he took with him, also known as Marika's Mischief, a golden veil of intricate design. Another veil, another protective image, another thing associated with Marika because it's called Marika's Mischief. It's possible it's just called that because she was mischievous, but I really think this relic is related to her. Either way, he dressed as a woman. We learned this from Kenneth, and he snuck out of Lane Dell, stealing this. And I really wonder if it wasn't at a similar time to Godfrey's assault. He went to Stormvale, and the reason he was able to disguise himself is because he wasn't yet this horrific grafted creature. I wonder if he got the idea from Godfrey, who came before him. There's a lot of precedent for other demigods in the game being inspired by somebody, whether it's literal, like Radon was literally just inspired by Godfrey, and he took his like lion iconography and wanted to be kind of like him and followed in his footsteps of being a mighty, physically powerful, hulking warrior. Then we have characters like Rykard, who potentially the reason he got his inspiration is from the yet unknown character Mesmer. But anyway, the point is, where did Godric, who's kind of a dingus, get the idea? Potentially he saw Godfrey. Godric is distant relative of Godfrey, so like a lord or something. He is, yeah. He's apparently... I don't remember if we get detailed information on the family tree, but he's very, very distantly related. Maybe he encouraged Godfrey to graft to see if it worked before he tried it himself. Maybe. Maybe. Maybe they were like similar to one another. But Godfrey drops Godfrey's talisman. Run to the litter. Yeah. So maybe Godfrey was related to him. They're both named God something after all. But it's possible that they were at a similar time, but it's notable that based on this timeline, it was the first defense of Lane. Like, it's possible Godric already left by that point, right? It's possible he was long gone. But the idea of grafting people, it's possible that's where he got the idea from. Trees and plants get grafted. Yeah, that's what I'm saying too. We talked about the whole idea of grafting. Like that's where the inspiration came from in terms of like grafting a tree versus here. But our boy grafts himself, and he still looks like a tree. We don't have a somber smithing stone, but a +2 is quite a big difference. I like the idea Godric took O'Neill's foot. Yeah, I feel like, the only thing is Godric feels like a scavenger. It's possible he found it somewhere. Do you know what I mean? Like he's so proud of this dragon. When you look at that dragon, it is very sick. Like it's got welts all over its body. It's like the ugliest dragon of all time. Godric preys upon the weak because he himself is weak. God, he's like a human tree. It's so sick, actually. But, like, sick. But he does use the storm. Yeah, this stuff. God damn it. Looks like a baby. It is also very small. And he's so proud of this dragon. I'm one-handing. Sorry, I forgot when you upgrade, it puts you into one-hand stance. I'm literally dying. Might just have to level up more, like... We can probably squeeze this out, but I'm not a soul level 1 gamer, you know, far from it, so... No, I dodged it, I swear. So sick. Live Grafted, right on stream. Can someone get this man some polysporin, please?
Truest of dragons. Lend me thy strength.
Look at that dragon. I love his voice there. Like it's so cloying and desperate. He sounds like a proud child who drew a picture that he wants mommy and daddy to put on the fridge. Like it's so pathetic. All he wants is for people to see him. I love Godric. Oh, you freaking... Oh, man, he really got me. Also notable, look at these flowers. They are golden. We don't see flowers as golden anywhere but Leyndell. Oh, I thought I was safe. See, look, everything. Everything is... Did you see me? Did you see me? Grandpa, did you see? I killed a lowly tarnish. It's like that video of the kid running with a knife. Bro, if Godric were that kid running with a knife, absolutely no one would try to stop him because they're like, all right, kiddo, who gives a shit? No contact on the tag, those BS. It's okay. It was my fault. I'm not playing it very well. It's okay. A knife! No! It's my favorite videos. I love it. It's just like the instant... A knife! No! Like, where did this child get this knife? God, I actually hate that follow-up, bro. He's so annoying because you roll toward the weapon and then he's just like, nah, I got you, little tarnish. Oh, here we go. We didn't do that last time, so it's good we get to show it off. I dodged that! Bro! Maybe I was just locked because I got hit by the other attack, as usual. I also summon Nephili too, like, I don't have to struggle. We also haven't been to upgrade our flasks, so we can do that. I don't think I have any Sacred Tears. Brought back some seeds from Leyndell and grew them as a reminder of home. I definitely get that feeling, but it's interesting that he was even able to access them. Oh, that was a big goof up. Also, look this. The attack actually hits you. It makes contact with you. The attack that goes into the cutscene. It's so cool. Godric has so much love and attention put into him, which is so funny because no one else in his family ever paid him any attention. Oh, fuck. No! Oh, fuck. No! We're close. We can get him. I just need to do a little better in phase 1. Let's go to the church, though. I'd like to upgrade my juice boxes, even just a little bit, because they really don't be doing anything right now. I haven't been to the Weeping Peninsula. Normally, I go to the Weeping Peninsula. Let's go here. Let's go to the Church of Marika. Let's tell Kenneth Height as well that we saved his freaking town or whatever. And then we can also upgrade our healing a little. Weapon skill deletes his life bar, though. Also, the bleed proc. That really helped. Are you using summons? I'm not against using them. I just, like, haven't upgraded them, so it's like... Don't get me started on that. The thing, too, is Godric is, like, really distant. So by the time he was born and around, it looks like everyone else... Like, he was probably born post-shattering, honestly.
Ah, yes. I've been meaning to ask. Would you like to enter my service? I see bright things in your future, stout warrior. Enter into my service and learn the workings of the Erdtree's true order. And who knows? Perhaps sometime down the line, the grace of gold will return to those tarnished eyes of yours.
Oh, you really know how to sweet talk a girl, Kenneth.
A fine accord, is it not?
Sure. Let's do not pledge service first.
Excuse me? Well, such foolishness have I never seen. Well, not that I can't sympathize with your choice. Such a miraculous manifestation of felicity is like to startle one such as yourself. Should you change your mind, do visit me at my fort.
I love this man. Such a brat.
What is it? Have you put your misgivings to rest?
Pledge service.
Very well indeed. I knew I saw something in you. I shall await you at my fort. We shall hold a ceremony for your knighting there, I think. I see great things ahead of us. We are truly by the Erdtree blessed.
Much like the kings of old in Lord of the Rings who were obsessed of their lineage of Numenor.
Right then. Time for me to head to the fort. I've much to do. First, I'll have to re-establish communication.
What
with
happened?
the demi-humans.
In what context? What do you mean? Pathetic, but also he has genocide thousands. Yeah, Godric has killed a whole lot of people. He tortures them, takes their body parts onto himself. He is a truly craven individual.
Right then. Time I've much to
All right, perfect. All right, so we've done Blythe's quest up till now. One thing I'd really like to do today is Alexander's spawn point in the Kaled Tunnel, I believe it's called. I don't remember, but it's right nearby. It's quite close. We might actually do it now. But we can go to the church, get a sacred tear. I don't think I've gotten a single sacred tear since the start of the game, so that explains why my healing is so paltry as well. That would be really helpful. Also, a couple more golden seeds couldn't hurt, you know, things like that. So we'll see. I actually don't want to be wearing this. It's a little too noble. Crimson Crystal Tear, Flask of Wondrous Physic. When people feel inadequate, sometimes they look to the past to find a reason to be proud of. Yeah, and I mean, he is of a very, very miraculous, powerful line. Despite everything else, so... Sacred Tear, yay! Yeah, it's I don't even... More juice boxes will help, but bigger, stronger juice boxes, very important. And of course, very notably... We can talk to Melina here at the third Church of Marika. The first one we encounter, but the third.
Spoken echoes linger here. Words of Queen Marika, who vanished long ago.
If you wish, I will share them with you.
I'm interested.
Very well. In Marika's own words, my lord, and thy warriors, I divest each of thee of thy grace. With thine eyes dimmed, ye will be driven from the lands between. Ye will wage war in a land afar, where ye will live and die. Well, perhaps that might serve you in lieu of a maiden's guidance.
So, every being in the lands between had the gold hue in their eyes, except for the Tarnished, who apparently had it taken by Marika. Or they lost it. There's a couple different descriptions that relate to either losing it or having it taken, but this one's quite explicit. And what's interesting is here in the lands between, people see the guidance of grace and also simply the grace in your eyes as significant and important, right? They see it as a sign that you were blessed by the Erd Tree. But the Erd Tree, largely based in the lore and after discussion, we've pretty much decided the Erd Tree is not necessarily a good thing, and it tends to be more parasitic. So what does having a parasite's glow in your eyes mean for you? I wonder if it relates to having to it not necessarily being controlled, not outright, you know, I'm not saying it like literally possesses your brain, you know, or whatever, but I think that the representation of not having grace in your eyes means not having something, and also it's in your eyes, it filters what you see. It's pretty interesting to consider that as well. It's visible in the eyes, but also what does it mean if you look out through eyes that have grace within them? So generally, it's sort of one of those things, just like in the game, it's like omen or curse, but we read into lore and we realize it's not a curse, it's just a natural blessing, it's just perceived as a curse. So what is perceived as a blessing can honestly be a curse. And the fact that the Tarnished don't have grace, that they are divested of it, allows them to leave and come back and become Elden Lord, not influenced by anything but their own will and their own resolve. And I wonder if that is perhaps related to the Tarnished, who are capable of seeing signs of grace. They're able to spot it and see where it's leading them, but able to make their own decisions. You are not beholden to grace. Look at my first playthrough. I saw the guidance of grace and ignored it and went completely opposite direction every single time. It shows you a suggestion, but it doesn't require you to follow it. And that's something special about the Tarnished. Only the Tarnished are able to do that. Only the Tarnished are able to become Lord. Because that was Marika's plan all along. Thanks, Melina. I think by this time, when Marika divested her lord and the Tarnished of their grace, is when she realized that she had made a terrible mistake. And this was her first, but also the most important step in trying to fix it, was to send the Tarnished away so they could one day return. Let's go to this tunnel if I can find it, because I gotta find the back entrance and I don't remember exactly where it is. I think it's up there, but I'm not certain. We the backup plan? I honestly feel like we were the only plan, but everything else she ever did, such as the shattering, the Night of the Black Knives potentially, every piece of behavior, every action she did was in order to allow us to eventually, well, not us, but potentially Godfrey. Potentially her entire plan was Godfrey, but there were other Tarnished as well. I feel like, yes, the Tarnished was the backup plan, but Godfrey was perhaps the initial plan. Do you know what I mean? I think Melina is one of Mesmer's eyes. I am not sure how to parse the eye closed thing. I don't think we have enough information. But her eye, neither of her eyes look the same as his. So it's kind of hard. I don't know, because I don't know. We don't know. We have 2 lines of dialogue right now. I don't know why I'm taking this way. I feel like it's up the cliff, but I don't remember how to get up the cliff. Weren't the demigods plan A? I honestly think that she knew that none of them could do it. I feel like that was a distraction. I don't know though. Ronnie also has an eye closed, yeah, with the seal underneath it. Mesmer doesn't appear to have a seal as far as we can see. Ooh, I think this is one of Trina's cookbooks. Fivor. Fivor's cookbook, a record of crafting techniques left by a man who was utterly captivated by Saint Trina. He continued the search for her in his slumber. Sleep pod. Literally died because of the Night of the Black Knives. Yeah, we don't know how that relates to Melina or Mesmer. We can theorize and speculate, but we can't be certain about what the eye closed thing means. It definitely suggests that they... personally, I think I read it as them having one... Like, okay, in a world where slumber appears to be the way to, like, ascend to greater knowledge, it's interesting that all these characters are like, having an eye closed. Do you know what I mean? However, generally Miyazaki uses closed eyes to represent lacking knowledge in something, or perhaps blind faith, like the prophets. So it's interesting that Ronnie, though, despite knowing so much and having so much intelligence and insight and being such a, you know, important figure, is also clearly lacking something. Have Melania rotted, so technically your eyes are closed, sealed. Melania's eyes are rotted out. The difference there is it doesn't appear to be something that she chose, but she is also someone who blindly follows Mikola. She's immensely loyal to him. Nothing could change that, I believe. So the thing about Melania is we don't see her eyes at all, and she kind of fits both. But the difference is she didn't choose it. Prophets choose to cover their eyes. Ronnie, based on her decision of the Night of the Black Knives, chose to enter a body with a sealed eye. Melina? Question mark. Okay, where is this freaking cave? I can never remember where the back entrance is, but we need the back entrance. Why is Melina's eye open in the ending then? The thing is, we really don't know. We don't even know who she is. She's potentially the Gloam-Eyed Queen, but what does that fit into the lore? Like, there's more questions than answers when it comes to that. But you could see it as her being freed from a seal. You could see it as that's her true body returned. Because her hair is different too. Prophet's covered eyes were a punishment for having seen flame. So I believe the Prophet set has an item description more related to when you know your path, you should just close your eyes and take a step or something like that. I read it in my first playthrough recently-ish, so I remember it vaguely. But it's more symbolic of their faith. It's the thing around their neck that is a punishment for having seen flame, and a sign for people not to listen to them because they've seen the flame. All right, chat, do you know the cave I'm going for? Can someone remind me where this is? Because I genuinely can never remember how to locate this cave. I know it's near this troll. Melina's gold eye is also blinded. It definitely looks blinded, and it doesn't have the gold anymore. Open the map in a moment. Because this freaking ogre's angry at me. Ties in with Hayeta. I wanted to see without eyes. Maybe one eye they can't let go of something completely possible. Also notable though, Hayeta, still can't have my map, was born near blind. I should say Irina. Irina was born near blind. There we go. Okay. Going in the right direction. That's good. Is it... Oh, wait. Is it maybe here? Because this is the cave, but this is the entrance on the Kaled side. I'm trying to get to the Limgrave side, where the door's closed. So it's got to be along this wall? Maybe it's more up than I thought. Where the red thing? No, the red thing is a marker that Dee gave me for the portal to Garank. Marking on her Gloam Eye also matches the scars on the stone eye Garank gave you. Yeah, it's likely supposed to be that, considering she's missing one eye. No matter what, no matter how you see it. Cave with Moonveil? I don't remember. I just remember Alexander's in there. No. I think Moonvale's in it, but I don't remember. Yeah, Alexandra has a spawn there. That's the Moonvale one? Oh, it's the same one. Alexander leading you to Moonvale. What a homie. Gale something. Is it Gale Cave? Huh. Oh, I guess it is. You're right. Hope we get more pot lore? I hope so too. I just love the pots. I love anything to do with them. Missionaries Cookbook, Nomadic Warriors Cookbook, and Anastasia. Hey! Hey, I wonder why she's coming at us with this big knife. And I wonder why her name is Tarnished Eater. Anyone got any lore on that? It looked like she had a scar under her eye, but I couldn't quite parse it. So, this is Anastasia, Tarnished Eater. She invades you in 2 different locations, I believe. Maybe 3. I think 2, though. A talisman carried by assassins who strike unseen. Raises holy attack power, but lowers damage negation. Holy attack, interesting. Patterned on a scorpion, freshly shed of its exoskeleton, its claws seizing a heart with a blessed glow. 3. Ah, yeah. So, she is likely related to the Volcano Manor, considering that's where she invades you. But yeah, she is an assassin who eats people. She's like the man-eater Mildred of this game, effectively. She's trying to kill and consume Tarnished. I forgot about the snowfields. Oh my god, yes, that's the one I always forget. Man-eater Mildred reference, personally, yeah. I think she is supposed to be related, but the thing is, she's a maiden. She looks like a maiden. She's got the same garb. She disguised herself as a finger maiden. I wonder if it's a disguise or if it's not, like, what she was. You know? Red Phantoms are nowhere near as scary as Demon Soul ones. Dude, I gotta tell you, they nerfed Reds and Invasions and NPC Phantoms in general into the freaking ground. They are a shadow of what they could have been. I'm still a little bummed. Lord Godfrey, at last at the end of his campaign, his golden armies unvanquished and unbowed, yet finds grace lost, tattered and faded. Sucks to suck skill issue. Is it here? That's basically what we went over already. The loss of the grace, etc., etc. You know how it be, gamers. I don't remember it being so far. Maybe I guess it is in Caelid. I always thought the exit was in Limgrave, though. What if she is your maiden? I don't know. I guess anything's possible. West of the wind jumping spots, the small nook in the cliff face. I don't remember the jump spot. I know I'm too far, though. This is too far. On the troll's right side? Let's go back down here. I know it's on the Limgrave side, though. It's just, it's so important. Rolling troll. Which one's the rolling troll? Oh, near the wind spot. This is promising. Do I go more up? Open the door and talk with Alexander again in the same spot afterwards? Yeah, but we gotta talk to him first. I think it's the troll that rolls. Is very helpful, thank you. Is it this nook? There it is! It's in the nook! Actually, truly excellent description, thank you. Very powerful, very based. I think Alex should be here. He's here! My boy! How did you even get through this door, my brother? Hello.
Ah, I hadn't expected to see your face again. Are you heading to the Festival of Combat too?
Yeah.
No need to be coy with me.
Judging by the fine wallop you gave the old backside earlier, I would venture you're something of a warrior yourself.
I get that a lot.
The mere thought of such a festival gets the blood pumping, eh? Now, according to my calculations, passing through this road should lead us to the Kaled Wilds. But, however you slice it, it seems we've reached a dead end. I'm sorry to have raised your hopes. It seems my calculations must have been off.
My risk was calculated, but dang, am I bad at math. Does not open from this side. So, as you can see here, Alexander appears on the in the Gale Tunnel, sorry, on the other side of this door. You can see him if you go through it and you know, open it. You just can't have activated the festival already, or he moves. Hello.
I was created to be a warrior vessel. Many great warriors reside within me, ever dreaming of becoming a great champion. It's my destiny, and the reason for which I quest. It is my ordeal, you could say. To test myself, to better myself, to fell ever greater foes. And then, one day, we'll be a single great champion. The greatest of them all. What do you think, eh? How do you rate my chances?
It's phenomenal dialogue. So, number one thing about him is, like he says, he's a warrior jar. But the thing about the jars is the reason you see so many of them cracked outside of Erdtrees, the miniature Erdtrees, is because that's where people were laid to rest. They were buried. And the thing is that I think he's sort of, because he's consumed so many warriors, he's become a vessel for so many dead warriors, he's taken on their hopes and dreams. He is literally a vessel who is simply supposed to transport people, in this case warriors, over to an Erdtree and then crack. So they can be buried and reborn. But because he's consumed so many warriors who likely died near the start of their journey, he is desperate. He's sort of become an amalgamation of all of them, their wills of wanting to fight, wanting to be stronger. He's kind of like, you know, us at the start of the journey. Like, we are the player. We want to start the game. We want to get stronger. We want to start our journey. Imagine if you just got Elden Ring and then someone took it away from you. That's basically what happened to these warriors. They want to fight. And his will has sort of come together. And I don't know if this is intentional. Like, I don't think that his creation was necessarily intentional in terms of him being a warrior, because we do see other warrior jars, but they don't seem to be sentient like him. They seem to be almost just like used as defense. There's one in Ray Lucaria, one in Stormvale. Maybe they're protecting other jars, I don't know, but he's definitely a unique individual. And what makes him special? We don't know, maybe time. Either way, he then says that his goal is to become stronger and become one single warrior. And I think, spoilers, throughout his quest, as he progresses, as he fights, as he struggles, in the end, in Farum Azula, he asks us to kill him, because if we can best him, what is him will enter us in the form of runes. We will become that one warrior, because he realizes that in the form that he is in now, he can't do it. So he needs us to kill him to become that warrior. And it's really sad and heartbreaking. But that's going to be the conclusion. But for now, he's just starting off his journey.
I was created to be a many great ones. My destiny. It is my.
Okay.
Then, what do you think, eh?
That's it. I'm heartbroken by the fact that we had to fight him. Yeah, desperately so. I think it's the saddest I've been. Blythe was sad, but the thing about Blythe is he's lost his mind, and Alexander was still him when we fight him. So now we have to go through Gale Tunnel the correct way, open the door, and he'll basically be like, oh dang, you done did it. Why does Jar Baron want to become a warrior as well? Jar Baron is literally a child. Children tend to look up to the people around them, and honestly, if you look at the other denizens of Jarburg, they're all just kind of sitting there. I feel like I don't know, they're chilling. Do you know what I mean? They're sweet, but Alexander seems to be the only one who went on a journey who wanted something else, and I can see Jarbairn as a typical child looking up to like, oh, I want to be big and strong like you one day. Alexander is his uncle? Yeah, they're all Jar people. Also, I really wonder if the uncle is literal. I know this is a thing in a lot of different cultures, but in Polish, for example, we call everyone, calling people uncle and aunt is a sign of respect. So everybody you meet is like, not everybody, but like, let's say you go to a family party or whatever, and there's someone who you've never met in your life and has absolutely zero relation to you, but is like a family friend that your dad knew 20 years ago in university. Ah, to jest wujek Piotrek. That's Uncle Peter. Everybody's just uncle. Not related to you. It gets a little confusing to explain to generally English-speaking people. Because like in Canada, we don't really do that. We don't call people just like uncle. But it's a thing in Polish, and I know it's a thing in other languages. So I wonder if it's just like a close person who is not related to you, but is given a title of respect. You know? Yeah, I didn't know who was actually related to me until I was like a teen, because I called everyone aunt and uncle for my entire life. Chinese, yeah. I know a lot of other cultures do it. Call family, friends, and call aunt and uncle, etc. The thing is, too, like, it's interesting because at least when I've met English-speaking people, it's like Canadian folks, they don't really do that. If they're like someone you've known for your whole life, you might call them aunt and uncle, even if they're not related, right? But I'm talking about like a relative or not even someone who's related that you have never met in your entire life. You call them uncle. Do you know what I mean? It's just like a respect thing. It's like a title. There actually uses cousin when referring to the player. Yeah, he calls you cuz. It's really sweet. Italy, uncle is also used for calling people like, hey, uncle, come here. Ah, cool. And I've done that too. Okay, yeah. I don't know. It's a thing. All right. The lady in Chapel of Anticipation was our maiden. White Mask Vare killed her. That's likely. We just can't be sure, but it's likely because Vare has a penchant for killing maidens, and he wants us to kill a maiden, so it does suggest it's something he does. And he seems very confident about us not having a maiden when he meets us. So it's like, how would he know that unless he did it? I definitely am in the Vare did it camp, personally, as well. Yeah. Okay, gamers, give me 1 second. Just going to use the restroom, and then we progress, okay? never happier than when I hear that Caelid music. Stream schedule. I think, okay, I don't know if it updates. I think if you go to Twitch itself, like if you go to my about, there is actually like a schedule tab, and it should update for your time zone. Now keep in mind the schedule's a little off because it says that I stream at 7:30, and today I started at my time about half an hour late. You know, it's got to adapt a little bit for time, but it should update to your time zone. Yeah. Okay. God, I love Caelid. Been streaming offline. Oh, it could be that. It could be that. Yeah. Gale Tunnel. Gale Tunnel. It's not Jail Cave. I get Gale and Jail confused. Pronounced differently, spelled very similar. Also, generally, I don't remember oh god. I don't remember the names of like dungeons for anything. I don't think it's this one. No, not right now, Putrid Avatar. Not right now, thank you. I don't think this is it. This is a mine. Yeah, this is a mine or Erdtree Catacomb. It's not it. It's the mine on the map. It's the mine on the map. Let's just go to like this. Caelid String just give me the creeps. It makes me feel comfy. Like, I love it. Like, the disturbing sound of Caelid music, just like, actually, I'm just like, it's home. I think it's just I spend so much time here that it just feels safe. Thanks for the sheep scream. Oh, it is near some soul. Yeah, I think I remember. Now you just kind of, yeah, okay. I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah. We kind of go and hug the... Yeah, okay, hang on. Find it. Limgrave is pretty much completed, I think. I think so. I was just thinking, like, how crazy it is that we in 3 streams have not left Limgrave yet. We're not even done the Weaving Peninsula. Yeah, we gotta do that too. Okay. Nascent Butterfly. Very notable location here. Not flying around, but a drop. I think this is our first one too. Where'd it go? Here it is. It's not our first one. An arcane butterfly with translucent wings. Material used for crafting items exceedingly rare to find. This butterfly appears as if it's just emerged from its cocoon for its entire life. And then we have this spirit here sobbing, head and hands, with mushrooms all around. It's rotting. Everything rotting scarlet. The very earth that Caelid rests upon, and Celia, a town of sorcery. The end is nigh for us all. I mean, yeah. Can you imagine what this place looked like? These were all trees. Probably something like we see back there, but the rot has taken all of it. Look at these giant skulls. Rotted. This was probably like a normal crow or another bird, potentially. The Caelid dogs, the T-Rex dogs as we call them, I believe were straight up just wolves. Or dogs. But the point is they... Oh my god, if I had a nickel. It is not the first time I've done that, let me tell you. Things here got real messed up. Finally, the crazy animals and mobs. We need the crazy mobs. Anyway, heading over to try to find this cave. I think it's the one that follows the cliff, but we'll see. I think there's also a larval tier here, which I'd like to grab if this is the correct... No, I don't think it's this one. One of these graveyards, though. I love the music here. Even the battle music is so great, isn't it? Hey, underrated. Ah, here we go. This is it. Gale Tunnel. Hello. What's up, gamer? Follow your friend. Alright, don't do what they did. Be very careful. Backstab souls? Yep. I don't want to go fully into Caelid yet. This is just going to be like a little step in specifically for Alexander. Because he's basically still in Limgrave when we find him. Cathedral Dragon Community? That sounds about right. So they were once normal. What's up with the dogs and crows in the mountaintops? I really wonder if it's not something similar, considering we see the blasphemy hands. It might not necessarily be just scarlet rot, but it could be... I mean, it could also be that they simply started eating a lot of bodies, because these are sites of immense violence and war that we see them in, which would be the mountaintops of the giants and Caelid. Crows are, of course, carrion animals. They eat the dead, so if you give them a lot of dead to eat, you can imagine they become monstrous. The dogs, similarly, potentially eating corpses. But yeah, the fact that we see those rotted, gross hands... I believe the hand enemies we see are signs of blasphemy and blasphemous acts. Holy... Okay. Gotta put the respect on Naked Man with Pickaxe, because he just annihilated my whole life. Okay. Dragons getting rotted, mutating the animals? Yeah. That old man energy? Mm-hmm. I'm ready for you this time, brother. Whoops, a little too early. Wolves and crows are senators of war, so they both eat corpses. I mean, look at, I know, different game, but still. Bloodborne. The crows got warped because they started eating a lot of corpses. They became beasts as well. I don't think it's a coincidence that in places full of carrion and corpses, beings got warped. Hey. Oh my god. Whose side are you on? I'm trying to free you. I'm trying to free you from the yoke. You guys should unionize! God damn it! The children truly do be yearning for the mines. The same guy. I'm telling you, they're so powerful. Am I even able to handle the boss here? I just realized. You know what? It's time. It's time. Just one. It's time for some secret forbidden runes. Just a touch, just a taste, just a snack. They had better working conditions than Demon Souls. Run through to Alexander? I mean, I could. I also want some mats, though. Then again, mats aren't important. We simply need to... Yeah, we don't even need to clear this, honestly. Because the mats, I'm gonna use this weapon until I get something better. And it needs special, so I can just... No, you unionize it! Bro, run. They're coming. That guy's a little lost. It's okay. He's got the spirit. So then we could fight the boss, or we could totally not. Anyone following me? Come here. I can't let you go near Alexander. He is protected. I absolutely do not want to talk about that. We need to go to the Weaving Peninsula too. simply to strengthen our, to get more golden seeds, and 3 sacred tears are chilling in there, so. Me when I stub my toe. Alright, you prepared? Surprise! It's me! I opened the door for you. I don't know how you're gonna get through it, because you are thick AF. You are thicker than a bowl of oatmeal, my brother, but I believe in you.
Oh, good lady. Where did you spring from? This was supposed to be a dead end, I'm sure of it. What's going on here? A door from thin air? Well, stranger things happen at sea, or so I'm told. But onward to the Kaled Wilds. I suppose my calculations were right all along. You should head this way as well, friend.
He's actually so cute because he ran into, like, he didn't even try the door. Because he's like, a door from thin air. Like, he didn't see that it was a door. I mean, I know he's a jar. Do you know what I mean? I don't even know how he perceives the world around him. But oh my god. He's truly the himboist of himbo individuals, because we meet him. We open a door and he's like, where did you come from? A door? I love him so much. He's as smart as the Katarina guy from the DS3 elevator. I legitimately think that Alexander's dumber. And I love every minute of it. He's the ultimate himbo.
It's time I set off to the festival at Redmane Castle on the southern edge of the scarlet rot blighted Kaled Wilds. Doesn't the thought just set your heart aflutter?
When is a door not a door? When it's a jar? It's the funniest joke of all time. It's too funny. It's too funny. Because there's a door and there's a jar right here. Himbo? Yeah, himbo. It does what it says on the tin. Be a himbo. Flat surface must be a wall. Only a wall, nothing else. No check, just wall. He's still here. Is he just gonna... Hello?
It's time I set off to the festival.
Okay. I love you, Alexander. I didn't get this spawn in my first playthrough because I triggered the festival so early, but to be honest, it's pretty niche. Because you have to enter through the back way to get all the dialogue. Because if you open it from this side, and even if you see him, he won't give you all that dialogue. So this is a pretty tough one. It's time I set off. Stands there. I have a thing that I don't like, because okay, you know when I was like when all of us were like growing up and stuff, like my parents would wake me up in the morning when I was a kid, right? And I could be known to sleep in. I could be known to not be a morning person. I could be known to be like, yeah, I'm getting up, and then not. So occasionally, my parents would simply be like, go on. And I'd be like, no. I don't, you have to leave. I don't like getting out of bed when someone's there looking at me. I don't like it. I don't like it. I still don't. That's kind of maybe what he's doing. He won't set off until we look away a little bit. He's nervous. First playthrough, I just killed him by mistake because I didn't know about the oil. You tried to hit him from the back without lube? Unbelievable. He specifically asks for it. He's gotta change. Yeah, he's gotta change his clothes or something. All right, so we're not gonna go to Kaled yet. We got a couple spawn points. We're not like set there. Let's see. Let's go to Gronk. I can't wait to do the thing where he requires lube. What is the lube one? Like, what lube does he require again? I don't even remember what it is. I just, because I've done that only once. Video games on mute for an hour on Saturdays? You're a morning person? Essential oil pot. Essential oils pot. Oil pot. Where do you get the recipe for that? We're gonna have to prepare. So it was just an oil pot based. He's a real one for that. He's so real. Oh, Schmo, thanks for the follow. Shofra. Ah, the nomadic merchant that's in the one who sells soap? Is it the one who sells soap? I just remember him as the one who sells soap. Ah, so once again, just to talk about this, this is clear Farum Azula architecture. It's kind of out of place here, but it likely suggests that the places around here were closer to the Farum Azula that we see when it was on land before it became this kind of out of time place. This guy jumped you once because something I did. That's actually part of his quest. He goes crazy. You have to beat him up a little bit. And it's hard because he is very strong. And then he calms back down and he says, I will not forget again. He remembers himself. Also, I'm so sorry. I forgot to aggro. Not aggro. Sorry, I read aggro. I forgot to mention. Someone in chat, when we are back at Stormvale, mentioned that there's a rare spawn that he will appear outside. And yeah, that is absolutely a thing. But I've only heard about it. I've never gotten it to spawn. It is very rare. I think it's during rain. Sometimes he can appear outside. Bestial Sanctum. I owe Garunk money. Don't mention I'm here. I don't think he cares too much about money. I think he just cares about death. Feed me more death. So let's take a look at his hand. We can see it. It's kind of hard to get a good angle from here, but if you take a peek, you can see there is that glowing tablet. There's like a piece of metal, a decorative piece of metal attached to his hand. It's sort of rope is fed through it and it's attached to his hand with a red glowing gem in the center. This is likely what's left of the Rune of Death because of course he gets his black blade out of it when he fights you. At night he'll howl at the moon. I believe it has to be raining, but it's once again it's a super rare thing. I've never seen it personally. And he does face toward does he face toward Farum? Use his Syncodeas in any playthroughs? No. They look cool. Just never used it myself. He attacks you because you have the knife print because he says something about put it away. And then something about his past. I think it's because he always attacks you when you when you feed him a certain number of death roots. So I think it's just like it starts to sort of make him lose it a little. He faces the Erd tree. Marika. Wait, hang on. Okay.
I smell it. Death. Feed it me. Tarnished. Bring more death. I shall grant thee eye and claw. Feed me more.
Ooh, he literally pushes you. The Clawmark Seal and the Beast Eye. Beast Eye, very notable, has a very, very similar color, if not the same, and sort of like twisty voidiness of it is very, very similar, eerily, to Melena's Sealed Eye when we see her post Frenzied Flame. Is this guy's fault for the Elden Ring shattering? No. No. Marika. It is Marika's fault. She did it. But it's a question of really why she did it. The shattering, one of the big parts of the shattering was the Night of the Black Knives, which potentially was something that Marika planned with Ronnie. Yeah, Marika betrayed him. So Marika only had use of Malekith as a vessel for the Rune of Death, which is what she did. She took the Rune of Death and put it in him as a vessel, and that's it. But even then, she betrayed him. I personally think the betrayal was the Night of the Black Knives, that she told Ronnie how to steal a piece of the Rune of Death from him, thus, betraying him. But also, he's very loyal to her. Just like Blythe is to Ronnie, he is, like, coded to be loyal to Marika. So, it's absolutely devastating that he's just trying to make up for the mistake that he made, but all evidence points to the fact that Marika wanted it to happen in the first place. If he guarded the Rune of Death better, though, the thing is, if it is Marika who helped Ronnie do the Night of the Black Knives, it was a conspiracy from within, then he didn't really stand a chance. Do you know what I mean? She smashed the ring because Godwin died? It's one of those things. In-universe propaganda, misinfo. It could also be people simply not knowing. Either way, I don't think Marika wanted her child to die. It's still pretty devastating. It's one of those things where she knew it needed to happen, but it doesn't mean it was easy. Because she made a huge mistake. Allowing the Erd Tree to become effectively all-powerful. And I think she realized it by that point, which is why she went to such extremes to try to fix her mistake in the first place. It's not his fault. It really isn't. It's not poor Malekith's fault. It's like blaming Blythe for Ronnie killing her two fingers. Do you know what I mean? She's just doing exactly what she wanted. That was Mikola being stolen that made her decide to shatter the Elden Ring. There's no direct statement for that. The whole thing about Godwin being why she shattered the Elden Ring is stated to us in a cutscene. But I think it's a little bit more complicated. I think there's more to it. Do you know what I mean? But I feel like the Mikola thing and the Moog thing happened quite a bit later, but the timeline gets fuzzy during the Shattering War. What's wrong with the lens between that she felt she needed to trigger a reset? Well, she allowed a parasitic entity to put its gold into every single eye and every single denizen of the lands between, and then allowed a parasite to take over a holy tree that used to be used to get people to be reborn when they die in a natural cycle of death and life endlessly, and instead turned it into a way to feed an otherworldly being. And then she was like, "Aw, shit, I did not realize I did all that," and then she tried to fix it. She goofed up real good. Iron Wetblade. I forgot to read this. We got this in Stormvale Castle. Iron Wetblade with a cipher engraved can be used as a whetstone knife. When applying an affinity using Ashes of War, an additional affinity of heavy, keen, or quality can be chosen. I forgot to get the one at Limgrave. We gotta go do that. Now Godwin uses the same tree to spread death everywhere. I actually kind of wonder if Marika... Okay, I don't... Because Godwin seems to be a total surprise to everybody. Do you know what I mean? They buried him at the Erd Tree roots, and then he started taking over them, right? He was buried there because it is an honor. As the first demigod to die, he was given this immensely honorable burial right at the Erd Tree roots. The others are not buried directly at the Erd Tree. It was very special for him. But because of that, he started effectively cannibalizing them, and it allows him to spread. But also, by him spreading on the Erd Tree, he is also potentially killing it, which would be something that Marika would want. So I really wonder if she knew that Godwin would start becoming this weird soulless being. Like, I really wonder how much of this she knew. Writing on the Wetblade the same text that appears on the Cipher Pada? Yeah, it's the same type of runes. Yeah. Okay, I didn't read the Beast Eye. Sorry, I got distracted with other lore discussion. Claw-marked stone eye received from Garank, beast clergyman. It is said to tremble when near death root. The murky violet iris writhes as if alive. I am not sated. Feed me more death. One thing I will also say. Now, I don't remember what color Malekith's eyes are. Does someone know what color eyes Malekith has? I feel like they're hidden from us. Do we even see his eyes? I don't remember, but I will note that Blythe, who is also a shadow created for an Empyrean by the Two Fingers, has violet eyes. It's not the exact same shade, but I wonder, because this is a beast eye. I don't think so? That they're not purple, or you don't see his eyes? Sorry. Godwin is kind of a problem that is never resolved by the end of the game. Honestly, I think a lot of the problems are still unresolved, except if you do the Frenzy Flame ending, which causes a whole other sort of problem. Blythe, this purple eyes? Yeah, he does. His helmet covers his eyes. That's what I thought. I wonder if he lost his eyes. I wonder if these are not simply, it's literally his eye. Like maybe he gives you an eye of his. But it's a stone eye, which is interesting. You have to wonder how many eyes he has to give out, to be honest. Yeah, you can see, when next time we see Blythe, we'll show off his eyes, but he does have purple eyes. I'm not saying it's not the Glowmite Queen's eye, but it's just, it does say Beast Eye. And it does seem to have a similar color to the shadows. But the thing is, the only shadows we see are Malekith and Blythe, both of which are very different. The shadows, the Shadowbound beasts are designed effectively custom. They're perfectly made for their Empyrean. So the fact that Blythe is just kind of like a guy who's a wolf apparently fits Ronnie, versus Malekith is this hulking beast and very lithe. They're completely different. But also could suggest the potential difference between Marek and Ronnie. Like, wow, Malekith is something. Blythe is no slouch, but Malekith. Yeah, I wonder about Malekith. It's possible that he doesn't have eyes anymore. Stone eyes could hint something about becoming a dragon. Yeah, they are associated with stone eyes. So we got that, and then we got the Clawmark talisman. Not talisman, it's a seal, I think. Maybe it is a talisman. Is it a talisman? Nope, it is a seal. Clawmark seal. Let's take a look at it. It is... It has laurels upon it. Otherwise looks like a... just like a brooch. It's seal. And then it has a literal just triple claw mark through it. With a tuft of fur on it. Sacred seal granted by Garank, the beast clergyman. A rare trinket which allows incantations to be scaled with strength. The claw mark represents Garank's wrath. Enhances bestial incantations learned from Garank. Really neat. Yeah, strength scaling so Unga Bunga builds can use it. Yeah, because it is, what does Blythe always say? Fang and claw. It is to fight like a beast. You use incantations, but you use your sheer strength. What's your favorite weapon? The Wing of Estelle. You know, also has purple eyes. Other than Melina in the ending. Beast Incant build wasn't great in PvP. I'm sorry to hear that. Honestly, I feel like it's hard to get stuff to work in PvP. Alright, we're just gonna grab this for easier traversal of the land, and then we're gonna go to Weeping Peninsula. Beastclaw Great Hammer might be one of my favorite weapons. Ooh, very Unga Bunga. Yennefer from Witcher series? Ah! I wasn't thinking of outside this game, but you're right, she sure does. I love Yennefer. I love her so much. She's my favorite characters in media. I like her even more after reading the books, for real. She's so whip smart. And savage. What about Godfrey's eyes? I thought he had purple eyes, but I may be wrong. Never looked closely enough at his eyes. This is the type of stuff we're doing today, looking at eyes. That's something we gotta get into. It's just tough because in the cutscene, like, they're so little still. Hello, Irina.
Hello?
Yet another recycled name from Diaz 3.
Is somebody there? Might I bend your ear for a moment, please? My name is Irina. I've escaped from Castle Morn to the south. The servants there have rebelled. I can't be sure what it is. My eyesight's been weak since birth, you see. But I swear I heard frightful howling from all over. My good father secreted me out the castle, but decided himself to stay. He says it's his duty. as commander. I fear for Father's life. The servants are full wrath, filled with hatred for every one of us. They've since come for every one of the companions I escaped with. They haven't spared a soul. I fear it's no different at Castle Morn. Please, I implore you, would you mind taking a letter to my father at the castle? My soul wishes that he escape, even if his honor should be the price. Please. I just want him to be safe.
We even have Castle Morn, also a name from Dark Souls 3. I'm gonna refuse and then say yes.
I understand. I fear some of the castle's servants are still prowling nearby. Do take care on the road. I pray your journey comes to fruition. And if you happen to change your mind, please come to see me again.
Generally, everyone's like pretty chill when you say no to
Hello?
them.
Is somebody there? Ah, you're the one from before, aren't you? Please, I implore you, would you mind taking a letter to my father at the castle? My soul wishes that he escape, even if his honor should be the price. Please. I just need him to be safe. Thank you. Dearly. Then please, take this.
Irina's letter.
Deliver it to my father, who remains in the castle, if you please.
So, I personally believe that even at this point in time, Irina has been frenzy infected. I say infected. It's not the perfect term, but she is effectively become a vessel for frenzy by the time she dies, and Morn is a location where there is the ailing village. It's possible she caught it on the road, but the fact that she is near blind from birth, I think, is part of what makes her an ideal finger maiden for them, and why the frenzied flame, in some way, shape, or form, with its ability to see, I don't know if Hayeta even knows who Hayeta is. Do you know what I mean? Because all of a sudden, she's Irina. She's like, my father, please help me. Please deliver this note. And blah, blah, blah. And then next time you see her, she's dead. And then after that, suddenly, same model. By the way, I never noticed it was the same model. I did not put Irina and Hayeta together. I didn't. I never realized. I forgot. Honestly, they use different names. How was I supposed to know? But I eventually later realized that they are the same individual. And yeah, so that's fun. Where's the letter? There it is. Letter given by Irina, addressed to her father, the commander of Castle Morn. Gorgeous silken handkerchief, lightly stained with blood. Words can be made out within. Body stands here when we encounter Hayeta. I feel like they just didn't want you to miss Hayeta. Like, I think it's like a gameplay thing. What's weird is that none of their names start with G, R, or M. I know. Same voice actors? I believe so. I believe so. Now, it's really weird if you are unlike me and you put that together. But eventually, when you encounter Shabriri, something about the Frenzied Flame, or beings of the Frenzied Flame, are apparently able to possess corpses, for lack of a better term. The difference is that Hayeta doesn't seem to be aware of it. She simply is just chilling. Maybe she's been moonlighting. Do you know what I mean? Because she talks about how people come to her with grapes, and she eats grapes. They give her grapes and she enjoys the sweetness, and she's searching for the flame. Maybe she's doing both at the same time. But the fact that she introduces herself to us as a different name, I don't know. Same way as Yura. Their fate is very similar. I think it's coincidental. Yura is going after Eleonora. By the time I got to Hayeta, my first playthrough, I forgot about Irina altogether. Same. Yeah. I thought it was just a Dark Souls 3 nod because the guy from Morn is taking care of Irina, but is also terrified of her. Now, okay, I just want to talk about why I think she's frenzy infected even at this point. The next time we meet her father, he's become Edgar the Revenger, I believe, after his questline. It's been a long time since I've seen that spawn and done that whole thing, but when we kill him, we get the last eye we need to feed Hayeta to guide her along her path. Besides the major one, I think you need to feed her 2 or 3 eyes before she goes and you can feed her Vixai, and then she ends up at the basement or whatever. Found Irina corpse before Hyetta. Yeah, I think they just don't want you to miss it because I've definitely found. I don't even remember what order I did it in. I remember testing, and it seems like she dies when you go close to the elevator in the castle. I cleared all the enemies and ran back and forth to see. Ah, interesting. Both have changed personalities after being affected by the frenzy flame. Well, that's because Yura is dead. Like, Yura dies canonically. Irina does too, but the difference is Shabriri literally says, "Oh, you probably knew this guy, didn't you? Yeah, he's me now." He literally talks about, "Hello, I know this is a corpse. You knew this guy, but he's me now. Thanks." But Hayeda's like, "Hello, I'm Hayeda. I search for grapes." You know, she's not like, "Hi, I think you met me in a previous form." You know, like they're kind of separated. How many hours do you think the DLC will be roughly? Looks pretty big. No clue. No idea. Pretty sure Hayeda doesn't spawn unless Irina is dead. It's possible. It requires some testing. Actually, why don't we find out right now? It's not too hard to get that. Let's get the Crimson Amber Medallion and the Demi-Human mobs. We have the Iron Helmet. Cloth covering the mouth and neck provides some resistance to poisons and other irritants. Scale armor. Armor reinforced with small metal scales. The cape covering the shoulders is made with treated rock lizard skin and provides ample protection against fire. Red Thorn Round Shield. A small wooden round shield. It is light and easy to handle, but cannot offer the damage negation of a metal shield. Its emblem is an ancient thorn design. Though it isn't much, it boosts fire damage negation. Am I on top of the giants? The blood flame nerds or whatever? Not the blood flame. The thorn people. Because it does boost fire damage negation. With the emblem. Stones for a key. Pot. I'll buy this for lore. The bastard sword. Okay, I think that's the big stuff here. Samurai starts with that shield. Interesting, considering Okina and his whole thing.
Be well.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Alright, so we've talked to Irina. She should still be alive. We have not entered Castle Morn. Okay, Eponymous, how close to the elevator do I have to get? Like, can I grab the map at least? She never drops the act too? Yeah, I don't think it's an act. The trigger is getting the letter from Irina. Oh. Interesting. Now I don't know what's the best way to do this. Because we could really easily do this. Shiburi took Yura's body without his consent. That's definitely the implication, but I also think that the frenzied flame, like an illness, can make you lose control. I think there is a suggestion that Shiburi did have consent, but it's in that sort of... We can't be sure if he's really telling the truth, right? Not that the trigger is the castle? Yeah, let's just go kill Godric real quick. I'll just summon Nephalia. It should be able to pull it off. We were a couple hits away. Although Nephalia might make it harder. We'll see. Do I have any spells? I forgot to read Rancor Call. That one's important. So we got this in the basement of Stormvale Castle right by the body of Godwyn, the second body. Sorcery of the Servants of Death. Summons vengeful spirits that chase down foes. Once thought lost, this ancient death hex was rediscovered by the necromancer Garrus. Oh, right. That's what we heard about Garrus. Because I'd heard the name before by the time I fought him in Altus. Death hex. I want to note every use of death hex. I'm going to write that down in our little notebook here. Shiburi does remind you of how Gowry possesses bodies of the kindred of rot. Yes, I genuinely think that is the same idea. It looks like close servants of the outer gods are able to gain interesting powers that all seem reminiscent to one another. Yura says something when he dies right before Eleanor invades it for Shadow Shabir possessing him. We'll get to that. Yeah, because I do remember him saying... I really wonder if it's something he chose, like in order... But then again, the frenzied flame can be chosen by us, but it can also possess you whether you choose it or not. Kind of like the those who live in death, right? Okay, I just want to write this down. Rank or call... Ancient... Death Hex. Rediscovered by Garrus. I want to make a note of all uses of Hex. Because I think it might be significant to Mesmer. Maybe not this one, but the lava sorceries that Reichard created are described as ancient hexes. And I wonder if they might really be bringing in hexes in truly in the DLC, like something more reminiscent to the hexes that we've encountered in previous games. Oh, I would love that. I don't even know how I'll use them, but I love that. Okay. Hi, Godric. I don't really have much more than I had last time, so can you like be chill with me? I thought I could get an R1 in there for some reason. Instead, I didn't do anything. Man, this weapon takes a long time to swing for real. It's so strong, but I swear, I am the worst with it. Oh my... Can I roll? Video game? Oh, I can get my Wondrous Physic. That's another healing. That'll help. Oh, not worth it. Okay, I thought you were done after 4 attacks. That's my bad, brother. I know, Godric. What did he say? Fall before me? Bro, I don't even know he talks. Honestly, I actually didn't realize how even Godric struggles with the they attack 80 times while you're just waiting to squeeze in a single R1. Bow before me? I didn't hear the B. But that sounds more like him for sure. Alright, come on, baby boy. Also, yeah, it is really weird seeing that at night. Okay. You cannot get an R1 in there. I was trying to do like a jump attack and then jump immediately, but I couldn't recover fast enough. Oh, you know what? Burn up, Godric. Oh, there's a bleed proc, a little early. But this should be phase 2. I really let him hit me, huh? Ooh, if that was an anime, though. Can you do your, like... There! I wanted to see that attack. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're not going to let him hit us with the grab, because I want to, you know, beat him. Goodbye!
I am the Lord of all that is golden. And one day, we'll return together to our home bathed in rays of gold.
Godric's Great Rune, Remembrance of the Grafted. So, notably, once again, he is another example of a figure who dies. We hear his voice, and then as he vanishes, he pops out of existence. His body vanishes, and we still hear him talking, and his voice sounds like it's further away. Death is convoluted. That's for sure. Godric's Great Rune. The Great Rune of the Shard-Bearer Godric, devoid of any benediction. Seek the divine tower of Limgrave, which stands beyond the Great Bridge from Stormvale Castle. And then we got his remembrance. Remembrance of Godric the Grafted, hewn into the Erd Tree. The power of its namesake can be unlocked by the Finger Reader. Alternatively, it can be used to gain a great bounty of runes. A feeble man sought power through the grotesque act of grafting. One day we'll return together to our home, bathed in rays of gold. He's someone who left home out of desperation, but truly did miss it. You can find his body again? Yeah, I mean, once it appears, but the thing is, like, he vanishes, but he's still talking. Do you know what I mean? I think that's the key part of this.
What a pathetic excuse for a lord you were. Craven to the bone. Pushing me about like that. And after all that grafting, where did that get you? Look down on me, would ya? Godric, you filthy slug. Feel it. Feel it. Feel my bloody wrath.
This is what's left of Godric's body. His body looks almost stone-like, perhaps like dehydrated wood, and this is all that remains of the body that he had before he started grafting. Like this is more what he looked like. This is the true him. Everything else was added to him through the grotesque act of grafting.
Oh, hello there. This weasel was... Godric was always looking down on me. He got what he bloody deserved thanks to you. I tell you though, what goes around comes around. He had an ugly heart, an uglier countenance, and met the ugliest of ends, eh?
True. Yo, Dredge, thank you. Thanks so much for the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. If you got a gifted sub, make sure to say thank you. No butterflies, no emote havers. Thanks so much, Dredge, for the support. I really appreciate that. Gostock equals Godstock. So, potentially, he was in cut content. Keep in mind, this is cut content. He was Godric's son, which potentially is part of that bitterness, is because he's technically part of that lineage too. But this was cut, right? So we can't be sure. Maybe they cut it because they didn't want him to be the son anymore. It's just interesting to note. But generally, from what we see in the game that we have, is that he is a mistreated servant and was simply the gatekeeper, and so he's pissed for that reason. He's a noble, though. He wears the noble garb, so even within the game itself, he had noble blood, but not necessarily. Oh, he was he was the bastard son of Godric. That's the key. So, yep. I bought most of the important stuff from him, but yeah. Thanks, Godstock. He'll just sit here stomping for a very long time. Godstock giving steppies never gets old. Yeah, he goes hard on it. The throne, yet another depiction of Godfrey. Sirash. And now poor Roger is officially got. Interesting here, a tree in bloom. You know what I wish? I wish this was a DLC entry. Just kidding. But it is just a random place. There's nothing here. Similar to Morgoth? Yes, Morgoth notably is the only other boss who leaves a body, but what's weird about Morgoth is he talks to you in that like weird desiccated form, and then apparently potentially dies after that because Godfrey holds him and appears to mourn him. Where's that ghost? Oh, it's down here. This spirit is I love this pose, by the way. The pose of the frenzy-eyed, the bent back, hands covering eyes, a sign of immense pain, but they just stay like that. Like they're... Frenzied flame is terrifying, but this is what someone looks like when they're in the throes of frenzied flame. We see a bunch of enemies afflicted with it with this exact stance. Standing, sitting, whatever. That's who this is. Strawberry grape. Maiden, dear maiden, where are you? Please take my grapes. A yellowing, oozing eyeball of the infirm. The surface is shriveled and the inside is squishy, not unlike a large, overly ripe grape. Give to the blind maiden to guide her to the distant light. And we're officially in Liurnia via one path. Oh. I never get tired of this view. This might be one of the most gorgeous vistas in the entire game. And Hyetta is here. She doesn't have the shawl. This, the thing covering her shoulders, that's new. This is hang on, which hand is over which? Okay, listen, I don't know if this is significant, but I do find it interesting that she's asking for an offering, and that's why she has those hands cupped like that. I was raised Catholic. When we would go to church, when we went to accept the host, it was very important that you go up and you put your hand exactly like that with the right hand. It's the right hand, right? Yeah, right hand over the left. You accept it in your hands, and then you take it. Or wait, is it left over right? Because you take it with your right hand? Oh, it's been a long time. I think it's left over right, but that would be weird because they don't want... Left hand is bad. I thought it was right over left, but then you eat it with your left. That can't be right. Whatever your dominant is on bottom. Yeah, because you take it and then you take it and you eat it. But anyway, it's just like the accepting. That's a traveling maiden garb. It's just interesting that this strange lady who looks exactly the same and has the same voice actress. Hello.
Hello? Is someone there? My name is Hyetta, and I'm journeying in search of the distant light.
Is it the same voice actress?
So bold as to ask, would you donate any Shabriri grapes in your possession to me? My eyesight has been weak since birth, you see. I can't tell which way I'm supposed to go next.
Exactly the same line.
When I eat one of those grapes, I can feel a distant light in the back of my eyes. It will lead me to my true duty. Is a finger
kind of sounds like the guidance of grace in a way, or like grace, because okay, grace exists in your eyes. The frenzied flame burns your eyes. They're very linked, and they're both apparently associated with an outer god. So I really wonder if the whole idea of the grace and the gold, it's so good, it's so good, it's a blessing. I think that's just something that they believe because that's their outer god, but it's not necessarily a good thing. It is, but the tone is different. Okay, so it is the same voice actress. I'm not gonna give her a grape first. Okay.
Hello? Would you donate? I'm on a pilgrimage in search, and when I eat one of those grapes, I can feel the light in the back of my eyes.
It's even more mysterious. Also, I know if it's convenient from a gameplay perspective, but can we talk about how the moment we encounter Shabriri grape, she shows up as if she knows? Renal and Ronnie the same actress too? Hey, you can't blame me for having bad ability to parse voices.
Oh, many thanks to you. Now I can feel the distant light once more. You are most kind indeed. May the blessing of the fingers be upon you.
I remember my first time doing this quest. I don't know when that's gonna come up, but I remember when I did it, and there's that one moment where you tell her that she's been eating eyes, and I'm just like, oh, she's fine with it. And then the moment I turn around and walk away, you just hear her go like, genuinely so funny. Optic nerve is the back of your eyes. Don't need eyes to see grace. Potentially. As you wish. Alright, I forgot she gave us a gesture. Let's go check out that gesture. Very similar to, like, polite bow, which we don't have yet. Reverential bow. That's from Albridge. Okay, I just wanted to do that, really. I think Bach might appear here. Typical ladies just want me for my grace, for real. For my grapes, I mean. Already gone. Not only does she eat eyes, she eats her father's eyes. Yeah. No, okay. So I was talking about that. And I kind of forgot to finish my whole thought. But with Irina, okay, based on the fingerprint shield, we find out that literally you can spread frenzy through symbols. Like, the fingerprint shield was how frenzy came into the world and got spread, because the symbol of it was able to spread frenzy to others. It's almost like a message that is spread to others. And I really wonder if Irina, whether knowingly or not, spread the frenzy flame to her father with the note that she leaves. Because we don't read the note. We don't get to know what she said in it. But the next time we see Edgar, he's infected by the frenzy flame. It's way later. Lots of traversal of land. So, you know, it's also possible he caught it otherwise, but I do find it interesting that she has apparently been kind of moonlighting as his maiden. Any of the battles acceptable to you in PvP at this time? No.
Good to see you, Master.
Hi, Bach.
Do you remember me? Bok, the demi-human. You helped me before and retrieved my sewing needle. Please, Master, allow me to serve you as your seamster. I can't make nothing from scratch, but I'm happy to make adjustments to your garments.
We're gonna check on Irina in just a moment. Don't tell me.
Master, I was wondering, do you ever make adjustments to your garb yourself? I would, well, rather you let me do the job when possible, please. I don't ask anything in return, you know, and, well, I am your personal seamster after all.
So when he alters your garb, it's free.
Oh, going so soon? Please do be safe on your journeys.
It's actually really sweet. Cloth garb, commoner's garb, altered. The board hung from the neck depicts a sprawling tree, its roots and branches forming 2 holes. This is a self-imposed shackle, a voluntary display of allegiance to the earth tree that increases faith. They do love shackles in this religion, don't they? Gotta tell you. Friggin' sicko kinksters. The handkerchief letter was stained with blood? Yes. I do wonder, she has been surrounded by violence. So I do wonder if it's like, you know, something related to that. But it is significant considering frenzy is not quite a traditional disease. I'm not saying it spreads through blood, but there is something to be said about that, no?
Bok the seamster.
99 Newman runes? Yeah.
Master. Ready to make adjustments to your... Oh.
Okay, that's it for you right now, Bach. Do you vanish, like, immediately? Because I remember finding you was a whole hassle. You're my personal seamster and I can never find you. No, you're still here. Good. How come Hayata takes a liking to you? Because you're such eye candy? That's cursed. Okay, I wanted to... Oh, Irina. We're gonna check on Irina. That's not what I meant to do. She's still here. No, she's dead! Well, I mean, she's technically still here. This might be why I forgot about Irina, dude. Search her Bacher so long and sent him to Renala is what he wanted. She's dead. Okay. There's a couple like boxes, like text boxes in these games that always get me. And I think my favorite has got to be Bloodborne, already dead. Okay. And this is a close second. She's dead. Okay. Well, gotta wonder why Irina was like chosen as the host of Hyetta, if that's really what it is, you know? Now they aren't really dead. I mean, especially like right now, to be fair, you gotta be sure if everybody's dead in this game. The thing about the Bloodborne guy, though, is you literally talk to him and he opens the door for you. And then when the door opens, there's like a desiccated corpse and it's just like already dead. All right. Well, that sucks for Irina, but it looks like... I don't know if it was getting the note. I think it was seeing Hyetta that got Irina killed because you can... I think she lives a little longer otherwise. I'm not sure. There's so many different little possible permutations here. So I had a mimic. So probably not. It's just one of those things, because here's the thing too. We talk to Hyetta, we give her the grape, and then by the time we rest, she's gone. Lomer is explained by the whole reality nightmare thing. I think explaining it is a bit of a stretch. But yeah, it's like explain but also not. It's one of those things, it's supposed to be... The Forbidden Woods is sort of the moment where you go, this isn't just a bunch of beasts in London, is it? Alright, I bought from you already. Okay, let's go get the... Oh, let's use these runes, actually. The thing is, too, it looks like Hyetta does have to do some kind of pilgrimage. She doesn't know where she's supposed to go. She still has to achieve a goal. It's actually really interesting when you consider that. Mimic Veil? Hyetta has veil? You mean the veil over her shoulders? I don't think it's supposed to be the Mimic Veil. I think it's just like traveling maiden garb. It's just interesting because she doesn't actually just get the answer. She still has to follow the rude. So she still has to do a proper pilgrimage. Map of the Weeping Peninsula. The peninsula to Limgrave South is named for its unceasing rainfall, redolent of lament. Map of the eastern region of Limgrave. Other than the mistwood which envelops the south, it is known for its lands which lead to Caelid, a path trod by many a soldier in the past. Interesting that actually Caelid is on this map as well. Like drawn on it. Limgrave West, the domain of Oh, we did read this one. If you attack a Mimic Veiled person, they are revealed. This doesn't happen if you hit Irina or Hyetta. Also, the Mimic Veil allows you to transform into illusory, into inanimate objects, not people. As far as we know, there's no way to pretend to be another person via the Mimic Veil. The Mimic Veil is very special. Maybe Hyetta isn't even real. I've actually never tried to hit Hyetta. Honestly, I don't want to mess up her quest, but I would like to try that at some point. Because I want to see what happens. Irina, I've attacked Irina. I think she uses force on you, or rejection, or whatever it's called. She like knocks you back, but she otherwise doesn't defend herself. The Siege of Castle Morn. A lone hero fights for his vengeance only to fall at the hand of Lord Godfrey. Someone disguising as a woman to escape Landella? Was that with the veil or something else? No, that was literally just Godric. He didn't use the veil. He just dressed as a woman. And he hid with a bunch of women, basically. And if you see a picture of what Godric looked like before he started all that grafting nonsense, you see a brief moment of it in one of the cinematics for Elden Ring pre-release. Not in the game. But you see... like, he looked rather adorable. In fact, do you know the Scion face? Like, the grafted Scions, they look horrifying, but they have one cute, boyish face in the center. Like, truly adorable, cherubic, big, round cheeks. Not like child, but like a youthful individual. And that's very similar to what Godric looked like. So there's kind of the idea that he was, like, the reason he was able to disguise himself is because he looked pretty dang cute. Get surprises like Gowry. Yeah, I did try to kill all NPCs at one point, but I think a couple of them were already dead at that point, so it was too late. But yeah, the point is he didn't use the Mimic Veil, as far as we know, because the Mimic Veil just allows you to transform into inanimate objects. Let's show it off, actually. I've shown it off a lot in PvP, but... Also, the Mimic Veil is worn around your head. Notably, you place it on your head, and that allows you to transform. So you could, I guess, call this an inanimate object, like a living being, because this is the body of like a enemy. But you see them all over the place, so that's probably the one exception that's like closer to the rule. But generally, you transform into like. Okay, can I get like another one? Like a this. There's a few different items. It just depends on what region you're in. You basically transform to things that are in the area that you are in, effectively. I think my hair smells nice, but I'm not going to tell you what shampoo I use because I think it's a bit of a weird question. Still stuck on why it's called Marika's Mischief? I actually think Marika made it. Personally, I just don't think there's another way to have an item like this that is called that, because it suggests that she made it and she used it to get up to Mischief. The Mimic Veil is kind of a goofy item. It's largely harmless. You could use it to hide. Like, honestly, I use it for hide and seek and to play little tricks. A lot of the time, it's fairly harmless. You can use it to ambush people, of course, but generally, it's not that big of a problem. And it's not inherently evil. It's just a mischievous item, like prop hunt, you know? It's not like the violence in it. There's no inherent violence in it. Marika's as trickster goddess is a pretty cool idea. I feel like there's a lot more to her than we know, but she lost parts of herself as she had to do what she had to do, right? But if you look at it, it's honestly, I would say this is cloth with gold inlaid potentially. But this to me looks like a cloth item. But then again, when you wear it, it does seem to have some solidity to it. Like it keeps its shape, not like cloth. So I don't know exactly what it's made of, but I think Marika made it, and it suggests her ability as a craftswoman, for sure. Black Knights were also Newman used veils to conceal themselves. Yeah, exactly. I talked about this. This was the main thing that I was really hung up on in my Elden Ring video, for sure. So there's the veil and the use of veils is used to conceal things but also protect them, is basically my point. Because when you are hidden, you are also safe. I actually think Marika made the veils for the Newman as well. Like the black knives. Veil hanging over line of shadow. Yeah, exactly. Like, yes, it's the one in her bedchamber for sure, but I think that there's other veils already associated with Marika that are previous to this for sure. Sorry. Marika and Bach could have been friends. I wonder about Bach's mother. That's the big one. I'm not saying they're related, but she was a seamster. Thanks, Lyco. Hang on, I want to get it on this too. Hang on. There we go. Perfect. Oh, YouTube chat. Sorry, I missed one. And there you go. Wonder what that means for Morgott as a veiled monarch. Yeah, so beyond Marika, we also have other veiled figures. Veiled definitely means hidden. But I just think when we associate it directly with Marika and things to do with her, we have to remember that a lot of things that she hid were also to keep them safe. Or for otherwise harmless mischief. Using something like the Mimic Veil to appear as a regular human during his reign, I don't think he appeared. I think that's kind of what it means. The Veiled Monarch suggests hidden monarch. I don't think he... You know what? Maybe he kind of had to hide because the Mimic Veil was taken. Although, okay, once again, the Mimic Veil doesn't allow you to transform into people, only objects. So I don't think there's literally like a I put on this and then I look like someone else type thing. I think it's more just for hiding and general mischief. I love these people coming from, oh, they're just trolls, don't worry. It's just people come to chats and they say nonsensical stuff. Happens all over the place. We just sweep them up. It's kind of charming because it always seems like they come in with more than one, and I really feel like it's like a 12-year-old with 2 laptops open with 2 accounts, and it's like and it's just like we have like very limited time on this earth, you know what I mean? Like, do what makes you happy, but also sometimes I feel like it's weird fetish shit. Dead demi-human queen in Fort Height. Yeah, and then I think considering, okay, I don't know if this is related, but I wonder what's up with Pate. Twisted clay sculpt in the shape of a human head emits a voice that says hello. A wistful fetish that imparts voices and words on an eternal journey. I wonder if this is associated, because we use one of these to tell Bach that he's beautiful, and I think he says something about his mother's voice. We're going to do this questline, but it's been a while. Also transformed to a spirit deer in mountaintops. Yeah. Morgott hiding as a commoner in Altus. Yeah, that one is an interesting exception, actually. Yeah, I really wonder what's up with that. Hiding things sounds like an attempt to control a fate or not tempt it? What do you mean? Carpasa level trolling phases? Oh yeah, they come on Twitch too. It's just everywhere. I've gotten them before. And they do tend to come in little waves. Enemies that become rune bears. See, those ones are interesting because they all drop larval tears. And they don't always become rune bears. One of them becomes a rune bear. One of them becomes a one of the lions. When the lions, one of them becomes one of those worm face creatures. A lot of them do become rune bears for sure, but still, it's weird. It's almost like they were reborn. I mean, the mimic tears, not the mimic tears. Sorry, I guess mimic tears is another thing too. Lobster into a grafted scion. Oh my god, I forgot about that one. Yeah. All right, let's make it a little bit further in Castlemore, and I'd at least like to talk to our boy Edgar over here. Who puts them there? I think it's to do with the larval tear. It's like, I don't know. I get a little confused by that, but the larval tears allow you to be reborn, but they also come from the... oh, okay. I just want to talk about one thing real quick. This is alchemy again. Alchemy one of the key components to alchemical experimentation was mercury, also known as quicksilver, which was a metal that could take on the form of liquid. It was liquid at a very, like, it's what do you call it? Low temperature, high temperature? Like, it would maintain liquid form for a very long time. Which lobster does that? There's one in Liurnia that does just that. Hey, that undo pop-up. Oh, sorry, Lyco. I just like getting in on it too. Are the weapons in Noxtella? So the fact that silver tears are transformative and they can mimic things, it's pretty interesting considering their association with, like, quicksilver, mercury. They literally look like and act like mercury. What's the origin of Raph name? It's just a long-term nickname I've had. Originally from the original Full Alchemist anime. Can you land? Or that works. Show me your jaws. Look, they have human-ish jaws, just like the creature. I would say this is pretty similar to the creature we see in... they have gold eyes! They have grace, but they're still treated like this. Want to be reborn as something stronger? Possibly. It's interesting that it only triggers after their death, too. Very wide mouth for humans. Yeah, but the teeth are very similar. The trailer, that beast, it has two sets of jaws. The one set of jaws looks like that. The other one looks more animal-like. The little boy wrath? Exactly, the little boy wrath. The little brat. Ah, that's where we go. Okay, but first we have to go to our boy. Very uncanny, for sure. Curious about the blacksmith in the game and the narrative around him. Hugh? Ah, they're still fighting over here. I'll leave you guys to it. You guys are good. Having a great time. Beast is like two omens in a trench coat. Yeah, I really, really hope we get to see more. I mean, we're going to see more of it. I'm just so intrigued by that creature. Ah! Oh no! I think I may have pushed forward the Edgar questline a little. That's okay. Castle, more rampart. Yeah, okay. That's okay. We made a choice. We wanted to test something. Send our boy Kenneth Height. He'll help our demi-human homies. He's at least, he's condescending but not outright abusive, so I guess that's an improvement. Huh. Did we push him right out of his spawn way into the Revenger Shack already? Beast has feet very similar to Morgoth's. He really does, yeah. I wonder where Edgar went. He might already be in the Revenger Shack. Going to Liurnia triggers his move? I think it might be Hyetta appearing does that. Yeah, it's definitely likely. I would have liked to show that questline, unfortunately, but it's a really simple one, and we wanted to test Hyetta and Irina, so I think it was worth it. But either way, Edgar is no longer there. Oh, hi! How did you just avoid my move? I was swinging when I jumped off the horse. Okay, probably like that. Fair enough. Wow. Why can't Torrent headbutt my enemies? Moves if you go around the other way instead of the castle. I think that's where I first saw Hyetta, actually. Because wait. I don't remember my first playthrough when I first saw Hyetta. It was too long ago. Can I fucking get a hit off on this nerd? Seriously? I can go horse too. I feel like Torrent kind of sucks compared to your horse. And I love Torrent, but like a nerd with a flail is beating me right now. Damn. I think this is my favorite one, though. The triple flail looks so sick. Okay, when the horse... Okay, assuming I live. When the horse dies and we fight him, he's going to resummon his horse. Pay attention to the rune that appears on the ground. I'm going to try to do the same. Here we go. Okay, so he's going to resummon. I want to get some hits on him, but he'll do it pretty quickly. There it is. It looks just like... Was it a half circle or a full circle? Purple half circles. As far as I can tell. Maybe a full circle. Interesting. Not even... I mean, it is a rune, but it also isn't. Very interesting one. It's the purple color that got me thinking. Bye, nerd. Who do they serve? The Knights Cavalry serve Morgoth. At this time. They didn't always, of course, but he is the Veiled Monarch, so they currently serve him. Knight Rider Flail. A flail with 2 additional bludgeoning heads. Weapon of the Knights Cavalry who ride funeral steeds. The large spikes make it highly effective at inducing blood loss, but also demand higher dexterity to wield. They are really hot, it's true. 2 purple circles like gravity. Definitely similar, but I don't know. I mean, it's possible. Bell-bearing hunters at night. Why would they also serve Morgoth? The bell-bearing hunters are... They come from a nation of ascetics, and they likely are just here to... I wonder if it's not even... I honestly wonder if every single bell-bearing hunter we fight isn't simply Elmer of the Briar, who is going after them and is invading. Like, because he's red-colored. Like Phantom-like. I wonder if it's literally just one guy invading, trying to get all the bell bearings. I mean, they don't necessarily stop, but Phantoms are sort of weird, right? But yeah, no, he's, I think it's just one guy, because he is the guilty. He was imprisoned and then freed himself. Knights Cavalry started out as confessors? Could be. Either way, they serve the ruler of Lane Dell, as far as we can tell. In fact, let's get an Elmer. Oh, I haven't been there yet. I haven't been to any of them yet. We're still pretty early game, all things considered, so... Okay, let's go back to the Roundtable Hold. Talk to everybody, get some dialogue related to what they're up to. Appears in Stormvale in 1.0 version on disc. I didn't know that. Where in Stormvale?
You've met Garank, I take it. Then, owing to our duties shared, we are now comrades in arms. I think you've earned this. The power of the Golden Order to aid the hunt of those who live in death.
I killed Elmer before the bell-bearing guys. They still respawn, unfortunately. Yeah, the thing is, though, beings can invade. Death is a little weird and convoluted. The invaders that we see are phantoms. Therefore, they can still continue when... You know what I mean? It's one of those weird things, but also purely from a gameplay perspective, they don't want you to get locked out of items because you killed a boss. That would be bad design. So, gameplay over lore. I think lore-wise, it's very likely that Elmer is the one invading us because he is the guilty. But from gameplay perspective, you defeating a boss and then losing out on items would be terrible. So, yeah, that's basically how it works, for sure. I assumed Elmer and all the BB hunters were different people. I kind of thought they were too, because reuse bosses is a thing, and I thought it was just like a line of people doing the same thing. But generally, the people from Aokade are ascetics. But Elmer is imprisoned and is set to be executed because the Castellan Malay Marai is supposed to be an executioner. But apparently one of the prisoners gets away from him, and that would be Elmer of the Briar. Elmer bell-bearing hunters all wield the same unique legendary sword. Yeah, Both in the Everett jail and an invader in the Frenzy Flame village after all. Yeah, exactly. So it is likely to be one dude, yep. Okay, so now that we are comrades in arms, we can study incantations. Litany of Proper Death and Order's Blade. One of the incantations of the Golden Order fundamentalists, used by hunters of those who live in death, creates an image of order, dealing holy damage to nearby foes. This incantation is especially damaging to those who live in death. Any felled by this incantation cannot be revived. The role of the hunters is to stamp out defiled reason, all for the perfection of the Golden Order. Enchants armament held in the right hand with holy affinity attacks. This incantation is especially damaging to those who live in death. Ah, interesting. We talked about requirements. Order's Blade and Lindley Proper Death do require some int and faith. So you do have to be somewhat intelligent in order to use these. I'm not saying that D is dumb. But I mean, the main thing about D though, intelligence doesn't mean knowledge, right? So he is intelligent enough to understand what he is doing, but he doesn't mean he truly grasps it. Also, 17 int is not a lot. It's like not even as much as Radon has. Vike is also a strange case. The one locked in the Everjail seems like one from a different point in time. Yeah, exactly. It's really neat. It calls Elmer the bell-bearing hunter, not a bell-bearing hunter. Learning something new. Ah, really good detail. Yeah, that suggests it for sure. D is pretty dumb. I honestly truly believe D to be a little dumb. About D, tell me about yourself.
I serve the Golden Order, that I might put this crooked land to rights, following only the guidance of the great Elden Ring. Those who live in death fall outside the principles of the Golden Order. Their mere existence sullies the guidance of gold, tainting its truth.
He is a fanatic.
And so it is the vermin must be exterminated, down to the very last.
He talks about people who have been infected with those who live in death like vermin. It's not their choice. We learned that through Roger. It makes it even more tragic. Like he says they must be exterminated. In fact, I truly believe that if he met Roger in the world, he would go after him too. In fact, I think that's another reason Roger comes here, is because he knows he'll be safe. One of the most interesting characters to me, Hugh is really interesting. We'll get a little bit more into his lore as we go. Generally though, he is, I believe, the reason this Roundtable Hold exists. He is a prisoner, but only in the sense of he wants to be here, and he's a prisoner to his goal. He cannot leave. So that's why he's chained up. He's not a true prisoner. We have when the Erd Tree is on fire, he starts to lose his memory, as if he's been affected by the fire too, because it's his memory that is burning up. It is like his remembrance hewn into the Erd Tree is literally the Roundtable Hold that we see, this safe place for Tarnished, the only safe place in the area. And he prays to Marika as if she's a god, and he is desperate to do effectively what she wanted, to create a god-slaying weapon, and he helps the Tarnished to achieve this goal. He's a very tragic figure. He created his own prison. His hammer is in the actual hold as if he died a long time ago. Probably. Yeah. Fia bypassing the Accord to attack him is like the smartest thing anyone does in the game. The thing is, she doesn't even need to bypass it. She just takes a dagger, curses it with Deathblight, gives it to him, and he does it to himself. Ensha also kind of does something similar. He finds a way to attack you in the Roundtable Hold, but it's like a different version of the Roundtable Hold. Hune and Hugh, yeah. That's a brief thing about Hugh. Hang on. Roger, that's who I wanted to talk to and about. Hello, Roger. So, I think a lot of people noticed, but just there are some who didn't. You can see and hear the flies, and you can see Deathblight already sticking out of his legs. He is kind of a rare case. I really wonder if it's because of the unique nature of what happened to him. He doesn't immediately fall to it. Maybe this happens to everybody who's infected by those who live in death, but it's taking time to grow. But these thorns come out of the body, so it's clearly mature enough. In fact, we can see it in the death animation for Deathblight. It emerges from you, piercing outward, and it didn't kill him, but it cannot be pleasant.
Ah, we meet again after all. I apologize for any offense given by my bearing, but I'm quite unable to move, you see. So, What do you need?
He's actually such a genuine cutie patootie. Like, I don't know how he rocks that fit. Because, like, the fit's fine, but he is such a cutie patootie. And I'm so bummed about what happened. I defeated Godric.
Ah, you defeated Godric and claimed yourself a great rune. Looks like we both got what we wanted out of Stormvale, didn't we? Well done, friend. Something to mark the occasion. Go on, take it.
Roger's rapier +8.
As you might have guessed, I still can't move. My fighting days are behind me. No need to be polite. I've no use for it anymore.
It's really sad.
Oh, still need something?
About D.
Ah, so you've met D. D is an old friend. We found ourselves journeying together for a time, bound by our exploration of death. But our paths have since diverged, never again to cross. Though that's hardly an uncommon fate for two friends. D was telling me that he discovered the mark of the centipede. The centipede is an ancient symbol of the curse mark. As long as whoever finds and uses it is not nefarious by nature, then we may be able to form an alliance. If only I could speak to them in person. And if they were like you, all the better.
Aww, I love him so much. Saw his VA and the VA is cute as well. Interesting. Wish his hat didn't have the wacky hood under it. That's the thing. I do not know how this man rocks it, but he looks great in it, even though anyone else I think would look like a dingus. D for Darian. His twin in the show for Aqueducts is also D. Whatever his D stands for. Devin. Devin is the one in the basement. Darian is this one up here. I don't remember where we get Devin from. I think it's one of the item descriptions, but we learned both their names, Devin and Darian. Hello, do you have anything to say about Roger?
Did you need something else?
About Roger.
Are you acquainted with a man named Roger? You know, the piteous fellow hiding away on the balcony. He was a formidable spellblade in times past. Don't let his easy air deceive you. He was wise beyond his years, stout of heart and clear of mind. No more, though. You see him now, ravaged by thorns, muttering and rambling, like he's half dead already. I can't stomach to watch. Take well the lesson, friend. That's how you end up when seduced by those who live in death. When grace is sullied, it rots people from the inside. Breaks them.
So he dumped you, huh? He was really great. And he left me for those who live in death. I don't think he was genuinely seduced. I think that what happened was Roger was like, hey, you know, we kind of found out, D, that those who live in death are literally just like afflicted by it. We should try to help them. And D's like, no, we must eradicate all sign of them down to the last. They're vermin. And Roger's like, okay, but what if we cure them? Like, what if we can stop those who live in death from spreading? What if we can fix them? And D's like, nah. And Roger's like, peace. So, yeah, that's kind of the thing. I do not believe it was his seduction. You have to remember, the one who says seduction is this guy. I won't trust him about anything to do with seduction, frankly, even though his name is D. Like, the whole I can't stomach to watch that, I get. I mean, it's heartbreaking what's happening to Roger. But generally, people think that Roger was, like, tricked by Fia. I mean, it's possible he's, like, stealth working for her. But the one reason that I don't think that is that when you talk to him right before, like, his last line of dialogue before he dies and drops everything is him saying, I have the feeling I'm gonna fall into a fathomless slumber and that I will be a problem for you, or something along those lines. And I don't think that's the vibe of someone who is, like, secretly manipulating you with Fia. It's possible. Roger doesn't even meet Fia until this point, right? We don't know. They have been around for a long time, all of these characters. I mean, D and Roger traveled together, right? So If we don't talk to them, we don't find this out. It's very possible they simply don't tell you, but they knew each other, all of them. So I don't know. I just think it's pretty interesting. And I know that, like, the whole thing with Fia is, you know, she's, like, seduction coded and all that. But, like, I truly think that Roger, he wants something different. It's just, he has to study the same things. All three of these characters are interested in the same stuff for different reasons. His ability to piece up info about Ronnie shows that he knew too much, probably from research. Yeah, he's very clever. Roger talks about the Black Knife Prince when abed. When does she say that? I mean, it's definitely possible that he hugged her, right? I just don't think that, like, his entire life story is like, oh, I like this girl, so, like, I decided to help those who live in death, you know? I truly think they have their own goals. I mean, if we give Fia a hug, you walk in here, you get a hug from her, you could probably be summoned by her, but it doesn't mean she owns your soul. Gives you the hint about the Black Knife Catacombs? She gives you a hint about the Black Knife Catacombs? This is news to me. Leads to the catacombs and you find the Black Knife Print? I never did this because I just found it by pure chance. Trigger the conversation. Well, this is news to me. I'm so excited to do this then. Implying she only talked with Roger after Roger came to the round table. Interesting. D acting like he got NTR'd. Rip. Now, honestly, I feel like my personal lore is that Roger is bi. I will not elaborate further.
Oh, still need something?
He definitely dated D, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. D is totally salty and heartbroken. Guaranteed.
Did you need something else?
No. We'll take your incantations though, actually. Thanks. Bye. Okay, we can actually go in here now. Let's do this. Hello, two fingies. Hello, Enya. Actually, first, touch the fingy. Rapture! Hello.
Are you that new tarnished? You've done well. I am Enya, the finger reader.
Enya's a real one.
I interpret the words.
There's no heterosexual explanation for Roger's rip. You would see that man in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, he fit right in.
Fingers tremble to welcome you, Shardbearer. Let their wisdom wash over you.
Great Elden Ring, root of the Golden Order, anchor of all lands, giver of grace, wellspring of all joy. Until it was shattered, the tragic corruption of the Order has taken its toll. Across the realm, life lies in ruin, fallen to pieces. Foul curses and misery spread, unabating. But the greater will has not abandoned the realm, nor the life that inhabits it. So it is that the tarnished are guided by grace, called to act. Brave tarnished, your great rune is a handsome shard of the Elden Ring. Seek another of its kind, to become Elden Lord and restore the Golden Order.
Let the words of the fingers guide you.
Can you write that down for me next time? Goddamn. JoJo's characters are hetero, though, no? There's absolutely zero explanation for their drip, if that's the case. She's just making stuff up and the fingers are just there and don't actually say these things? It's possible. She is the only finger reader who still has the two fingers, though. As far as we know. I know so much about the lore. You know, reading the descriptions, playing through the game a lot, discussions, you know, just sheer time and passion. I didn't think to actually be fingers. Yeah, my first playthrough, I was like, I remember roasting. I was like, is it the 2 finger or is it the 2 fingers? Because they can't seem to decide. And then it's like, oh, they're literally 2 fingers. Like, honestly, it's so funny because when I heard fingers, I didn't assume they'd be literal fingers, dude, because we have fingers in Dark Souls 3 and they're just like a guy whose name is Finger. And then we have a Armor Core and it's just like fingers. And then we have this, which is like, nah, dude, they're fingies. They got me so good. I was not expecting it. I never hugged her? That's a pity. You missed on a really interesting quest. Voice for her is so good. Dude, Enya goes hard. With the moment she's being the 2 fingers, she even like gets in like voice actor mode. How about them? I can't wait for her to see them. Yeah, it's so great. Genuinely, like those moments. It's your favorite? So my favorite of the Souls games is Dark Souls 2, but my favorite of the recent FromSoft games is Bloodborne. They have attack animations apparently. I would believe that. A lot of things have leftover animations. Blech. Gross.
Well, I see. A remembrance of gold has found its way into your possession.
Yeah, at the same time as the Great Room, baby girl.
Gods and even the creator of the champions are hewn by the Earth Tree upon their end into remembrances.
We have to do this part of Fia's questline. I had no idea.
Valuable indeed. These remembrances yet
I'm nerding out over that.
power of their former masters. And should you wish to wield that same power, well, I will lend you the strength of the fingers. Do not recoil from my offer. The fingers guide us all. And you, Tarnished, you are here to take, are you not?
Honestly, I love Enya because she's like, all true grandmas must be secretly deeply rebellious. Like, you look at her and she's like, oh, she's like just like a fanatic of the 2 fingers. And then the moment the 2 fingers aren't there, she's like, let's burn this bitch. Like, that's real grandma energy. I'm telling you, everyone's like, oh, grandmas are like so sweet and gentle and like they'll bake you pies and like they'll like pat you on the head and like tell you about their day and stuff. But like, nah, dude, the real power of the grandma is when they drop some absolutely bonkers ass shit on you and you're like, grandma, I had no idea. Grandmas have seen some stuff. Never beat Sekiro, and that has been my life shame. You still have time. She literally says, do a cardinal sin, do what you need to do. I know, she's powerful. Read the dialogue after you attack a finger reader? I mean, they've always just vanished and gone, Nothing about how or why she summons them. It's possible they're her champions, considering they're blue phantoms. But when she hugs people, she takes part of their strength. So if you have ever been hugged by Fia, she can summon you for her boss fight. But it doesn't mean you can't run your own. It doesn't mean you lose who you are. So it's definitely likely that she hugged Roger at some point. And honestly, he's literally sitting there in constant agony. Can you begrudge the man wanting a hug in his life? A little bit of comfort from somebody? But no, I don't think that he is, because he doesn't say, Dee doesn't say that he was seduced by a lady or a woman or, you know, anything. He says he was seduced by those who live in death because Dee's kind of an idiot, you know? Showing up to Roundtable with frenzied flame eyes, she like waited together, boyo. I really wonder about her because you can still interact with her when she's not here, when she's not like alive. I think that's why I think Hugh is the origin of the Roundtable Hold, not Enya. Enya would be the more obvious thought, or the Two Fingers. I really wonder how here they really are. You know what I mean? Whole player base folded when they saw Fia? Not all of us. Thank you. Axe of Godric. Great axe wielded by Godric the Grafted. This golden battle axe is emblazoned with the figure of a beast, representing the strength of Godfrey, first Elden Lord and patriarch of the golden lineage. I command thee kneel, for I am the lord of all that is golden. Grafted Dragon. The embodiment of the power that still remained in the dragon's head that was grafted to Godric's left arm. The wielder's arm will take the form of a small dragon sprouting sharp dragon fangs at the fist. This weapon cannot be two-handed. Yeah, this is the only fist weapon that can't be two-handed, if I'm not mistaken. It's Strength Faith. We will ideally be able to use this. I don't think we will, but it could be fun, so I think we'll pick this one up. Ta-da!
Now go forth. Let the words of the fingers guide you.
I folded when I saw Mesmer. I'm stronger than all of you.
You
Just kidding, it was Melania.
What is it?
Dude, I love Blythe. I love him so much.
The children of the goddess, Queen Marika. She who is vessel of the Elden Ring. Tainted by the strength of their runes, her children warred, but none could become Elden Lord. And so grace was extended to your kind, the Tarnished.
So apparently their runes corrupted them.
The fingers speak. The greater will has long renounced the demigods. Tarnished, show no mercy. Have their heads. Take all they have left. Indeed. But remember one thing. The demigods are each and all the direct offspring of Queen Marika. Godric the Grafted was but a distant relation, the runt of the litter. His divine blood sorely diluted.
How is Marika the direct mother of Ronnie if that was Renala? And then Enya goes, don't worry about it. Yo, what if Marika was Radigan's mom, dude? No, I'm kidding, but I really have been thinking more that I think it's a distinct chance that Marika and Radigan were one. Marika and Radigan split, Mesmer born, separated, lived their own lives. Radigan, as a offshoot of Marika, had children with Renala. Marika, without Radigan, had children with Godfrey. Then they were forced to recombine, perhaps out of necessity, perhaps because of whatever. And then we have those two children. I think Radigan was something created by the Giant's Curse. There is lore that suggests that Marika was cursed by the Giants. But it's just, if the Giants were killed by Mesmer, which is heavily suggested by the fact that they're all impaled on the mountaintops, that makes the timeline weird, man. Also, I think to become a vessel for the Elden Lord, Marika had to do alchemy to her own body, and that quite possibly necessitated the creation of a rebus. Like, I think that's how she became the vessel for it in the first place, that something special had to do. Spears impaling them look nothing like Mesmer's. They do, they're just covered with thorns. Also, he's the Impaler. I really don't think anyone else could have done the same thing. So, the base of it, but they're covered with the thorns, including at the top. Those tree growths are argue were added later. I think he has a... Okay, we don't know enough about him for me to really make like severe speculation, but Mesmer the Impaler is called such because he's named after Vlad the Impaler, who is famous for impaling his victims and leaving them en masse so that anyone approaching his territory would see nothing but remnants of rotting impaled corpses. It was horrific. It was nightmarish. And that's what we see at the mountaintop of the giants. I don't think anyone else could have been doing that level of impaling other than him. The spear is the same. It's just, it's been split into 3. Potentially something that Mesmer takes on later, considering he also has links to the Blood Star already, based on so far pretty circumstantial stuff. But I wouldn't be surprised if phase 2 he goes, I'm the Blood Star, now my spear is a trident. I would not be surprised. Sons of Radagon are demigods too. Ronnie's Empyrean. Yeah, we don't know what necessitates an Empyrean though, right? We have to remember that even if Radagon is a separate entity, Renala is mighty strong on her own, right? Renala is an exceptional figure. Radagon was too, but both of these people are really, really, really cool and powerful. But I really wonder though, because the thing is, I don't know. We already know that the reason they're demigods is they're step demigods. Like, it literally tells us that when Radagon married Renala, they were step demigods. But it doesn't really answer why Enya says that. Marika was an Empyrean as well. We know nothing of her parentage. Exactly. She appears to be like the first of the line that was a god, you know? Professor of FromSoft lore? I would love that. It'd be fun. Do we think as a child of Radagon Marika, he was also just subjected to a curse like Mikola and Melania? I wonder. It's possible because he obviously has aspects like he's very stretched and elongated. He's associated with snakes. I just thought about this. We have another figure in the lore, different game, but who is also marred by snakes, and part of his body is snake-like, and it's associated with a curse. Gwendolyn. His legs are literally snakes. So it's pretty interesting with him. But I wonder if that's supposed to be more... It almost seems like something he chose, though. Mesmer is weird. He's associated with his primal fire. He has dark runes in his flame. I think it's a new flame that we haven't met yet. He's got the draconic eyes. Potentially the origin of Dragon Communion. He's got a sealed eye, suggesting something occurred with him. Because none of the other figures with sealed eyes or closed eyes are without harm done to them. So I'm not sure with him yet, but I think his birth was different. He seems to be a separate entity, truly on his own, versus Mikola and Melania, I argue, are not even necessarily children or twins, but literally the distilled essence of their parents, uncombined again, and then gender swapped. So Mikola is the pure, gold-haired Empyrean with pretty much every one of Marika's abilities and talents, but a boy. And Melania is the powerful, dogged, loyal warrior that her father is just a woman. Or girl, boy, you know what I mean. Yeah. Then there's Melania and Mikola, and who else? Is Steph not Melania? Or Melina? Well, the thing is, I think the triplet thing might be... It's possible we're missing a child there, but... the twins of Mikola and Melania, I argue, have different circumstances to their birth, and therefore it's not quite the same thing. Do you know what I mean? Like, I really wonder about that. Mesmer related to Rykard. I believe that not directly, but I think Rykard was inspired by Mesmer. You know? Pyrians are all missing an eye. Is Melania like twin Pyrian? No, Melania's eyes were taken by the rot. I don't think it's something she chose. She's kind of an exception. Yes, she's blind. Her eyes are gone. But, you know, she's been born with a sickness that rots her body away. She's also lost her leg. She's also lost her arm. It doesn't mean that that's significant, you know? Like, it is significant, but it's not the same as the other characters, you know? Other forces make Riker take the serpent, and Mesmer has serpentine characteristics. I don't know. We know that Riker came to Mount Gelmir and discovered ancient hexes there, and I wonder who could have left ancient hexes there. Not to mention the architecture of Gelmir. I really feel like Riker was just like, sick. This place fits my aesthetic. I'm moving in. We don't know that he built it necessarily. Oh, right. Yeah, this is my character, Mesmer's GF. This is her. Might change your eyebrows. Probably the reason that serpents are seen as traitors to the Erdtree? I think so. There's a lot more dual snakes in this game than I thought. Like the Iron Virgins, when they attack you, I thought it was like 2 heads of 2 snakes coming out. But it turns out it's 2 forked snakes coming out. I had to look at it because is this Zlowski on Twitter? I've never said their name out loud. But they have these really cool high-res images of like pretty much everything in the game, and they did an image with snakes, and I was like, oh dude, and you get to see the attack of the Iron Virgin. It's literally a dual head, just like Mesmer possesses. Which means serpents were once aligned with the Erdtree cannot be traitors if you weren't first allied. Yeah. Also, yeah, I really wonder, like, they are probably traitors. I don't know what Mesmer did, but I still think his mother cares about him. It's pretty interesting. Join the lore while I play myself? Yeah. I feel like Mesmer was tasked to subjugate the giants, and then he found their flame powerful enough to burn the Erdtree. He was then banished for the sin of going against the ring. It's also possible that he took the flame into himself when he impaled the giants, because very notably, he impaled them directly through their inner mouth, the mouth that has the fell god in it. So it's possible somehow that he took the flame from them, and with that flame, he became a traitor, because you cannot possess a flame. You instantly become exiled. You know, it's possible that he sort of, it's like Dark Eater Midir. Dark Eater Midir ate the dark and then sort of became possessed by it. But imagine if possessing a flame equals exile. Imagine Mesmer killing all of the giants like he was told to, and then being like, so now you kill those giants and now you have their flame? Well, we're gonna have to exile you for that. You know, I wonder if it was not him being betrayed by his people. Godskin apostles kind of stretch like snakes, and we do have the Godskin noble Snaketail, and one of them is in the Church of Eglay as well. Melania to Radigan, Mikla to Marika parallel. Radigan isn't devoted to Marika. No, you're thinking of it incorrectly. Don't think of it as devoted the same way, but similar personality traits. It's sort of this interesting tale, like what if Marika was reborn during the Shattering? What would she be like? And that's kind of what Mikla is. Melania is loyal to Mikla, but she acts to Mikla the same way that Radigan does for the Golden Order. He will do anything for it. Drop his family, destroy everything, kill, slaughter, maim, annihilate, doesn't matter. Golden Order overall. Fuck his family, fuck his kids. The most important thing to him is the Golden Order. That's what Melania is like with Mikla. So it's not literally Control-C, Control-V. It is a different being, but with almost exactly the same distilled traits. Look at Mikla. He has incredible charisma. He can get people to love him. And Marika appears to have a similar ability. She is able to lead this army. It's. I think, honestly, we can kind of look at both of them to figure out what the other was like. And it's really interesting. And Mikla understands the essence of life and is able to create these super intricate gold needles. And then we have things like the Mimic Veil, also known as Marika's Mischief, that I think she made. It's so interesting. I'm not saying they're literally the same, but it's almost as if they aren't quite children, but distilled beings, right? And that's what's so neat, is it's not literally like, well, Radigan is loyal to Marika, and you know, it's not like that. It's so cool. I really love, like, I think they are their own individuals, but also like reborn versions of their parents. That's part of why they're cursed. The other children of Marika and Radigan, or potentially Mesmer, the other children in general are not cursed the same way, because only 2, the twins, are literally their parents distilled. It's like they were an alloy. Or a rebus is like an alloy, a fusion of two different metals, and then they were re-separated into the children. But there's a cost to doing that. Mesmer may well be a hero abandoned for following orders and being stained with sin in the process. Especially since his 2 lines do suggest he still has loyalty to his mother, but it could be sardonic. It could be like, oh, mother, you wouldn't want this, would you? You know, like bratty teen. We can't know. It's 2 lines of dialogue with no other context. So anyway, gamers, it's been 7 hours. It's late. I gotta stream tomorrow. So I'm gonna call it for tonight. Because we gotta save some lore. How else are we gonna do this? We'll run out. Just kidding. This lore through is gonna take forever. To be fair, this I think is gonna be the longest one. Because Elden Ring is the biggest game by far. Dark Souls 2 might be kind of long too. But Elden Ring is probably gonna be the big one. Thanks so much for hanging out. Let's see. I'm gonna send you to Dashing, who's doing some more PvP. Fantastic late night streamer. Very chill. Soft spoken. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow, everybody, doing the same thing. More lore, continuing the LOREATHON. This one's going to be a lot more talking than the others probably, but it's all going to be a lot of talking, to be honest. That's why it's so fun to do it together. This is the perfect type of thing to be live, honestly. It's so collaborative. We've literally discovered new lore. I did not know. My next goal is going to be to do, to get that dialogue from Fia about Roger. I don't think I've ever gotten that before because I didn't know she gives you a map. I don't remember that at all. It's possible I did it, but I don't think so. That sounds new to me. And finding new things is always the greatest part of this. So thank you again, everybody. YouTube, take it easy. Make sure to follow me on Twitter or join the Discord. Say yes to the rules. That's how you know when I'll be streaming next. Because that's when I post my go live, so you won't miss it. You won't miss one. You're gonna fall behind on lore. I'm telling you, next stream I'm gonna be all the way in like Caelid, and you're gonna be like, but what happened in Limgrave? Take it easy, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night. Thanks for the follow.